It was, yeah. We talk a lot, don't we, when we're talking about dot balls and too many dot balls and a lot of innings. In that particular innings, there was only 5 dot balls. It was incredible, yeah. Eddie Ballard finished on 107 of 35 balls. Farhan also got into the 50s.
I said Levante. It wasn't Levante, was it?
No, against Intellectuals.
I'm terribly sorry. Yeah.
Intellectuals, they didn't have a great day yesterday themselves. So Alfas winning the first game, posting a massive 187. Intellectuals got to 89. Got a little bit of practice in for this game 2 when they played Madrid United. Madrid United's first game of the tournament of this European 11 T10 series. They came up from Madrid, arrived very early in the morning, so they did well. To still be awake, really.
They did.
They had a few cups of coffee and out they went, and they got the win. Intellectuals only posting 85, and Madrid United got home quite easy.
3 overs to spare.
Yeah, 3 overs to go.
It was a canter over the line for them.
And then the excitement.
Wasn't it just? Rico said to me, viewers, what we need is a really close game. We hadn't had a close game at that stage. And boy, did we get a close game, as close as you can possibly get. And we had a tie, and I didn't know what the ruling was. And Rico, because he's a man that does more homework and preparation than I do, we had a golden ball. Explain the golden ball again.
Yeah, the golden ball. So it was a real feast of cricket. For cricket lovers around the world would have thoroughly enjoyed being with us yesterday. We had that great high-scoring game, a ton being scored in T10. And then, like we say, 2 games later, Madrid United versus Levante. It was Levante's first game. What a game it was. Madrid United 109. Levante tied the game of the last ball 109. So it went to the golden ball. And golden ball, very simply, is 1 ball is being bowled by the bowler. Same batsman stay on. And the batsmen have to score 2 runs or more. Score 2 or more, they win. If they don't score 2 or more, the fielding team. And once all of that was settled, it was Madrid United with a bit of luck with the shot, but scooped over the keeper all the way down to the boundary. They were jubilant. Levante themselves obviously devastated, but Levante came back in the last game, played against Pinatar again, and very close game again.
It ebbed and flowed, didn't it? It really seesawed, fortunes in that, and very hard to call a winner right down until a couple of overs to go, and Pinatar failed to get over the line.
Yeah, Levante 105, Pinatar 97, but again a very exciting game. And talking of exciting games, the first game here today, so Game 9, Day 3 of this Dream11 European T10 series is the 2 unbeaten teams so far. Both played 2, both won 2, and it's Madrid United who won the toss and are having a bat, and looks like Sporting Alpha, slight change with Sporting Alphas, and the wicketkeeper.
1 or 2 changes. We had an injury to Antonio Brown yesterday, failed to take a catch cleanly and got a cut in his chin that required 5 stitches. I'll come back to that because we've got Kieran Perman for the first ball.
Yep, Kieran Perman.
Yeah, just to complete that, Rico, Antonio Brown took one on the chin whilst keeping yesterday. He's got 5 stitches in that. So Ian Byrne has come in, our second team keeper. What he lacks in technical correctness, he makes up for in enthusiasm.
Yes, so the batsman there was Itifak Ahmed, who I believe is captaining today. So straight off the mark, he's got a new bat, so he wants to knock his new bat in. So he's promoted himself up the order. And Niazi facing now. Didn't have to do too much with that one. It's way out of his reach. That's a wide ball there from young Kieran. So, yeah, this is going to be, whoever wins this match is going to sit on top of the table.
That's true.
So, big game here. Madrid United, I think, having played those 2 games yesterday, probably look quite set. Oh, that's well hit. Is it got the legs? 1 bounce, 4 runs. So here, that's the first boundary, and we're off. And Niazi, like I was just about to say, or I was just saying, I think Madrid United, having played those games yesterday, they've had a few more players arrive today, very early again, down from Madrid. So they've probably strengthened their squad a little bit as well. They've got Takir. Takir is also in the Takir Hassan, also in the national team setup. So he'll be looking to strengthen the team definitely. So here we go. Ball 3. It's yes.
Oh, it's juggled.
Bit of a juggle, but in the end, the catch taken. And I think that's Bold. Is that Bold brother, Court brother?
That is Bold brother. Kieran finally finding his radar, and straight there to mid-off to his brother Jack Perman. And although he looked very wayward for first 3 balls there, Saltmouth will be very, very happy with that start.
Big wicket. Niazi hasn't really, I don't think, got going in this competition as yet. He's always played a couple of nice shots, but getting himself out, and that again, well, that's a cheap dismissal, and he knows it as he walks off. His body language says it all. Didn't really connect, and that's with the field in as they are. You would be expecting him to loft that over the top. He didn't do. He found Jack Berman, who juggled it a little but kept hold of it while he was lying there on the ground. So, first wicket gone, 6 runs.
Good start for Alfaz.
Yeah, so new batsman going in. And he will be on strike, and we'll just update you on who the batsman is. I'm sure it will be coming up on your screens now. Just looking at Sporting Alfaz field, they've got the man, I believe it's Waka from the black sleeves he's wearing. Usually that's his spot there on the offside on the field. Christian Munith is now coming back into the circle. He was right in front of us here at mid-on. And Chris, well, he's a sensational fielder, isn't he?
He is indeed. He's a great all-round cricketer. The complete package. Yeah, right up there again from Kieran. So Tim, as you were saying, he's got his radar now. Indeed. Yeah, it's a very wayward start. He's not a morning person. Young people are morning people, are they? But he seems to have got the cobwebs out, and he's found the spot now. And he's looking the bowler that we all know he is. It's carved away.
Carved away. Well, should just be a single. Like I say, Waka is there patrolling the boundary on the offside. So, off the mark.
And that was Kadar Nawaz getting off the mark.
And straight away, Christian comes back to the boundary here, so they're... Well, this time now, that's what Niazi would have hoped to have done himself, and the ball, yeah, 4 runs, just clipping the sight screen there. Christian didn't give it chase. 4 more.
Nice shot, not over here. I'm looking at the replay now. And he didn't throw himself into it, he just played the ball on its merits.
Yeah.
Half follow through, really, wasn't it?
Certainly worse. I mean, that's... really, again, looking at that, that's what Niazi should have done, but Niazi himself, rather than lifting it, just kept the bat relatively straight, and it went straight to Jack Perman. So the score moves on to 11 at the end of the first over. So, well...
Honours even, I would say, after the first over.
Yeah, I mean, that last ball boundary, that keeps Madrid United on what they'll be looking for, 10 and over. And anything more than that is a plus. So, just looking now, this is...
Looks like Cameron Mohammed. He was the pick of the bowlers for me yesterday. Bowling a lovely line, left arm over.
Yeah.
And really cramping the batsman for room.
Yes, Tim, I think he was sensational. And he was quick. In fact, he was so quick, he broke the stumps.
That's true.
And, well, I think he also broke the wicketkeeper. Was that Cameron as well?
Do you know, I believe it was.
Yeah, so he's the danger man. In he comes. And as we were saying yesterday, what also is a massive advantage for him, as well as a very good line he bowls, and the pace, is he's a left-arm bowler as well. So he's got it all going for him, isn't he, really? Oh, there you go. So, Itifak on his way. I think he was beaten for pace there.
About as comprehensive a dismissal as you will see. Completely beaten for pace. Middle stump.
Yeah, we looked at this again. Yeah.
What bowler doesn't love to see that?
Yeah, well bowled. And any youngsters watching, this is the line you've got to be bowling. Just have a look at this. What a beauty. And yeah, I think definitely done him for pace. And he hasn't even warmed up yet.
Very true.
So the second wicket falls here. So Sporting Alfaz, everything so far going to plan. Changed the bowling round a little bit today. I think that must have been a tactical decision, and it's paid off. So the skipper deciding that Kieran would open the bowling and not Cameron for whatever thoughts he had in his mind, and Kieran delivered with a wicket, and Cameron coming on second bowler, taking a wicket as well. So excellent stuff. Sporting Outfast will be very happy.
You made the very good point yesterday as well, Rico, that left arm over quick, we haven't got a lot of those on the Costa Blanca, so some of these batsmen might be facing left arm over quick bowling for the first time. And it's a difficult line to pick up if you're not used to it, isn't it? You lose your off stump very much, so not knowing where it is, you can shuffle around, you can adjust for it, but then you don't really know where you are in your crease.
Absolutely, and I like you say, it's also T10, so it's not where the batsman can get themselves in and say, right, let's just get ourselves in. And once I've got myself in and I'm seeing the ball better, I can start playing a few shots. No, they've literally got to get moving, running or hitting straight away. So yeah, it's not easy. And big tall man going in now. I think it was this. Is this Waka, who batted quite well in one of the games yesterday, provided some good support when needed towards the end of the innings.
The wicket-keeper, Waka.
Yeah?
Yep.
So him and Kadar would... Kadar off the mark with one, but the two of these will be hoping now to build a bit of a partnership. And also in their mind, they know what Cameron can do. They'll be thinking, okay, we know he's a danger man. Whoa, now that's going to be wide, surely. Yeah, wide signalled by the umpire, so that's 2 wides because they also took a run. Yeah, I think that's just the bowler wanted to let the batsman know I'm here. Straight away you can see the Waka signalling for a helmet as he gets to the other end, but you can see that's all about mental part of the game. I can put it in there and destroy your stumps, and I can also bowl it short. Maybe a little bit of bat on that, or umpire may think.
I'm thinking pad.
Leg by, maybe.
Yeah, leg by.
Leg by. So yeah, just lost his line there a little bit now. The short ball, if it goes over the head, it is called a wide ball. So probably not. I can understand what the bowler Cameron's thinking by bowling the short one, but with the pace he's got, he knows it's going to go way over their head. So now that was quick.
Yesterday, Rico, you said to me, with the fielding restrictions, when you're only allowed the one man out, would I go fine leg or would I go third man? Interestingly here, Alfaz have gone both. Both of their allowed 2 men outside the ring are behind the keeper virtually. Very, very fine third man and a fine leg.
Yes, good observation there, Tim, and I think that's all down to the pace of Cameron, because if they do flash, it's going to sail over the keeper, and there's no point having any slips in there because it's just going to go way over their heads. So they're protecting the potential boundary points there. And of course, with if it's still it's Kieran. This looks like
Abdul coming in.
Yeah,
yep.
I was going to say
bowler.
Abdul, always very, always quite similar looking to Waka, but Waka I know now has got the black arms, I should say, because of the kit he's wearing underneath his red top. So yeah, Abdul.
Very smooth run up, Abdul. It's a joy to watch and generates some fairly healthy pace as well. So
score on 13, 2 wickets down. This is the last over off the power play. So it's interesting how these two batsmen will approach this over. So will Kadar decide he's got to go and make the most of this? Christian is on the boundary here, and the other man is, I'm just having a look, yeah, going back to where Waka was earlier, covering the boundary on the offside. So at the moment, things going more or less to plan with Sporting Alfaz.
I would agree with that. You couldn't have wanted really for a better start. Okay, a couple of loose balls early on, but apart from that, a perfect start to the morning for Alfaz.
That's a slow ball. He nearly worked in his favour. Just managed to chip it over Jack Perman, Christian, covering the boundary area. Trots in, gets the ball in, so 1 run. Takes Wacker on to strike. Abdul, ball number 3. And again, just holding that one back.
They're taken low down by the keeper there. Took the pace off that one.
Yeah, it's clever stuff because Abdul will know, as I've already mentioned, this is the last of the power play. He'll know that the batsman will be looking to attack. So, but just fearing the pace, he's keeping them guessing.
That's a lovely ball.
Yeah, he's captain and his teammates appreciating this effort. Just the 1 from the over so far. 4 balls gone. So pressure mounting up on Madrid United. Oh, there's trouble here.
Oh, great work by Pennick there at short mid-wicket.
Well,
quickly fielded, throw straight in. Great cricket.
Yeah, I mean, again, a gift. There was no way there's a run on there, but that's all about pressure. That's all about winning runs, isn't it?
Now there's a bail-off, and there's a question mark about which bat. No, ignore me. I think the bell came off just in all the excitement down at the striker's end, but certainly a run out at the non-striker's end.
So, Kadar is out. Score is 15 is up on the board. I'm not sure if that's correct, or maybe I was 1 run behind when I said it was 13 for 2, because I think only 1's come from this over. But I'm sure that'll be clarified. But anyway, the most important thing here is that these 2 teams, both unbeaten, both played 2, 1-2. So whoever wins here today in this match will be top of the table, and at the moment it's very much looking like the home side are well on top. They're sticking to their task. There's definitely a plan here that Farhan, the captain, has instigated, and the players are responding perfectly. So there's a run out there, and that's all pressure, Tim. That was pressure, nothing else.
That was pressure. There was a couple of great balls. He boot the outside edge with the previous ball. And then a little bit of panic from the batsman. Sporting Anfaz very much on top.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't take, well, maybe, yes, he's very disappointed with himself. Probably didn't need to do the little slide there. I think what he was trying to do was a quick pick up and throw to prevent the 2, but in the end, he sort of, yeah, he sort of outfoxed himself. And that was a terrific over. Just the 2 runs from it. Also, the pressure building on Madrid United, and well, Kadar deciding that there was a run on there, but it certainly wasn't. And Phil Pennick, we saw him do some excellent work in the field the other day, diving to his right, made a fantastic stop, and there again, doing the job. And I have to say, from the games we've seen so far, certainly the older senior players have really thrown themselves about a bit, haven't they? They're setting the standards.
Proper young man fielding from Phil Pennick there.
They're setting the standards for the younger players.
Now, Rico, with your cricketing brain, which we know is enormous, if you were captain, would you have kept Cameron Mohammed on for his second over and really kept your foot on the throat of these Madrid batsmen? Because Alfaz have made another change and they brought Darren Walker on, taking Cameron Mohammed off after 1 over. I'm not sure that would have been my choice if I was skippering.
Yeah, it's interesting, but I think Farhan's had a look at the scoreboard. 4 overs gone, 17 for 3, and he's thinking, well, I know what Cameron can do, and I know he would deliver. And that's a good shot. I think that's going to go over him. In fact, it's a massive shot. Oh, he gave that some welly, didn't he?
With the benefit of hindsight, would you have kept Cameron Mohammed on?
No, I totally appreciate what you're saying, Tim, but I think sometimes, I'm not saying that Darren is his weakest link.
Oh, no, he's not.
But
no.
sometimes when you're on top, and you're on top like you are here, you're probably thinking, I will have to bowl a Darren or whoever it is at some point. Well, since we're so much on top, 17 for 3, let's try him now. If it don't work, I can bring Cameron back on, or I can bring Kieran back on and tighten the ship again. So maybe that's the thinking there. 2 balls gone, a 6, a massive hit. He clubbed that away. That was similar to Lovejeet's shots yesterday. Going, way, there's a man out there, but when you hit it that well, that sailed over him. 6 runs.
Oh, that was a magnificent shot on the
Wide.
offside from Lovejeet yesterday.
So 5 balls to come. So this could be the over that Madrid United need, but it also could be, well...
Oh, leading edge.
It also could be, as I was going to say, once again, a tactical decision that the captains thought about. They've planned this, and hey, it's...
Captaincy, it's an easy business, isn't
It's
it,
an
Captain?
easy
The captain
business.
will be patting himself on the back now.
Yeah. So you want to ask me that question again?
With the benefit of hindsight, Rico.
No, I mean, but again, that's the last 2 wickets. They've just given himself out, and that's Rubel. Now we know he can bat. We've seen, I think it was Rubel and Waka. So the two, well, he was with Waka out there. That batted so well yesterday. Now that just made no sense to me. That getting out like that, he just played a beautiful shot.
What did he? I pushed. Did he get a leading edge on it? Was he trying
No,
to turn it to leg and get a leading edge? Or
Tim, to me, that was just off the middle of the bat. He just stopped his shot and said, "Here you go, Darren. I'm sorry I hit you for 6, but you know, I'm a nice man. Take the catch and I'll go."
there we go.
And
And Darren Walker doesn't put many catches down with a great pair of hands in the club.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want to drop something. Well, you couldn't drop something like that, could you?
I played a game here on Sunday. Admittedly, it was second 11. We dropped 10 catches as a team on Sunday. 10 catches.
Yeah. So that was definitely a gift. And Madrid United, I think they're causing their own downfall here. They need something to happen now. So new batsman is on strike.
Right on the spot from Darren Walker. He's put that 6 behind him now. He's forgotten all about that. He's getting down to business.
I'm just wondering, I mentioned Tukir Hussain, who's come into the side. He's got to surely be out there now. Is this Tukir? Because they need something to happen, and you know, it's a lot on his shoulders, but they've got to do it. Yeah, I'm getting the nod. It is Tukir, and this is a massive partnership now, because these two, Tukir and Waka, have just somehow take the score from where it is now, 24 for 4, I believe, to a respectable 100 and something, because anything less than that against this side of Sporting Alfest, that bat all the way down. Whoa, there we go, Shaka! Just dropping the other side of the line, 6 runs. So as I'm saying, this to me is a very important phase of this match. It's all riding on how long these two can stay at the crease, because I think they're both capable of playing these shots, especially Tukir. So that's a great start.
And in the context, what a great shot. The pressure was building and building on the batsman. Walker seemed to be on top in this over. And then that has released the pressure totally by just lifting him over the leg side.
Yeah. And I think, again, it's all about we saw it with Eddie Ballard, we saw it with Farhan. It's all about the batsman, you know, what we would say a true batsman, knowing also where the fielders are. He knows there's nobody down there. So even if he didn't time it as well as he did, it was always going to be safe. So Darren comes in again after being hit for a big 6. Gets away with that one. Not as wide as it looked from here. So the scores on the board now here are 30.
Off 4. I think Walker would be quite happy with that. Okay, got hit for a couple of 6s. Took a very vital wicket in the middle of that. He's found his line and length now.
Yeah, like I say, he got wicket of Rubel. That was a big wicket, because we know he can hit the ball well. He was gifted, really. 2 gifts we've had. We've had Kadar, who just decided to walk down the middle of the pitch and be run out by the fastest man on the pitch, Pennick, and then we saw, well, Rubel just saying, hey, catch this. So, Cameron.
Cameron is back.
Yeah.
Cameron Mohammed, left arm over.
And I think this is, as I was saying to you, Tim, I think these two batting are key. And this is Fran saying, and understanding as well, that this partnership is the one they've got to break. So that's why he's called upon his main man. Just checking if we have still got the fine leg. No,
we haven't the fine leg. That is curious, isn't it?
Or third man. No, Wacker's there on third man duty. There we go.
And if we had the fine leg, perhaps he would have got to that one.
Tim, I'm good, isn't I?
Rico, I've never doubted your ability. Within your hearing. Behind your back, I say all sorts of things about you.
Cameron going for the Yorker. That was angled right into his toes, but just drifting a little bit down the leg, and you know, at that pace, and an awkward bounce as it went past the stumps. The wicketkeeper was always going to struggle. So was that signalled wide as well?
No, I don't believe it was.
Okay, so 4 byes we're thinking. And they've made a slight adjustment, so the third man has gone much finer. Well, that definitely was off the pads, and I mean, it's difficult to see from here, but I'm wondering why there was an appeal.
We were going up for the shout, weren't we?
Just watching this
It seemed to
again.
be like a little French cricket shot from right in front of the stumps.
Yeah, because even Cameron put his hands on his head. So, I'm just wondering why nobody went up for that. I know we're not in the right position to see the extra direction and line of the ball, but it certainly was wicket to wicket, I think, and stayed low enough. But anyway, he's lost it again there. Just yeah, wide this time, and they also came through for a run. So that's 2 runs. He's obviously got a plan in mind. I think he's trying to get it right in between the bat and pad, but at the moment, no. Whether it's there is some movement there as well.
Ferran is looking now to put that fine leg back, and he's brought Pennick in from square leg to bring him inside the ring. So we're back to 2 men behind square.
Yeah, I think that's a good move. I would have exactly what he's got here now. That's a very good take. Now, seeing how that ball was taken and that there's no signal for a wide, I'm saying that this ball must be moving big. Yeah, it's got to be swinging
taken
big.
well down the leg side by the keeper.
It's got to be moving big.
Not signalled wide. There must be quite amount of movement in the air.
Quick single. And this time, both batsmen go straight away. Good call. So things moving along.
And Madrid United doing well to get back into this from 17 for 3 or 3 overs. They are clawing their way back into this game.
That's well played. It'll just be a single. And you can see just how quick the batsman's reactions have to be. He got onto that very quickly, and that goes to show the pace, and goes to show the difference in the standard of the batsman, because Itifat, who was cleaned up by Cameron, was just not quick enough.
Nice finish to the over. Good dot ball. As you say, dot ball's gold dust, you were saying yesterday, Rico.
Dot balls are gold dust, yeah. I mean, so that concludes the 5th over. So we're at the halfway stage, 39 at the moment. Sporting Alfest will be very happy with that. They've lost 4 wickets, and also, I suppose, Madrid United won't be too dissatisfied, because okay, they would have still like the likes of Niazi out there and Rubo who can hit the ball, but these two know what they have to do. And the one thing they'll be pleased about is that Cameron has bowled both his overs, so he won't be coming back. Change of pace now.
Yep, Jack Perman coming on. We usually see him bowl leg spin, but when he's been bowling so far in this tournament, he's been really firing it in, hasn't he?
Yeah, so it's Takir on strike. Both these batsmen look very similar. I know Waka is a bit taller, but I'm just trying to see if there's any distinguishing marks that we can tell the difference. Probably different helmet. Are the helmets slightly different?
No, there's a bit of yellow trim on both as well. Very tricky to tell them apart.
That's put away, dispatched, 6 runs, 6 carreras.
We've got one batsman in black shoes and one in white shoes. There you go, Rico, that should help us.
Yeah, I mean, that Jack's first ball, but that was just a long hop, and a batsman of this quality is going to put it away. He's got to get the ball up. They'll push 2 here. Yeah, good running. And you can just see that the Madrid United players and supporters are starting to find their vocal cords. They've been very quiet up until now. Has hit hard, but there is a man here. Did well to keep his eye on it.
Took a little kick, didn't it?
Yeah, hit a little divot there, and so that's a single. So brings Waka on strike. Just having a look. Check in where the fielders are. 2 men straight, waiting for the drive. 1 bounce, and in it comes. Yeah, so now he's bowling to his field. This is better. He's putting it up there. The men are back. If you mistime it, you're gone. There's a man patrolling the offside boundary and 2 here on the leg side. That will go, I think, all the way. Lovely shot. The arms have gone up from Ferran saying 6 umpire, 6 carreras. So finally, where Madrid United are finding a bit of rhythm, their scoreboard is accelerating. And this partnership, which we know is crucial, is starting to materialise. It's gonna be a diving. Oh my word! Dear oh dear. Now I have to say, the standards that Christian normally maintains, it's super, but today it's just not his day. We saw the misfield earlier.
And look at him, he juggles it 4 or 5 times before it goes down.
Yeah, it just didn't want to stay. It just did not want to stay. Now, he took a catch very similar to that a couple of days ago, running in, had a lot of ground to cover, and slid in exactly the same way. And that one just stayed buried in his hands. But today, it just didn't want to stay. That's unfortunate. And I have to say that I have, other than it being an absolute, if he did catch it, it would have been unbelievable, but did well to get to it. I've never seen him drop one. No,
astonishing, astonishing. Now, this will be fun. We have got, who was definitely the bowler of the tournament last time we had T10 here at Sporting Halifax. This is Waka coming into bowl.
It's time for Waka Waka. And straight away, it's that slow ball, but Waka Waka, well, has been whacked. Whacked for 4, and he won't like that.
That was a shocking ball. He loves bowling that slower ball, but yeah, that was just a tossed up, over-pitched, horrible piece of filth.
He did yesterday bowl, well, he bowled his, well, we can't really call them quicker balls, but he bowled quicker and only bowled just the 1 slow. But here, he's staying with it, and that's 4 more. So the boundaries are flowing now. Madrid United are becoming vocal behind me. The score is finally moving at a pace that they'll be happy with. So this is more like it. 64, I think we've probably motored on to now.
Just a reminder for viewers that perhaps didn't see the last time we had T10 here. Waka took 2 hat-tricks in that tournament. To take 1 is remarkable. To take 2 was absolutely astonishing. And yet he's looking just like a Sunday Village player with these first 2 balls. That's more like it.
Yeah, I'm sure Farhan probably had a quiet word with him there to say, come on, buddy, let's get back to bowling your normal stuff and keep that slower ball as the surprise ball, not the quicker ball as the surprise ball.
Got away with a wide one, I think.
Yeah, interesting shot selection there from Takir. I would have thought he would have been looking for the gap there between mid-off and extra cover, but he was trying to play that towards us here. Let's come down the trap for this one, and Waka did see him coming and decided to change what he was going to bowl, but got the line wrong. Saw Takir charging at him and thought, okay, I'll just do something different. Oh, just love that. There's a chase. My money's on the fielder there. Didn't quite get a lot on there. So yeah, probably a bit of glove maybe, or just the back of the bat. 2 more to Takir. Now that's in the air, but I think it's going to be safe. Will they come back for 2? Yeah, I think they will. Well,
They don't. They stay at 1. Astonishing.
now to me that's silly because both these guys can bat, but Takir probably wants to keep the strike. But it's early days, yeah. You take whatever you can get, and a little bit disrespectful to his partner. I mean, Waka is no muppet,
slouch,
is he?
He's
Yeah.
no slouch.
But anyway, they chose just to take the 1. 7 overs are gone here at the Woodbridge Oval. 67 is the score. And, Christian Munoz, who's having an off day, is going to see if he can put all that right as he comes on to bowl. So, Christian just handing over his cardigan there to the umpire. I'm just looking at the field. The field's not changed. It's kept it exactly the same. 5 men, 2 on the leg here. 2 straight and 1 patrolling the boundary there on the offside. Nobody, just checking there's nobody behind the tree there. Nobody seems to be in the fine leg or third man.
We've got a man on 45 on the 1 behind square on the leg side. And a sort of deepish gully on the offside, and that is all you've got behind square.
And the sun is now coming up. Not coming up, coming out, I should say. Yeah, it's wide there. Warm, and it's all up nicely. Most parts of Europe are being battered by rain and snow, and here we are in our t-shirts, sitting in glory.
Thankfully, none of the wind that we've seen on the first 2 days.
Yeah.
That's been a challenge, isn't it, Rico?
That's a nice shot. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. There is a man there, but that was hit so well. Just look at the positioning of his body here. Look at the balance here. Absolutely beautiful shot. And even though there's a man there, when it's hit that well, not going to stop that. He didn't have to go very far, but that rocketed away. Lovely shot played there. Christian is trying to keep the ball in those areas, restricting Takir playing anything down the leg, and now he's saying, well, I'm not going to change what I'm doing. He's moved a man on the boundary backward point and brought Phil Pennick in. So let's see what that brings. Oh, that's mercifully hit, and that's good work. Very good work. They just plucked that on the 1 bounce. Good cricket.
A very good cricket by Madrid. They were struggling, and that is now the 50 partnership. Struggling at 24 for 4 in the 4th over, and these 2 have really knuckled down and given Alfaz something to think about.
That's a nice shot. He'll chase it, but the ball, well, it is slowing up. It's just got there, just stopping on the line. 4 more. Christian not very happy with himself because he's just set a field for the offside. He's strengthened the offside because that's where he's been bowling, and then he's just the new batsman Waka. He just strayed a little bit on the legs, and Waka very quick to tickle it along to the boundary. Another shot. Wanting two. Ooh, but, wow. If that was a direct hit, I think it was gone.
That was fired in, wasn't it?
So last ball of this, the 8th over. And finishes with a dot. 79 we're on now, and yes, Tim, as we said, this partnership was crucial. We've made 54 now?
55.
55 is the partnership, and that's, you can see how important it was from over number 4 when they were really, well, over 3, 17 for 3, then from over 4, even though there was the wicket from Darren, and there was those 2 boundaries, 12 runs there, and ever since then it's ticked along quite nicely. And these two will really want to now focus on these last 2 overs. 79, they'll want at least 30.
That's much better from Waka. Bowling line and length, none of these variations. He tries too much at times, Waka, I think, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think when you've got so many tricks up your sleeve, I think maybe sometimes you confuse yourself, and when you're running into bowl, you know, you're in your mind, you're thinking, right, which one I'm going to bowl now, and
this is more what we want to see from Waka.
yeah, but it's also, we were talking about this yesterday, sometimes when batsmen know they're going to try and get going to post a big target, and these two have obviously decided that now, that these next 2 overs we've really got to go some. They're trying to change the way they play, and Waka's changed, well, Waka to Waka, isn't it? Waka's changed the way he's playing, and he's missing. And, well,
a groan from the Sporting Alfaz crowd as Waka can't resist throwing in another one of those slow balls.
What do they know? What do they know? Waka knows what he's doing. 2 dots and a single over number 9. Come on. Now Takir, he knows there's got to be boundaries. Got to be boundaries. He'll want 3 from 3. Waka's not done himself a favour there. It's every time Takir looks to that he's going to step out of the crease towards him, he drops that ball in. Maybe he needs to surprise Takir and actually fire one in instead. Well bowled. Just a single again.
Took the pace off that, but not in that that comically slow way that he does occasionally with his slow ball.
I think taking the pace off it is not the problem. That's a good idea. I think when he takes the pace off, sometimes he gets the line wrong, or it ends up being a full toss. But when it's pitching there, that's fine. Ball given. I mean, the batsman went very wide to try and play it as well, but still unable to make contact. So we'll want a boundary. They will want a boundary here. They need a boundary here. And yes, he's back. Christian Munoz back to what he does best. Takes a catch, showing a lot of confidence in himself. Came on to bowl even though he knew he was having an off day, and then taking that catch, and he will feel much better. Still, you can see he's still disappointed with the one he didn't catch, not really celebrating, but at the end of the day he needed that. I said there needs to be a boundary. You can't blame the batsman Waka for going for it.
Well, absolutely. Again, it was just a slow full toss, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, but the slower the ball is, the harder you've got to try and hit it. Waka did give it a fair old thump, but in the end, Christian Munoz patrolling an area that he's well known to, and taking that catch comfortably. And that's the way to take it as well. So, another one bites the dust, as they say. Waka probably has the 1 ball to bowl because of the couple of wides he bowled. 83, the score. Well, would you believe it? Fantastic catch.
That's Ballard a point.
Unbelievable.
What a week Ballard's having. He had that ton of 31 balls yesterday. And then a great catch low down at point.
So, Waka Waka has done it again with the ball, despite the moans and the groans from his loyal. Is that the right word? Come on,
Loyal.
Timmy,
We love him. He is our favourite character here at Sporting Alpha. He's a lovely man.
And
He's
hang on.
walking
Sorry, Captain Duck. Sorry. Far away. Okay, you happy now? Thank you very much.
I'm happy.
Well, it's not my fault you haven't had any balls in the pond yet. I'm sure some will come later. And anyway, get back in there. Right, sorry about that, but if Captain
No, that's
Duck
okay, Rick. I know
doesn't
these
get
things
his
are
way-
important to you.
And you know what?
What, Rico?
The next time he bowls, guess what he's on?
He's on a hat-trick.
He's on a hat-trick. Waka Waka, the hat-trick
But not
man.
today. He's completely dispelled today.
He's completely dispelled this match, but they have got other
Oh,
matches.
it's-
So when he bowls his first ball, he's on a hat-trick. Remember that, folks. He's on a hat-trick.
Does that count?
Yes.
Can you stretch a hat-trick across matches?
Yes, of course you can. It's a hat-trick. He's on a hat-trick. Anyway, he's done his team a big favour there. 83, the score. 5 wickets down. Last over, Christian Muniz. Smashed away. That is going all the way. Seis carreras. Balle, balle, balle.
Now, viewers, just you might wonder what these exclamations coming from Rico are, and whether they're just spontaneous outpouring of enthusiasm. But I found earlier there is a sheet on the back. I'm actually going to rattle it so you can hear. There's a sheet on the back of Rico's folder where he's got all his little jingles that he's going to shout out written down, and he doesn't want to overuse them.
It's all sponsorship.
It's a sponsorship. Are you sponsored to say?
Yeah, these are all people that give me these things and say, I'll sponsor you too. No, we're just kidding. No, they're there, so I need to remind myself of them in the morning when I wake up, you know.
We found out what ticky ticky boom 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 meant yesterday as well.
He'll want to. He will want to.
Direct hit.
Yeah. He won't mind that. He won't mind that because he knows he wants to stay on strike. They'll get the 1, they won't get the 2. Batsman has sacrificed himself, and I think, okay, he's coming back. Guess who's coming back?
Is it Captain?
Captain Duck is coming back.
Yes, indeed.
Because I don't think he's made any runs. Oh, he's got extra troops this time. He's loving this.
What can I say, viewers? What can I say?
They're enjoying this, the ducks. As most of you viewers will know, we've got a lovely duck pond here. Just looking at it now, a few swans swimming around in it. And on a day like this, they're basking in the sunshine, but they love it when the cricket's on. They absolutely love it, and they do their bit as well.
Now, there's so much coming and going with batsmen. I've lost track of who we've got at the crease here. We've still got Takir.
Takir is still on strike. That's a strange decision made by him there. He sort of stepped. Maybe he was expecting to get a wide there, but nothing. That's 3 balls down. He just played out a dot ball. This time he does the same thing and gets his wide. So I think Christian, perhaps the ball before, maybe just into. Oh, he's asking the question now. Well, I think you just got to get on with it. Dave Riley, the umpire, has made a decision. Come on, Christian, you're an experienced cricketer. We don't like to see that.
No.
I know he's frustrated today. He's not having the best of days. Yeah, umpires today, Dave Riley, standing Bowler's End, and Vincent O'Reilly.
Now, just in terms of batsmen, so we had Noor Azman come and go for the duck. That was the great catch from Eddie Ballard. We had Kashif Iqbal come and go. That was the run out. So we now have Haroon Mohammed.
And I can see another run out. That's gone, is in the air, is it got the legs? It has, 6 carreras, 6 more. So we're in the 90s. I didn't
That's
get
a
hold of
catch.
that. Farhan should, yes, well done Farhan. covered the ground well, takes the catch off the last ball. I think there's still a little bit going on there between Dave Riley and Christian. I think Dave Riley just going to have a friendly word and say, look, come on, you know, we don't need any of that. And quite rightly so, just diffuse the situation. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is Sporting Alfas will be very happy with where they are here. It's 97. Looking at the scoreboard, 97 has been scored, so target is going to be 98. Takir in the end did bat all the way through. It was important. I think we'll just check how many he scored. Takir. Players come off, they'll be very happy. Fran very happy with his men. Fran taking the catch at the end there as well. Giving Christian a wicket. So Christian, though he's not had the best of days, he did eventually get back into his routine of catching, took a good catch, very comfortable, and also takes a wicket.
And Takir went for 53.
53, so well done Takir. Takir scored 50 there. So, yeah, you can see what a valuable addition he is to the Madrid United team. And like you say, when him and Waka came together, we said this is an important stage. We predicted it had to be an important stage, and the both of them put a score on the board that at least it's defendable. It's not what they would have wanted. No. I still think they know, and any team know, that when you're playing Sporting Alfas, you've got to look at 120. And when you have a team that can score 187, I mean, even 120 doesn't look like it's going to be enough. But anybody can have an off day. Madrid United will be hoping that that is the case.
Yes, Madrid United chose to bat, perhaps because they just wanted to avoid the Sporting Alfas batting for as long as they could. They would have hoped, as Rico says there, to put a lot more on than 97. But what a recovery. Without Takir's 53 there, off a mere 27 balls, they would have been in a right old pickle. They were struggling at 24 for 4 in the fourth over. So to get to 97 for 9, it's 97 for 8 it was in the end. That is at least a target they can bowl at.
It is, yeah. I mean, Takir is also a very fine bowler. So again, he's an addition not only in terms of batting but also in terms of bowling. Itifat Ahmed, he was a star player in the regional T10 tournament that happened here. He was one of the dream team players. He was, so he also, and because he's a slower bowler, he can change the pace. So he'll be key here as well. They'll need to try all of these things. And remember, one comment that I made yesterday with regards to the Madrid United team, and the same with the intellectuals, one thing they didn't have is the slower bowler. So they've got one here today. I'm sure we're going to see him play a part in this. Captain Duck is coming towards me again. I think he's going to have a word with me because I delayed him. But anyway, before we go and see how Sporting Alfas get on in chasing this target, I hope all you viewers are enjoying watching this and enjoying not only our commentary but all the video and replays that you're getting. And that gives me just a few moments to say thanks to the people that are responsible for this. Daniel Weston doing a fantastic job all round, really, doing bits and pieces all over the place, a bit of scoring, working with the tournament referee Ron Graham. Ron Graham also doing some scoring here. We also have John Howden, and then our umpires, George Wombeck, Dave Riley and Vincent O'Reilly, that are umpiring this game. Yannick, and who works very closely with the digital scoring and making sure you get all the information that's on your screens, and the cameramen. So we've got Clavis and Roman, who make sure you're getting the lovely pictures you're getting off the games. And of course we have to say thanks to where we're going now, to the people at the bar, Sharon and Chips, that keep the cups of teas flowing, and on days like this, not now, but the gin and tonics as well. And we're just loving this. This is great. It's the Dream11 European T10 series. It's coming from sunny Spain on the Costa Blanca. Sporting Alfas Cricket Club. Sporting Alfas formed here, started in 1995, and it's just got bigger and bigger and better and better. Anyway, we're just going to take a few minutes break and we'll be right back. Thank you for watching. Thank you for enjoying the cricket.
Be right back.
मेरे पैकेज पे आते रही ना बड़े पैकेज सारा पैकेज में पड़ा है चले बड़े पैकेज परला बड़ा पैकेज ये वाला हां हां साइड में पड़ा है साइड में
Welcome back, viewers. As we see, well, the regular and well, so far been destructive opening pair of Farhan Afzal and Edward Ballard making their way out to the square in reply to the Madrid United score. Tim, so what do you think we're going to see here?
It's interesting because these opening pair have scored so many runs and quite easily. It means that although we talk about Sporting Alphaz Rico having a very long batting order, the rest of the batting haven't really had a chance to look at the conditions and look at getting their iron in this tournament. So if these two do fall cheaply, there is a chance that, I say, the other guys not having had a knock yet, that they might be a little bit nervous. So a lot rests on these openers getting a good start again. There are some great big hitters coming on. We've got Jack Perman, we've got Kieran Perman to come, obviously Christian as well, a Spanish international captain. Some big hitters down the order, but they've not really had a chance to get going in this tournament. So it might be interesting to see if one of these two does go cheaply, who down the order is going to get the runs. So who's the bowler coming in here, do we know, Rico?
This is Takir. Takir, who just scored the 50. So leg by signal, first ball. Yeah, I just had to disappear for a few seconds, folks, to have a quick chat with the scorers. Now the score has been revised because of penalty runs. Apparently Sporting Alphaz were slow with their over rates, and by 1 over, they were over time. So 5 penalty runs have been added to the score. So the score is 102. So the target has gone to 103. So how costly could that be?
It could be very, very costly in the context of the game, couldn't it?
It could be. I mean, it's still not the 120 that Madrid United would have liked to have posted. But having said that,
it takes them past the 100, and there is something psychological about posting a target over 100. And if you're chasing, once you've got it under the 100, you think, you know, we can get it in bits and pieces and get it in chunks. But over the 100, it's just that psychological barrier. So those penalty runs could well make a difference.
Yeah, so Takir just adjusting his field. So 1-1 so far. That's courtesy of a leg by. Nice shot. That's through the gap. That's going to race away. 4 carreras. Que bonito. So the first boundary.
On the replay, didn't get very high, but he squatted down.
Yeah, that's all about balance and keeping your eye on the ball and not trying to hit it too hard. Yeah,
indeed, we sound like stuck records going on about this, don't we? But a lot of the batsmen are coming in, swinging themselves off their feet, and consequently just swinging and missing. Whereas that was a lovely ball played on its merits by Ferran.
Yeah, and the placement right between the two fielders. So Takir, what will the response be? Oh, just looking at the umpire. There is a signal from square leg. And Vincent checks with his colleague, and no ball called because of the height. So, free hit.
We love a free hit, don't we?
We love a free hit, and well, I don't think any bowler would fancy bowling to Eddie Ballard, especially when it's a free hit. Because he's bowling to a different batsman, the field can be changed. So adjustment has been made. And off he goes! Balle, balle, balle! Shaka!
That is a big hit. That is on its way to Alicante Airport.
6 carreras. Well, the batsman winning the battle so far. That was a lovely shot.
He whipped his arms through on that. The bat speed on that. Look at those arms whipped through.
Absolutely beautiful.
Where do you bowl to Eddie Ballard? Eh? We saw him yesterday. I say runs all the way around the ground. Where do you bowl to this man? Down the leg side is the answer. But you're going to have to do it again.
You have to bowl another ball. He's already bowled a no ball, and then now another extra with a wide. So this is turning out to be not the start Madrid United would have wanted from their key man, Takir Hussain. It's another wide. So this mentally is not good for Madrid United, because when you've got your key man not performing, you know, they would have been thinking early this morning when Takir arrived, saying, okay, we've strengthened the team, we've got a national team player in our bowling attack, and well, it's not working out that way again. Just we saw him doing this yesterday in the power play. He knows the men are in, he's just helping the ball over. That's 4 more, and the runs just keep going up here, and the pressure mounting more and more and more, and it's not even over yet.
That was a nice shot, wasn't it? Because the temptation is to hit 6s, and it's lovely to hit 6s, but he only was going for 4 there, wasn't he? As you say, he just lifted that over the infield. Nobody out there at long off, and a very gentle 4.
Yeah, Takir seems to be having trouble with his foot. That's coming our way. It's 1 bounce. Well fielded, good work. Batsman still come through for 2 runs. Good bit of fielding there.
I suggest that was a little bit loose, a little bit casual by Ballard. There could well have been a chance there. There is a fielder out. He didn't get hold of all of it.
No, but I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I think he knows where he's playing these. He knows where the fielders are. Once again, look at that. That's just elegant. He knew As soon as that ball was bowled, he knew where he wanted to put it. And he literally, it was one of those, as soon as the bat hit ball, he's looking, it's almost like he's telling us this one's going to go over there. And exactly where it went. Yeah, Takir is definitely hobbling. There's an issue there. I don't know if he's done his ankle as he's coming to bowl.
I think if I were bowling to Eddie Ballard, I'd feign an injury as well. I'd say, that, sorry, Skip, it's gone again.
Well, what a start. I think that's got to be the most runs scored to the start of any game. 27 off the first over.
That's nasty, isn't it? Where do you come back? How do you come back from that?
Yeah, it's 27 on the first over, and wasn't helped by a no ball, which was a free hit, which got dispatched for 6, and a wide ball, after which the boundary scored. So, well, Niazi, who has always been the pick of the Mid United bowlers, well, what can he do? And he's bowling to Farhan.
Just a change of the sight screen required. And here we go. Left arm over.
Oh, just help that along. That's 4 runs. Thank you very much.
And Farhan saying, anything you can do, Eddie, I can do also. Very similar shot to the 4 that Eddie Ballard put out there. Just a flick of the wrists, the way it goes. Dismissive, Rico.
Yeah, absolutely dismissive. There's no man there. There's nobody on the boundary this side. I've said this, Madrid United, I said it about Pinatar, I've said it about intellectuals. Do you really need that man in slip? I think he's in slip. I don't think he's gully there. Do you need him there? Well, again, just trying to put it in the same gap, taking the single. Good backing up from Eddie. I know at this stage you can't protect the boundaries because you've only allowed the 2 men.
But it does seem a strange choice. You could have him out here on mid-wicket, couldn't you, inside the ring. Just blocking one of those scoring shots. And that shot, in fact, there.
Yeah, here we go. And again, that's good to see, isn't it? That's when you know you've got a real batsman in there. Bad ball, he dispatches. The good ball
Just finds the gaps.
Yeah, he plays it on merit, but at the same time, takes a single. One bounce to the fielder. So far, boundary of the first ball, been really tidy, 3 singles. So Niazi doing what the captain would want him to do.
A play and a miss from Ballard. We don't see a lot of those.
No. Or dot balls, for that matter. So that's a moral victory there for the bowler. Put a little bit more into that, change the line slightly. What would the reply be from Eddie? Shot, 4 runs. Don't need to run for those. Beautifully dispatched. And the end of the over. Well, 11 from it. 2 boundaries of the first and the last ball. So racing away here. 36 the score.
Just looking at that on the replay, there wasn't a huge amount of width to that, and it's all wrist, really. Very wristy cut. He didn't really swing his arms, didn't free his arms, but just rolled his wrists on that. Coming up on the replay again now. What a lovely shot.
Yeah, with Eddie Ballard, it's all about standing upright, head perfectly still, and just using the bat, using the wrist to guide the ball where you want it to go. You know, and this is looking worrying for Madrid United because he's showing the same sort of form that he was in yesterday, which was destructive. He punished anything loose.
Now we've got to change of bowling here, Rico. I'm just looking to see with my tired old eyes. I can't pick out who that is.
It's Farhan just wanting the screen moved. So we're just going to have to wait. Just having a look around the field.
Is this Robert Khan, perhaps?
Is this Rubu? They do have a fine leg now. He's very fine. Waka, you can see the difference there, the size of Waka and the guy there at in the slip area. Little and large. Anyway, short ball is in the air now.
Ooh.
Is he going to get under it? That's a fantastic catch. Doma, take that. Niazi kept his eye on the ball. They're not easy. He was always on the move, kept his eye on the ball and just plucked that out of the air. Great catch. Farand thought he was able to lift it over the top. Didn't quite play it right. Good catch. That's a wicket. They desperately needed that. So it breaks this partnership.
Now Farand cross with himself, but in the wider sense of the tournament, as I mentioned at the start of the game, Rico, perhaps a benefit for our fans that it lets the lower order, or the rest of the, I can't really call number 3 Jack Berman the lower order, but lets the rest of the order get in, have a look at some of the bowling for later in the tournament. So perhaps a little bit of blessing in disguise, although Farand will be cross with himself.
Tim, they've still got to win it. Still got to win it, haven't they? I mean, yeah, I agree with you. If a few more batsmen go in there and they've scored 15 and 20, and in the end they end up winning the game quite easily. But if they don't, yeah, it backfires, doesn't it?
Indeed.
So Rubal, a good bowling change. Oh, you can't bowl that to me, he says. You can't bowl that to me. Were you not watching yesterday? You can't bowl that to me. 4 runs. Thank you very much.
Just a gentle half tracker, as if to say, what do you want to do with this, Eddie?
Yeah, and don't forget I said earlier that fine Lang, that is the man that is out there, he's so fine. He's never going to get to that. The guys seem to there seems to be a little bit of concentration there on where the bowler's front foot is landing. Now maybe could be a little bit damp. I know that the sprinklers do need to be used here early in the mornings just for the grass, etc. So whether it's still a little bit damp, I'm not sure. But that's the second bowler that we've seen that's been having a look down there. So perhaps another advantage for the batting side to be batting first, because that certainly will dry up, and that's the reason why the bowler has changed his bowling action to round the wicket, but it brings the same result, 4 more, and it's just making it look too easy.
He does make it look very, very easy. That is a lovely shot. That's the sort of one you want to keep the video and coach yourself at home. Get your bat in your sitting room, Rico, and just practice that shot. Just milking the runs there to anything with a tiny little bit of width outside off stump.
So joining the boundaries up now, Eddie Ballard. Toma! Que bueno! And you're not really reading the script here, bowler, are you?
It's not intelligent, isn't it, Rico? That is not bright bowling.
No, not at all. He stands there in the middle. I'm not sure. He was having a look at couple of his players. The players are probably saying to him, hey mate, what are you doing? Pitch it up. And he's probably looking back at them saying, well, he's probably saying, no matter where I put it, it's going to the boundary.
That is the thing. You pitch it up, Ballard puts in a big stride and it comes straight back over your head. What do you do? I'll ask you again, Rico, where do you bowl to this man?
Simple answer, right up there. Make him drive. Make him drive. Yeah, these two. Oh. No. Now, maybe that is the indication that it is a little bit damp out there.
Yeah, Jack turning for the second run and slipped, lost his legs. Looks a bit like Bambi as he slipped over there. And 2 runs just actually becomes 1 run. It's the sort of thing you can injure yourself on that as well, can't you? When you're turning, your legs splay either way and your groin can tweak and things like that. I could talk you through all my injuries through my career if you'd like, Rico, but the tournament ends on Friday afternoon and I wouldn't be 10% of the way through them.
So Jack taking his time, obviously going through the motions in his mind, what he wants to do, what he needs to do. At the end of the day, all you need to do at the moment is just support Eddie Ballard.
That's a nice ball.
Yeah. Still staying round the wicket, so obviously it's certainly drier coming round than it is rolling over the wicket, so there's got to be where the front foot is landing. Maybe the edge of the mat is a little bit damp. In he comes again. Slower ball, well bowled. Got away with it. Did Jack Perman. If the man was just... Oh, I don't know what's going on there.
Another slip.
I think he tripped himself there. We'll have a look at this again. It was almost like I've got up early this morning. I've come all the way from Madrid. I'm going to have a little nap. Just a little power nap. It would do me the world of good.
Now, you mentioned the sprinklers earlier, Rico. I drifted along a bit late this morning as I dragged myself out of bed. But you were here nice and early. And we've got the sprinklers along every morning, as you say, for the outfield. We haven't had the breeze this morning that would dry the outfield that we have the previous 2 days. So maybe it's slippy all over.
It could be, but we had, you know, the ground was blessed in glorious sunshine. I don't know. We've just not... It's something we haven't noticed on the other days. Tim, it could be as simple as it just may be the footwear that the guys are wearing. Remember, viewers, when you're bowling and playing on an artificial wicket, you're not wearing spikes, but there are obviously specific footwear that you can wear. Perhaps, I think, did they call them rubber spikes or rubber soles or Astro? Yeah, so it could
not
be...
wellies, certainly wellies would be a step too far.
No, wellies on day one, game 4 would have been perfect. Wellies and anorak and all of that, but not today. But anyway, we're seeing...
Kadar Nawaz with the ball in his hand.
Kadar coming on. He's the one who got a duck ovation when he came off the pitch. So he's hoping that he can put a better contribution in the scorebook than just his duck.
And he slipped again as he delivered. Well, new bowler, but the bowler once again slipped as he delivered.
Yeah, so... I mean, on that note, I mean, the umpires have to also make a decision if there is any issue down there. But certainly didn't see anything, or don't recall seeing anything when
Alphas were bowling.
When Alphas were bowling,
that's a good point.
Oh, it should be. Oh, my word.
Oh, no one went for it.
I think Itifat was probably still in sleep mode from when he had a lie down earlier. He just didn't want to move.
The man at mid-off didn't move because he's sure that was extra covers.
They just didn't move. Well, what a let-off that is. Pushing. Well, I'm not sure.
On this field, I think it's gone for 4, is it? Or not?
The umpire's checking. Yeah, 4 runs and...
nothing going Madrid's way at the moment.
No, it's... I'm just wondering why. I mean, every bowler's been put away really at the moment here, and just, well, there we go. You know, that's over his head. 6 carreras. This man is just on fire. He's in awesome form at the moment. He's seen that ball like it's the size of a football, and he just he's hitting boundaries at will.
Is he happy in life, though, do you think?
I think he's very happy.
Yeah, I would be as well, yeah. I was just clutching at straws, Rico.
And there we go. A good ball, respect, plays the single. Here you go, Jack, you have a go. This is great to watch, and all the viewers will be enjoying watching Eddie Ballard. If he's in your fantasy team, well, you're doing well at the moment.
Nobody on the ones on the leg side at all. If the guys just want to work the strike around, they can do that. That's a chance as well.
Yeah, nobody there. There was a player in this area before, but well backed up. So 2 runs to complete the over. So 4 overs gone, 65 on the board. Sporting Alphas, the home side, cruising along.
Just a correction, I think we're up to 67 now, Rico. The board is just a little behind us.
Oh, yes, 67 following the 2 runs there. Yeah, the electric board sometimes just hangs a little bit. So finally, a bowling change, which to me makes a little bit of sense. You've had the pace bowlers on, nothing's working, try to change it around, get your field in the right place. And you know what? Eddie Ballard will play cricketing shots, get the ball in the right place, put your men straight, bowl straight, and sort of say to him, yep, I know you're good. If you're going to go over the top, go over the top, but I'm not going to give it freebies. And, well, chase on for the fielder. He will
Well
get there.
fielded. Just the one.
Just the one. So Eddie, yeah, he's practicing that again. That's something that he would normally have put away. Didn't quite get the timing and placement right there.
Yeah, in fact, Ahmed, he's been around for a few years, hasn't he? He's got a wise old head. He
Saves, got it us, and there we go in the pond.
He might have a wise old head, but he won't be happy with that.
6 runs dispatched away. First one in the pond today. The ducks are happy. In they go. These ducks are well trained, you know. They get in there. They can bring the balls back. Give them a little bit of bread, and they're happy.
Oh, bless. Much better ball out back. Just a nagging little length outside off stump there. Oh, it's been signalled wide.
Well, Vincent took his time, entitled to do so, ran it through in his head, and in the end decided, yep, I think that is a wide. So, a single, a 6, a wide ball. Still 4 to come. Bowls the same ball again, but this time...
Almost sarcastically turns around, looks at the umpire and says, come on then, call that wide.
He looked at him and said, well, how about that? And Vincent probably just smiled back at him and said, OK, I'll allow you that one. And it's in fact obviously aiming in those areas outside the off stump. Should be a man there. And that's what I'm talking about, Tim. Put the ball there, let them hit it. If they don't get it right, you've got men there, and hopefully they will take the catch.
Yeah, it's good bowling. No off spinner would fancy coming on against these two big hitters, but he's doing very, very well.
That's short. Fat manages to get something behind that to stop it. So a single. Ah, beautiful shot. Absolutely beautiful. Once again, you just knew from looking at the positioning and looking at the head where that was going to go before you even hit it. Right through the fielders, 4 runs. This is just majestic batting. Absolutely majestic. So, just 23 required.
From the 5 overs.
Yeah.
It's brutal stuff, isn't it? It's brutal stuff. The bowlers are sticking to their task, but it's not a position you'd want to be in, Rico, is it?
No, but you know what this is just showing you that it's not about hitting every ball, and if you do in an over, when you get the odd bad ball or a couple of bad balls, if you put those away and take singles with the others, you're always going to be looking at over the 10 over mark, and that's exactly what Eddie Ballard is demonstrating. You know, take the single off the good ball and say, well bowl mate, and then when it's there in the slot to be dispatched, you put it away and say, but that one's got to go, I'm afraid. And that's exactly what he does, and he does it so effectively.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, or you'll be the judge of that, obviously. But Sporting Alphaz will find penalty runs for slow over rates. But when we've got things like happening now, which is the batting side demanding fiddling changes to side screens and stuff, is time allowed for the bowling side on that or not?
Yeah, I mean, just watch his first ball. Oh, that's popped up with men all the way back. No danger of getting out there.
Odd little shot. Tried to run it down to third man and ended up just spooning it up in the air, but nobody there at point.
Yeah, we'll just let you know who the bowler is. The man with red shoes. Yeah, I mean, all of these things, like for example, when the ball's disappeared to the beach or gone into the pond, sight screens being moved, the umpires will always be looking at the time, and they'll be adding time for things like that. Sometimes what we've had is, you know, like when Jack Perman went in, he takes a little bit of time to take his guard, adjusts himself. So all of these things they'll look into. and then the decision is made. So normally that you'll find the time limit for these games 45 minutes to get your 10 overs in. The last over has to start by 40 minutes, and what the umpires will do is they say, all right, okay, we're taking into account that the sight screen's been moved several times legitimately because you've got somebody coming around the wicket or a left armer bowling. You take into account the ball when it's been lost in the bushes, and also to try and that's a nice shot. That's going to beat the fielder 4 runs. That's a very nice shot there indeed. So
to summarise my question about moving the sight screen and time and stuff, your answer was yes.
yeah, but I wanted to do it. I wanted to do it in a more interesting way. But okay, Tim. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Rico. Lovely. Have you ever considered? Now Nicholas Parsons has sadly passed away. There's a vacancy on Just a Minute.
Oh, lovely shot.
Where you
That
could
stayed
talk
low.
without hesitation for a minute. Obviously, Nicholas Parsons is the chairman on that, though. You wouldn't be able to be the chairman because you wouldn't be able to keep quiet long enough, would you?
Well, look, all I'm going to say, guys, the offers there. Any offers want to come into me, I'll consider them, and I'll take the most attractive one. But, watch cricket in the sunshine and give you my opinions on how the game's going and keep you guys updated and entertained. Or quiz shows, mate, it's going to be cricket every day. I love it. I love it. Over.
No real fireworks in that over, but just edging ever closer to this target.
You were too busy talking. You didn't see the 2 boundaries.
I was too busy talking.
You were too busy talking. I was watching and talking when you were giving me the old stare, like the fast bowler that just bowled a quick ball that just gone past my nostrils, and you've come charging in like a rhino and looking at me saying, what about that one then, mate? That's what you were doing. I felt quite threatened there for a minute.
Did you?
I did.
Oh, that was the intent. Good.
Ittifaq, Ahmed. Well bowled. And again, that's what I'm talking about. Put it up there. He's going to drive you, but you've got 2 men there. If he wants to take a chance, you've got a sniff of getting him out. Yeah, but you don't want to put it
he's
there.
Dropped short, hasn't he?
Take that. Thank you very much. You can't put it there. If you're going to put it there, you're going in the pond, and that's where it's gone. In the pond. Ittifaq, he's a wise old man. He's played a lot of cricket, and he knows that that's not good enough. And going back to your question, to save on time, the umpires also carry spare balls, so we're not always having to wait for the balls. Ittifaq in again. This time over pitched. And it's same result. The ball finds the boundary, 4 more runs.
And I think we're there.
And I think that is game. Thank you very much.
Game, set and match, Rika.
Yeah, and
in the 7th over, 3 overs to spare again. Alfaz looking mightily impressive for yet another game.
They're looking awesome, and really the other teams that are watching this, and no doubt the teams that are not here at the moment, such as the Levantes, etc., they need to find a way to get this Eddie Ballard out and get some of the other Sporting Alfaz batsmen in. They haven't batted, they haven't been out there. Let's put pressure on them. But how do you get this man out?
I don't think you actually get him out. What I'd do now if I were... what's the side playing them in the next game?
I'll just double check for you. Next up we've got Sporting Alphas are staying on, and it is going to be against Levante. So.
Right, so if I were Levante now, I would be lurking in the dressing rooms, and as Ballard came in, I would just give him a little clip round the back of the head with a bat. A little bit of concussion. Obviously, I wouldn't want to damage him for life.
Yeah.
But that would be my tactics for playing Ballard is assault, common assault, actual bodily harm. It would seem to be the only way to restrict this man's scoring. So Ballard and Jack Herman come off, job done, big smiles all round.
Yeah, smiles all round. Jack doesn't smile very often. It's nice to see him smile.
Because he's a grumpy young man.
Is he a grumpy young man?
He applies an awful lot of pressure to himself. He judges himself very harshly and judges others just as harshly as well. But when things are going well, there's a lovely to see a big smile from the young man.
Yeah. What did Eddie finish on today? Must have been there or thereabout, I think. But anyway, viewers, the conclusion, well, no doubt really in that game. We always said that the score, even though it was assisted by penalty runs, was never going to be enough. It proved to be 103 was the target. Eddie Ballard just continuing from where he left off the other day, scored 62.
Off a mere 24 balls again, just gives an idea of the measure of the man there, doesn't it?
Yeah, and the interesting thing is when you see somebody batting like that, because of the style, he's not swinging the bat wildly and swooshing and swashing. So sometimes because it's such a pleasure to watch, you actually don't realise the score that they made. Because it's almost like, well, how did he get there? Because he didn't seem to do anything like too energetic, and he didn't. He just stood there and caressed the ball to all parts of the ground, won the game, comes back and says, Levante, we're ready.
Absolutely.
Where are you?
Yep.
So yeah,
goes about his business without any great worries or flourish, and just accumulates runs.
Yeah, so Tim, as you pointed out, we have another game that's on the schedule. It's kicking off at 12 o'clock, so 11 o'clock your time in England. Because there was some confusion yesterday with people from the UK saying, well, you know, is it our time, your time? So we're just clarifying that. So Sporting Alfest will stay where they are. And if I was Sporting Alfest, I just want to bat. I want to say, win the toss, let's get out there. Let's just carry on what we're doing. Let's put the runs on the board and then say, okay, boys, go get them. So yeah, Sporting Alfest against Levante. Then later on today, Pinatar are back to play Madrid United. So Madrid United have got time to reflect on that, time to have a break. They'll have a chat. This is their first defeat, 1-2, lost one now. And they'll be up for Pinatar. Now that's normally always a good match because the guys know each other very well. Good friends off the field, but of course once you're on the field it's a competitive game, you've got to go for it. So that'll be quite a tasty, fiery match, that one. Looking forward to that. And then La Manga are coming back to play Levante in the last game. So we're going to see a lot of the teams playing today. That's good. We're going to have some great cricket. I know we are. But at the first day today, it's all one-sided. Sporting Alfest, the home side, showing their strength, showing their abilities. Another easy victory, and they are sitting pretty at the top of the table.
And you mentioned there's a lot of cricket to see today, a lot of cricket to see tomorrow, then finals day on Friday. Free entry here in Sporting Alfaz. Come along. If you're anywhere in the area, come along, see some great cricket played by some really top cricketers, and enjoy yourself. There's catering on offer, there's plenty of room for spectators. The weather is set fair for the rest of the week. You will meet Rico if you want. He will pose for autographs. He will pose for autographs. He'll pose for photographs and sign autographs. He does charge for autographs, but he's got to make a living somehow. Come on down. Another 2.5 days of top quality cricket here in the Spanish sunshine on the Costa Blanca. Now, we finished a little early in that match, Rico, so we've got half an hour before we start the next one.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of time, and I know exactly what we're going to do in that time.
I'm thinking coffee.
Well, you can buy me a coffee because you're going to also be buying me lunch, because we had a bet yesterday and we're going to find out the answer to our bet. Can you remember what it was?
The bet was if a batsman retires and doesn't retire injured or doesn't retire hurt, is he allowed to do that without giving a reason? We asked that specifically yesterday because I think it was Abbas, wasn't it, was struggling to put back to ball. All of a sudden, he retired, and another, I'm struggling for names now, but another batsman who was putting back to ball much better came on and in and knocked the runs off. And yes, I said, that's fair, that's tactics, that's great, he can retire. And you said, no, he can't unless he's got a medical reason.
Yeah, so the question is here, and we will go straight to the tournament referee with this one, man of wealth of experience. We will go to him and say, right, okay, batsman decides, I'm going to come off because possibly, as in the case yesterday, just a scenario, I'm not saying that that's what did happen because I don't believe for a minute it did. Batsman says, I'm not hitting the ball, I'm not seeing it very well, and Lovejeet, the coach is saying, hey, I can do better than you,
That's
come
right,
off.
It was Lovejeet came in and hit some lovely shots, didn't he?
So, the batsman walks off, the next guy goes in, creams the ball all over the place. I'm saying it's not correct unless you've got an injury. You have to speak to the umpire, say, I've got an injury, I need to go off, and the umpires then have to give their permission to that. So we're going to go away You're going to buy me coffee. We're going to find out the answer to that.
And
We're going to let you know, viewers.
Any batsman can put his hand in the air and say, I'm retiring out. He's not retiring not out. He can say, I'm retiring out.
We will come back to you, viewers. We will find out. And I am certain, because if I'm wrong on this, then
as you are,
I've got to go back to school, because I am also an umpire. So if I'm wrong with this, I'm going back to school with my tail between my legs.
Indeed.
And I'm going to take a look. Okay, Captain Duck, I'm going to take a lot of stick from you guys as well, because you think that I should know the answer to it. I think I should know the answer to it. We'll be right back. We're going to get ourselves a coffee, and we look forward to the exciting game, Sporting Alfaz versus Levante. So will Levante be the team to topple the team that looks indestructible at the moment?
They do indeed. We'll find out after coffee.
We'll be right back.
See you at
Please
the top of
join
the
us
hour.
again. Be back soon.
mic off.
Let's not have this filmed.
I just want to make sure we're all
Hymn sheet.
we all know that it's all tangible. We're all sitting out and all that sort of thing. That day of the loose look at the times and one of you guys are going to say the right time. So is everybody else. However, what they don't understand is the exact opposite of this 14 years start of control. Go back to what the parameters in front of me at the end of putting exactly on record what happened. Irrespective of the time of the day, when the first ball is bowled, that's when the match starts.
Which was 2 minutes past.
And then you can add on time for the normal things, injury, block, ball, whatever, plus a minute for the third, 6, 7, 8, and then when it gets to 40 plus any time you've had it on and they haven't started the 10th over, boom, that triggers the penalty run.
Correct.
So we're all
Absolutely.
fully aware of that. Yeah. The runner's also got to watch and he's saying that one ball had been bowled in the 10th over when you called the penalty run.
No. No, that's not true.
We actually
You only
we actually said on the 85th over when I went to Southampton.
Yes.
We said then that it was going to incur penalty.
Yeah, because you already announced it to the scorers.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, you already knew about it.
Right?
8.5?
Yeah.
What time did you do?
It was 43.
So the match had been 41 minutes. And this was the 8.5.
5.
So there was one ball and an over when they reached.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
You clarified it on my head on the radio.
I can phone
Yeah. And then it was in the 10th over the 2 years of scout, wasn't it?
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
at that point,
But once you triggered the losses,
That's
the rest of it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
no.
Okay.
Right?
And then all I want to do is make sure we're all working for the
Yeah.
same.
Because,
Yes. And the thing is, I warned him
And I
first
warned.
because it was quite obvious.
yeah.
Oh, yes,
It
yes.
to speed it
And
up.
then in the following over, or the over
Well,
after,
after that,
yeah,
I will.
Dave warned him because there wasn't any hiccup in the case. And then it came to the time.
Very little chances. So the little things like if for whatever reason the umpire that we're going to play right, you've got to work that on. All right. If it's 15, 30 seconds, it may have happened 3 or 4 times. Right, we're adding a minute. And 3, make a note so that you can know if I'm asking you because I've had a complaint from one of the teams. I'm asking you as I did what happened. You told me, and I'm wanting to hear it from you. I can then go back to wing and say, look, the colleagues of the corrector, this is what happened because you put the left
They were walking the game as well. They were walking the game. They were walking the game.
I didn't feel that they were slow getting their everything, but then again, I wasn't monitoring it as closely as you guys.
And in fact, the problem was early on.
Welcome back to the Woodbridge Oval. Here, the home of Sporting Outfast, and Sporting Outfast playing their second game today after wrapping up the first game in majestic style, chasing 103, made it look easy. Again, the main man, Eddie Ballard, doing the damage. So they're nice and warm. They probably would have liked to have continued batting, but Levante had other ideas, winning the toss and electing to bat. And looks like Azad Raza is going to be on strike, and he's joined out there by Azhar Abbas.
Now help me here, Rico, because yesterday I struggled with a couple of the Levante batsmen. We've got a green helmet and a blue helmet here. So facing with the blue helmet is...
So facing now, we have got Azad Raza, I believe.
And apologies
if
to
the
the guys for
information
yesterday.
I've got correct. And it looks like a change again from Farhan, the Sporting Outfast captain. Looks like he's going to go with his main man, the pacey Kamran, to bowl. So while we're waiting, so it looks like I'm getting lunch, right?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? It takes a big man to admit he's wrong. Most people looking at me would think I'm a big man, but it turns out I'm not, because I'm still arguing semantics and minor details. But we've just had our tournament director here settle the argument, and he's sort of sided with Rico, much to my disappointment, that a batsman can retire when he feels like it, but if the umpires, this is according to our tournament director, it could be completely wrong, obviously, but if the umpires decide he is retiring for tactical reasons, that isn't within the spirit of the law, even though it's within the letter of the law, and the umpires would be quite within their rights to say, no, come back out and you have to get yourself out and take a ball up doing it. Okay, could tread on his stumps next ball. So Rico is sat here with a stupid Cheshire Cat grin on his face. But I'm just saying that... Rico, you're not too big to go over my knee.
And
let's concentrate on this game, shall we, Rico?
And just to put the record straight, Ron Graham is never wrong. When it comes to cricket, he's never wrong. He knows his stuff. But but just very quickly to clarify, we're talking here specifically about a tournament game, league games. If it was indeed a friendly, you know, batsman scores 50 and the batsman says, okay,
Yep.
for example, like the first game we just saw, you know, Eddie gets to 50 and says, you know what, let somebody else have a bat, I'm just going to go off, I retire, I'm retired out, and the next man goes in. Yeah, that's great, because that is, I think, the spirit of the game.
It's very much the letter versus the spirit
in a
of the
friendly
game.
game. But when it's a competition like this, unless the batsman has got an injury and says to the umpire, look, you know, I just took that run, I pulled my hamstring, or he's fallen over. For those reasons, then the umpires can decide, yes, okay, if you're saying you're injured, you are out, retired, hurt. So we've got that settled. I'm going to be ordering lobster later. You bought your cards with you?
I've got my credit card.
Okay, mate. Anyway, thank you, Ron Graham, for settling that for us.
I've never liked that Ron Graham, to be fair. I've never liked him.
And I hope that's ended a little bit of debate that's been out there from our viewers. So here we are. As I said, Levante winning the toss. The batsmen have taken guard. The umpires are just checking with the scorers already. Let's just have a look at this the field set. So Cameron, we know he's pacey. We know he's rapid. Isn't he? I think it's quickest bowler we've had here.
He is sharp, isn't
And therefore, Sporting Outpost, as they did when he bowled in the last game, they've got third man and final leg right on the boundary, and then a nice little. It's nice to see a colour of red, daunting, isn't it? A colour of red
Beautiful,
ring,
isn't it?
red ring around the batsman here. So here we go. We're ready. The umpires are just checking, looking at us over here. Waiting for the thumbs up. What a beautiful day. Sun is shining now gloriously. I've just had to put top up some more sun cream. You know, gotta have the skin looking healthy. And it looks like we're ready to go. Cameron. Right on the button. That's what the captain wants.
Although he's a fiery bowler, I was chatting to him between the games. He's a very softly spoken, gentle man in real life, off the park. But you get him out there, and he's a competitor, isn't he? He's a fighter.
Listen, mate, I bet you when he fires that short one in and it goes whizzing past your ear, he doesn't come up to you and say, sorry. I think when he's out there, he's a different man.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I think when he's out there, he's a different man. He's concentrating. You can see he walks back to his mark. He's thinking, right, I bowled that one. What am I going to do next? And many people, you know, always say, ask the question, well, if you're a bowler, when do you decide what you're going to bowl? And I think most bowlers, when they get back to the mark, they know what they're going to bowl, unless they see an you've got to be careful there. We know that a few people have slipped out there, so you've got to be careful with footwork. He wanted it. The non-striker, Azhar Abbas, didn't want it. If he slipped, he would have been in trouble.
This is a great start. 4 dots.
There's
they're running
hesitation
by.
there.
Oh.
Well, a lot of hesitation. I mean, I think Azhar Abbas probably doesn't fancy getting to the other end.
I think that's what it was. Where do you play Cameron Mohammed? From the non-striker's end, I think, is the answer. And he wasn't too keen to take that by. But he's going to have to. He's going to have to face it.
Yeah, Azad wanted to get to the other end. You could see that. He's made it. He's safe. And he's saying to Azhar, look, I face free. You face free. Let's be fair. And I think he's gone back even more, Cameron, has he?
Yes, there's a couple more paces to his run-up now.
Ooh, well bowled. Fairly well played as well, I think, from the batsman. He rather than move away from it, he moved towards it and made sure he got something behind it, and just, in the end, yeah, a thick edge.
First runs off the bat.
Yeah.
5 balls, 2 is the score. Great start.
Ball well played, good running, good cricket. That's good cricket. And after some hesitant calling and running. They've taken a quick single.
And they're early over. 3 off the over. Great start for Sporting Alfaz, keeping it tight. 2 runs off the bat. Cameron Mohammed once again stepping up to the mark and doing his job. I was going to say from the other end, but it's not from the other end, is it? Next bowler up. Theoretically from the other end, but from the same end, it's Abdul taking the ball. Bowled a lovely first over in the last game. Only went for 3 runs off his first over in the last game, I believe.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at a complete opposite field set here, whereas with Cameron you've got the 2 men that are allowed outside the ring, 3rd man fine leg. Here with Abdul they've gone to mid-on, mid-off on the boundary. So they obviously know something about Azhar.
And I think Abdul doesn't have the height that Cameron has, so it's a bit more skiddy. It's easier to drive.
Wide ball there, just tried something different, slower ball.
Abdul, keep out there, buddy, keep out there. Sigue ahí, Abdul, sigue ahí.
I say it's easier to drive, but obviously I still wouldn't want to be facing him. First run very quickly. They want 2. Nope, good fielding. Just keeping it to the 1.
Yeah, just the 1 there. Just looking at Azhar there, Azhar Abbas. He's really wanting to take the fielders on. He's running the first one quick, but Azhar, who's on strike down, doesn't seem to be as keen. He's quite happy just to take the singles and get their chances. Again, variation. Good variation there. A slower ball, batsman coming out of his crease.
Just looking at it, looked a tad wide, but the umpire completely unmoved. That's lovely. Just pulled it back of a length a little bit. Batsman going forward to a ball that perhaps he should have waited.
Oh yeah, Abdul, oh yeah.
Glorious sunshine here. We're getting baked here, and to tell you how hot it is, even the ducks have gone and sat in the shade under the tree that's inside the boundary here at the Woodbridge Oval. We've mentioned before, for those of you that have joined us today for the first time, the tree where the ducks are enjoying a little nap at the moment. If the ball hits that, even though if it's in the air, it's 4 runs, so local rules apply to that.
And a great start from Abdul. First over again, just going for, I believe, the 3 runs, was it?
Yeah, there was the wide
and
and
2
the
runs.
2 runs, just
Yeah.
the 1 wide and a single. So, well, 5 of 2. And not wanting to put any fear into Levante, but Alfaz scored 27 off their first over in the last game. So
Well, let's see what happens there. Darren Walker now with his first ball of his over. He went for 6 off his first ball in the last match.
well,
And I think he's going to take a wicket with his first ball.
Yes, well done. In the end, I thought there could be a collision here because Darren, as always, a bowler keen to take a catch of your own bowling. He wanted that wicket. He went charging. I'm not sure if it was somebody else that shouted to him to stop and let the fielder, who rightly so was right under it, take the catch. But the first wicket gone. Well, 6 in his 6 first ball, first over, wicket, first ball in his first match, and here a wicket, first ball in his second match.
And a good catch by Abdul because he did have Darren running towards him, and Darren is a stocky guy, he's a muscular guy, and could easily been put off with that out of the corner of his eye, but Abdul stood his ground under that catch, shouted for it, took the catch, and Walker is rewarded with a wicket off his first ball, as you say, Rico.
Yeah, so Azhar Abbas makes his way back, and the new batsman is out there now. They didn't cross, I don't think, so he goes to the... Did they cross?
Do you know, in all the excitement, Rico.
I think they may have done. Yeah, I think they may have done. That's gone in the air, but with the field restrictions in place, goes over the fielder, but will be stopped. Well, a few feet inside the boundary marker there. Taking 2 runs.
If I'm a little hesitant in giving you batsmen's names, the last thing I want to do is give you wrong batsmen's names for Levante. I did yesterday, and I apologise again to the fellas out there.
We've got a pitch invasion in front of us here, guys. I mean, where's Captain Duck? Call him back, Captain Duck. Right, that's gone in the air again, in a very similar position to last time. Drops short of the boundary. 2 more. Oh, well, batsmen weren't looking there. Possibly could have sneaked in a third there, but it stays on 2.
So the new batsman, Ajmal Ilyas, is, I believe, at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, so they
And Azhar Abbas is batting, is facing.
so they did cross. Let's clarify that. That's a nice shot. Slightly short and wide, the offside, and dispatched away.
Oh, Walker, the bowler, is kicking the ground in frustration. He knows that was a bit of a pie.
Yeah.
Short and wide, and it sat up.
Yeah.
Nazar Abbas said, I'm not going to miss out on that, and thumped it away through the offside. And Walker replies with, he's certain he's taken the wicket. The batsman is having none of it. The umpire's having none of it. Actually, no, Walker's saying no. It was the appeal was from behind the stumps, but Walker's shaking his head saying no, it didn't take the edge.
Nice appeal there. It's always nice to
Good
hear an
team
appeal
appeal,
like that.
wasn't it? Yeah.
Goes nicely round the ground. Yeah, lovely.
That's a nice ball. Started wide and seemed to straighten a little bit. Keeper didn't move to take it. Good over by Walker. Started off with that wicket.
Yeah, and that's good work. So the end of the power play, 3 overs have gone. 13 is the score. Ajmal now will go on strike to face his first ball. And the Ducks just waiting to see what happens, and if he manages to get off the mark, they'll go back and relax.
What do Ducks do to relax, Rico?
Well, at the moment, they're in the shade, aren't they? I just saw a pitch invasion of Ducks, but they must have moved very quickly. They've disappeared somewhere.
Well, you don't want to stick around with T10, do you? The ball's flying everywhere. Although not in this innings yet.
Not in this innings
Amalfad's
yet.
very much on top of the batting.
Yeah, and not a lot's happened yet. Just the one boundary so far, and that was off Darren Walker's 4th delivery, where he just got his line wrong, was short and wide, and it was cut away.
A nice ball to open the over from Abdul. Just had the batsman tentatively pushing outside off stump, and another dot ball. Gold dust, as you call them, Rico.
Yeah, a lot of gold dust here at the moment. Oh, a fuller ball. An interesting shot, that. A very interesting shot. I want to see it again. It's almost like he's played that there down the leg side from a ball that was probably sort of round about middle and off. Yeah, I mean...
He's played that on length rather than line, hasn't he? And he's picked that off his toes.
Yeah, I
and
mean...
hit it beautifully round the corner.
Yeah, lovely shot. That's a risky shot, though. I mean, if I were the bowler there, I would say, OK, if that's what you're going to do, well, I'm going to put this even fuller, because if you miss that, I'm going up. I'm going up, and because you're right in front there. I mean, he waited for it and played it very well. It was a beautiful shot, but quite a risky one. And he also is stepping across. There he goes, a little shuffle across. This one a bit wide, it's in the
man
air.
under it. No.
No, just he's probably didn't fancy that. I think maybe picked it up a little late. But
He had a long way to go. Jack Perman is right back on the boundary. He would have needed to make a good 20-30 metres to get to that.
Azhar Abbas.
Then you might have heard on our mics there, good encouragement coming from the Al-Faz crowd. They're very pleased with this. Abdul is bowling beautifully this morning in the last game and in this game.
That's a nice shot through the gap, but there is a man patrolling the boundary there. It's the captain himself, Farhan.
Good awareness, buddy, good awareness. Much better, boys.
So the score slowly moving along to 19. Comes down the track.
Oh, good work by the keeper there.
Yeah, good work, and that's he's just keeping them alert, saying, yeah, if you're going to do that, I'm right here. I'm right here. So at the end of the over.
Yeah, Ian Byrne, the keeper there, just for those that weren't with us earlier, has come in to replace Antonio Brown, the normal keeper who took a nasty ball on the face yesterday whilst keeping and had a few stitches in that. But Ian Byrne looking very sharp there. Batsman out of his man playing that shot, and although he's standing back, had a little shy at the stumps and hit, direct hit. Keeping the batsman honest there, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, it's you just got to remind the batsman every now and again that I'm here, and that's exactly what Ian did. Darren Walker to continue. Oh, that's a slice of luck, and slice is the word. The man after it wasn't able to cut it off, so a much needed boundary. Cuatro carreras. They need to get this innings kick-started now. We're in the 5th over after this, halfway through the innings. They really need to get going here. Nicely played, soft hands.
Oh, bit of a mix-up between the fielders.
No,
Wacker went for it and pushed it round past the... Is that Kieran Perlman down there, or is that Eddie Ballard? I can't see. Eddie Ballard, I think.
Yeah, it looks, I think it could be Eddie. So
Yep.
Eddie backing his man up there. Just something. Okay, batsman just getting rid of his helmet. What's the odds that Cameron will bowl the next over?
That might come back on very shortly, that helmet, if Cameron comes back on to bowl his second over. Oh, a bit leggy, but...
Sneak to buy. Yeah, I did think maybe that was a bit legs up, but deceiving, because if the batsman is going wide across, the ball actually could be going over leg stumps, so you can't call that a wide. So Ajmal, I believe, is now picked that up really well.
Oh!
Well,
A great attempt there. I'm looking at a deep square leg there. Can't pick out who the fielder is, but a great dive. But just failed to go there and tipped it over the bar for the 6.
yeah, I think a goalkeeper would have been proud of this.
Come on, Dad, come on, boy.
A great effort, tremendous effort, but the end result is 6 carreras, the first one in the innings. So is this going to be what we've referred to as the magic over, the over where the runs are rattled up and it kickstarts a much needed batting revival, really, where the runs... Well, there's another bit of slice of luck there. Wacker is after it, but there's no way he's going to get there, and I think Darren probably just had a few words with the batsman and saying, do you have a middle on that bat?
Although he has gone for a bucket full of runs this over, it's a couple of them you put down as moral victories for the batsman, wouldn't you? One snicked over the slips and that one right over the keeper's head.
Yeah, but I don't think Darren will be looking at it that way. He's, as far as he's concerned, there's 8 runs come off this over with shots like that, and he won't be liking that. Let's see the response.
Oh, that's going right down the throat of... No, it's not. I thought that was going down the throat of Cameron Mohammed down there, but he had to make some ground down there, just a single.
Just a single, yeah, but a good over that. So the score, just looking at the electronic scoreboard there, 37 we've moved on to. So yeah, so it was 19 at the end of the 4th over, and now we're on 37. And that's starting to look a little bit better for Levante. Yes, the other batsman also removes his helmet. It is very warm out here, so I'm sure that it has not just anything to do with the bowling attack, but also to do with the heat. You can get hot and sweaty under there. The shorter man Ajmal now, he's starting to get moving, starting to find battle to ball. There's a lot of gaps out there, so really these two will be saying, right, okay, if it's not a boundary, it's got to be a single, but we've got to make every ball count from here in now. Halfway stage.
Christian onto bowl.
Yep, Christian will
Quite a long run up for him.
Now, Sporting Outfits, one thing they will be aware of, not that it did make any impact on the first game here today, is their time. They were penalised for being one over the time limit, which is why the score did go from the 90s to 102. So that was 5 penalty runs because they were one over behind the time, the run rate. So you can see a little bit more urgency from when the bowlers are there. They're getting back to the mark quickly, bowling quickly, just trying to make sure that everything is to perfection. That's a good ball.
That's a great ball.
Much fuller. If that was straight, he was gone. And
So 3 dots to start the over.
yeah, and you see there straight away, bowls the ball, no messing around, no standing around. Just gets the ball and gets back to his mark. So Ajmal being tied up a little bit here. You can see a big shot coming here, has to come. No ball called. Obviously must be for the front foot. No ball, free hit.
That's sloppy, isn't it? He's let the pressure right off. He bowled 3 dot balls. And that is just lack of concentration now, letting the pressure off completely for the batsman. Another good old swing.
So now
Wide. That's a wide, but signalled as a no ball because he's got a lot of luggage under his arm there, as Vince.
got
the
a bit of
umpire.
luggage. It's still a free hit. Yeah, but he's very clear in his calling. He calls the wide as well. So no doubt there for the scorers, even though he couldn't raise his other arm. Another no ball has been called.
Wow.
So Ajmal takes a single. It's a no ball, so the free hit is still in place.
What has happened there? 3 dot balls and then this?
Just wondering if he's cutting the which line he's actually crossing. It's not the outside line. It's definitely yeah, and that's better. Back to where he was again. Back to the dot balls.
Just an odd little passage of play there, wasn't it, Rico?
Yeah, and of course we were just before the start of the over, or when the over started, I was talking about the time, and of course one thing that can also affect the time is if you've got a bowler that's bowling a lot of wides and no balls, because the longer the over takes, that's more time, isn't it? I mean, like here now, instead of what would have been normally a 6 ball over, so far it could end up being a 9.
That's a very good point, Rico.
Now that's in the air. Now I would fancy Farhan to take this, and yes he does. Held on to it.
Good communication between Farhan and Kieran Perman over there so that they didn't collide in the outfield. And Farhan darts in and takes the catch low down.
Yeah,
Quite
so
comfortably in the end.
gets his man. Azhar Abbas makes his way back. And now we've got Tariq Afridi going out. Now this is I said the same when Madrid United were batting in their innings against Al Fas. They lost a few wickets. They were tied up. They didn't have many on the board. And I said the partnership now is crucial, and this one is a crucial partnership. Afridi, if he gets going, a tall man there.
Yeah, likes to get forward, doesn't he? Likes to play in the V.
Yeah, he likes to play his shot. This is an ideal time really for him to come in. We've gone past the halfway stage. He knows what he's got to do. Bit of pressure on him because the team know that if he can get going, this score of 41, which it stands on at the moment with 6 overs gone, this score can at least move closer to the 100 mark. Well, they want to excel the 100 mark, but that'll take some doing. We've got to get going, and this is the man that can do it, and Ajmal will have to support it.
And this could be an interesting bowling change with Wacker coming on.
Now he's on a hat-trick.
He is on a hat-trick
He's
from
on
the
a hat-trick.
last match. He
He's
took
on a hat-trick from
2
the last
wickets
match.
for the last 2 balls of the last match.
So waka waka, in he comes. Is it going to be a bit more waka waka magic? Well, just a single, no damage done. But again, well bowled. Waka just continues what he does, doesn't he? And what I like about Waka is he's always in the game. He's always smiling. Whenever you look at him, he's a big smile. And I love seeing players that are out there that are enjoying the game no matter what.
He's a
it's
lovely
going
man.
your
He's
way
a
or not.
massive asset to the club, both off the field and on the field. He's bowled that.
Chase on for Farhan there.
That slower ball again.
And it's beaten him. 4 carreras. And that was the one where if it's straight, it's very deceiving and very difficult to get away. But if it's wide like that, if it's giving them width, batsman just waits for it, gets under it and clubs it away. Farhan just adjusted himself slightly. He's gone a little bit more central there on the boundary. That's in the air. I think it's going to be safe. Is it going to hit the deck and continue, or is it going to stop? It's stopping. Batsman looking for 3.
That's very well run.
That's very well run. You can see there the intent now. They know they've got to push this run rate up.
And I think Tariq Afridi will fancy himself against Waka. Particularly if Waka throws down some of those slower balls, Tariq will fancy dancing down the wicket and putting him back over his head. We shall see how Waka responds to this.
So in comes Waka now. A quicker ball. Good work there. Leg by signalled by the umpire, but yeah, good teamwork here. I think that Ian, the wicketkeeper, got a bit of a touch on it, but still needed Darren to dive and stop that for possibly running down for maybe 2 or 3 runs. There's the slow one. And Ajmal kept his eye on it and just able to trickle it away, I think is the word I would use here, to the leg side boundary. Just the 1 run. Looking good for Alfaz.
Looking good for Alfaz. There was the 1 over where Levante seemed to be getting back into it, where Walker went for a few unfortunate runs off edges.
He's not middle that, there's a man under it.
Oh! Jack Perman there at long off slipped when he started running for that. Recovered, but was just a little bit short and ended up yorking himself really there, didn't he?
4 runs. I said this before with the one that we weren't sure whether he could have made into a catch or not. I think he could have. And watching this again, I don't think he's picking it very well. He ended up...
What it doesn't show on the replay there, though, is he did slip. I was watching him as he set off, and he slipped as he came in from the boundary. So he didn't get the best start there.
Yeah, Christian, he's all... Christian coming back on again, but I was just going to say, Waka's always in the game, isn't he? There's always something going to happen. Even when he bowls, he can take a bit of tap, can get topped a bit, but he's always got the chance of getting a wicket. And there again, okay, there was a few boundaries there. Last ball went for 4, but it could have been a wicket. So he's one of those, something's in the air.
As you say, always something's going to happen with Waka. Not necessarily what you expect to happen, not necessarily what he expects to happen.
Christian Muniz coming into Ajmal. Yeah, I think Christian a little look at the batsman and probably just smiled at him and said, well, yeah, okay. If it came off, it would have looked good, but it didn't. And it didn't.
How often do these freaky shots come off, though? Are they worth playing?
I think if you practice them in net and you master them, well, that's a response there. 6 carreras, balle, balle, balle. We want a bit more of that here in this European T10 Dream11 tournament. This is what it's about. 4s and boundaries. We've got to up the tempo here. And maybe this is going to be the start. Ajmal, Christian tried to bang that one in. It was almost a case of, well, don't try and be cocky with me by trying to play a reverse sweep or a Dilshan shank or anything like that. And he banged that one in a bit, but Ajmal, saw him play this shot yesterday. He likes it there. Played that beautifully. What's the reply? Oh, it's one of those. Christian just stands there looking and thinking, really? Well, there it goes. 4 more. So, boundaries now. Consecutive boundaries. A 6 and a 4. 61 the score races on to. 10 so far from 3 balls. And, you know, all I would say to Ajmal is, if you can play shots, why try doing things
Exactly
that result in depth balls? That is...
Oh, now that's nasty. That is a beamer. There's no other word describing that.
Yeah, no ball. Probably trying, going for a Yorker there. Came out completely wrong. It's a... I'm just wondering what the batsmen are doing there, but they're just... See, that's the other thing umpires have to take into consideration, how much of the time is being wasted by the batsman. And don't forget, the batsmen themselves can also get penalised for wasting time. But anyway, in comes Christian. It's a free hit. Yeah,
And he bowls it well.
Yeah, cleverly bowled. He knows that Tariq Afridi would have wanted the ball right up there, that he could drive and go under it, but he kept it wide outside the off stump. If somebody fancied the cut shot, that would have been on, but I don't think that's in a shot Afridi plays much. Whereas anything in this area, that's where he likes it. Really pushing the first one quick. That's the way you've got to do it, but you've got to do it all the way through the innings. Every batsman's got to do that. Take the first one quick, Tim. Put the fielder under pressure. Maybe a little misfield,
Actually,
a little
force the
fumble.
misfield. Just keep the pressure. When the pressure is on you, as it is on these Levante batsmen, if you can just put a little bit of pressure back on the fielding side, everything helps.
Now, is it going to drop short? Yeah, it's got away with that. 2 fielders here on the leg side boundary, but that one just managing to sort of dip before them. 1 run brings to the end the over. 13. No, there was a no ball, and so 14 from that one. The score has gone to 67. So now 2 overs to go.
As we say, first target always has to be the 100, doesn't it? But they're looking for 33 more runs to get to that 100.
Yeah, and Levante will know that. They won't want to be swinging and missing. What sometimes happens in these situations, they're concentrating so much on trying to hit the ball that they're forgetting that. Oh, that's coming. I think that's... Oh, what a catch. What a catch. Now, there's a round of applause all around the ground for that one, and so there should be.
Let's see if that camera... Sorry, Rico.
You will not see a better catch in any format of cricket. Whether you could have been watching international top cricket here, and that catch is amongst the best you will ever see. Taken, he was aware of where he was, and he's certainly saying to the world, yes, I did drop one earlier, but you know what, I'm back. This is me, this is what I do, and by doing this, this is one of the other reasons why we, Sporting Alphas, win matches.
Have we got a replay of that? Because I'm not sure if the camera got that angle, but Christian took the catch and he was toppling over the boundary, but just managed to keep his balance and pull himself back in. I don't think we've got a replay of it. It was a magnificent catch. First he had to get there, make the ground for it, then he had to take the catch, and then he had to make sure his feet stayed in. It was like a wide receiver in American football, wasn't it?
It was absolutely brilliant, and it was right here in front of us. And, well, you know, we're here to watch and enjoy cricket and appreciate moments of magic, and that was a moment of magic. George thinking about it, and eventually wide ball, and it's Waka that's continuing, and Tariq is the man on strike, and he's been joined out there. We shall find out shortly. Well, that is slow, and well, that was one of those which you thought, is it ever going to get there? It did. And well, Tariq tried to hit it as hard as he could, and probably that's where he went wrong. Needed just to keep his eye on it and push it away. So Zayn, he can hit a ball or two, and he knows he has to.
Oh,
He's a goner!
Leg before to the full toss. He gave it a long think then, didn't he?
He's a goner, and we'll watch this again, no doubt. We do have a replay of this. Like I say, when he doesn't get it right, it's wide and offside, but when he gets it straight,
That was right in front, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we're not at the best of angles here, but yeah, I mean, to me, yeah, you're out, you're a goner. The only thing you got to watch for is, well, is it going to hit the deck and bounce over the stumps? Because it is a bouncy wicket, but that hit him on his back leg. Yeah, for me, that's a good decision. So he's on his way back. It's Tariq. Didn't perform here as Levante would have wanted to. I think he went out there around about the 6th over, so he's been out there a few overs. Hasn't got going. I personally believe cleverly the pace has been kept off the ball to Tariq. He likes the pace on the ball, and he can sometimes destroy bowlers. Hasn't come off today. Not a lot really has come off for Levante. And now we have two new batsmen. Zain is at the non-striker's end. We'll update you in a minute on the striking batsman. So this looks like this is going to finish quite flat, this Levante innings. Furkan takes strike. Knows he's got to deliver something. And he started with a 6.
With a 6.
6 carreras.
Nothing flat about that, was there, Rico?
No, I was just wondering, it was dipping, and I was just thinking, is it going to dip into Cameron's hands? He made one spectacular effort earlier where it was almost like a goalkeeper tipping the ball over the bar. He was set for it, it was in the right position, but it didn't dip enough, made its way to the boundary. So 6 runs. Needed a few, well, not a few more, needed a lot more of those, Levante, because if Alfaz make the kind of starts they've made, they'll be knocking these runs off within 5 overs. Better line, back to outside the off stump, swing and a miss.
Love Wacker as we do. It's frustrating that he won't just go to that ball, that stock ball, more often. He tries so many of these options. If I were one of the senior players, I'd put my arm around him and say, come on, Wacker, let's keep the varieties in the locker. Let's bowl that good line and length. He's bowled another looping slower ball.
Yeah, they'll come back for 2.
But it's hard to criticise a man that, as I say, took 2
That's right.
hat-tricks in the last tournament, in the last T10 tournament here.
Yeah, and like I said, we were saying when he finished his last over, he enjoys his cricket. He's a lovely lad. It's great to talk to him. He's always smiling. And when he's bowling, something's always happening. And again there, takes a wicket. And as many times when he bowls that ball, Tim, there's a big sigh from some of the spectators.
Oh no, Wacker, what have you done again?
Some of the Alfaz players thinking, oh, not again. But, well, this time round, he's got his wicket, and he's got the wicket of a very good, experienced batsman. So, when it comes off, it comes off. And give him credit for not being afraid.
He's not afraid, certainly not afraid to get hit, is he? He still tries all these options. Now, this could put the final nails in the, not necessarily in the coffin of the Levante innings. They've got a few runs, but not many. But Alfaz's top bowler in this tournament, Cameron Mohammed, comes in to complete his spell. And you have to say that with 79 for 4, they're not going to get anywhere near a ton, are they?
Well, my money isn't on them getting a ton, no. And sometimes, a quick bowler, when the score's low, can be thinking, I'm really going to bend my back. I'm going to get a few wickets here, because there's a few wickets, 4 wickets already gone. And you try too much, and you start bowling wide, or you bowl no balls, you get your line wrong. But I don't think we're going to see that from Cameron. He's experienced. He's shown all the way through this this series. Just what a good bowler he is. Every time he's walking back to his mark, you can see, he's thinking, what am I going to do now? What did I bowl there? What should I bowl now? What shot did this batsman play? Is he good on the off? Is he good on the legs? And they've taken a cheeky single to that short ball. And again, by signal by the umpire. You know, and that's what I'm talking about. He's bowled a fuller ball, the first one, and that one he thinks, okay, I'll give him a short one now. And Zayn is a tall man.
Yes,
He's
indeed.
a tall man, so quick ball, that was probably his one for the over, I'm guessing. So Furkan on strike.
Yorker length, just wider off stump.
Yeah, and
Batsman knew very little about that.
yeah, I think if that was straight and on the money, I mean, look, we just saw that again. That's a similar delivery that he got the Madrid United captain with in the previous game, right up there, quick and fast, but just straying a little bit wide of the off stump. And there's the short one now. So it's almost like one right up there, one short. Batsman will have to go for it.
Is that Walker down there at third man? Very well fielded, got round to it quickly. Good throw in.
So Sporting Alpha is just continuing to show their strength, continuing to lead the way really here. Certainly, that's a nice shot. There is a man there.
Went for the Yorker again, just over pitched it.
Yeah, and good running. Took 2 runs. I think at this stage of the match, you know, that's what they've got to do. These two, if it's not going to the boundary, they've got to. If they do get back onto it, they've got to try and scramble through as many runs as they can. 84 we're on now. The last ball of the innings. And off they go again. And this time round Ian unable to hit the stumps, and yeah, that's it. A very professional display in the field from Sporting Alphas. Everything going their way. The captain had a plan, he stuck to the plan, he used his bowlers well, and you know, the fielders backed them up as well. And you know, we're seeing some fantastic cricket here, and whether it's batsmen, whether it's bowlers and fielding, what a catch that was. I mean, we're going to remember that catch for a very long time.
Terrific catch by Christian there. As you're saying, it's easy to think when you look at the scores so far that Ballard has done all the work for Alphas with the massive amount of runs that he's scored. But that was a good team performance in the field, and they've left themselves what I would say is a very comfortable total to chase. 85 off 10 overs. If the form of the previous games is anything to go by, Alphas will have no trouble getting across the line. Would be interesting to see if they look to give any of their other batsmen a knock, but I think they're just too clinical to do that, and we'll open with the normal 2 openers of Farhan and Eddie Ballard and look to knock those off as quickly as possible and get the job done.
I would think so, Tim. I mean, at the end of the day, this is competition. You know, they want to remain professional, and so quite often you do see exactly what you're saying done by teams. You know, they might think, you know, we've got a massive total. Let's give some of our other bowlers a chance, or you know, they haven't scored a big total. Let's give some of our other batsmen a chance, and by doing so, it can backfire.
But let's be fair, they're not rabbits down the order. We have 3 Spanish full internationals further down the order as well, in Christian and both of the Perman brothers. So it's a monumental batting lineup, and if they ever need to chase a very, very big total, it'll be interesting to see them go about their business.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the Sporting Alpha side. You know, we're talking a lot about Eddie Ballard, but you know, you would think a lot of teams will say, all right, they've got the main man, we've got him out, yeah, we're in with a chance here. But like you said, there's so much more in the tank. They bat all the way down. So, yeah, I can't see, not for not wanting to, not for not trying, I can't see Levante containing this. I think what we should be talking about before we go away for a few minutes, come back, is what over do we think is going to happen?
Oh, no, that's a bit cocky, isn't it? That is a bit cocky. Much as I think they'll chase it down easily, I think it would be disrespectful to the Levante side to pick an over that it finishes in. But yeah, the 6th.
6, are you? You're going with 6?
I think 6. Yeah.
6. Okay. Well, I mentioned earlier. I think you know, they need to. This is something which, bearing in mind how many quickly Alphas can score their runs, I'm going to say 5.
Okay,
It's either 5 or 7. That's you said 6, but I'm going to go for 1 earlier. Let's see what happens. Stay with us, and you shall find out. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Samin.
Welcome back to Sporting Halifax Cricket Club, coming to you live from the Woodbridge Oval to the Dream11 European T10 series, and the umpires have just taken their spots to start off Sporting Halifax reply. We need 86 to win this game, and as we were having some debate whether it would change anything, Sporting Halifax, but they're sticking with the same formidable opening partnership.
They are indeed, Rico. Oh, once again, we've got Eddie Ballard facing. Means business right from the start. Helps one round the corner for 4 runs. Business as usual from Ballard.
Yeah, Sammy the bowler coming in, and well, he just he's sort of, that was almost like a fly squat, wasn't it? That's what that shot reminded me of.
It was.
He just sort of.
Rico, I know we ought to be concentrating on the cricket, and that's why people have tuned in. But there's a very floral fragrance suddenly. You've just been slathering, is that even a word? Smothering yourself in suntan oil. What is it? It's very tropical smelling. It's gorgeous.
It is. It's sun cream, and it's also duck repellent.
Oh, if that were the case, if we don't have to hear any more from your ducks for the next few days, that'd be lovely, Rico.
I think the batsman would love that as well. Anyway, Sammy for his second ball. That's a better length.
One of those rare beasts, a play and a miss from Eddie Ballard.
The Levante here, they've got to stay upbeat. You know, they know, of course, what these two batsmen can do, but they've got to stay upbeat. They've got to have belief. You know, no matter what the situation is, even though you think you're up against the odds, you've got to have belief, and you've got to back the bowlers here, and this is what they'll be doing. They'll be saying, come on, we can do this.
Oh. Levante have clearly got a plan against Ballard now. It's just short and a little bit offy, but he's played and missed 2 out there, which is strange because we've seen him play some lovely wristy cuts as well. So an interesting plan to go short and offside to Ballard.
Yeah, it's, I think Ballard himself will be enjoying this, because when he's a good player, he's gifted, and he'll be liking the challenge as well. That one, he's just gone too wide. And sometimes, you know what it's like, I've seen it many times when a good player maybe plays at a slightly lower standard of what he's used to, and he doesn't perform because he thinks it's going to be easy. And I think when Eddie here now, he's up against a good bowler, Sam's a good bowler, his mind is now thinking, I'm going to have to work for these runs. And I think that'll do him so good. And there we go. 6 carreras, Kidna, Sona, shot Maria, Shaka. And that's, well, again, there we go. He's had some good balls. They've gone whizzing past him. He's just defended one back. And then all of a sudden, when it's there to hit, thank you very much. And just effortless.
It was not too short, just about thigh high, and he just picked it up and deposited it over the deep mid-wicket boundary.
So, Sammy, 2 balls to come. In he comes, needs a reply. And ST's 2 have done all the time when they bat. They also take the singles. It's not just about boundaries. Take the singles, rotate the strike.
Yeah, just a good old-fashioned back foot push into the covers there, and they sprint through for the single. Good cricket all round.
So Farhan getting ready to receive his first delivery. And gets a single. A nice stop there at point, diving to his left. And that brings the end of the first over.
13 without loss.
13 without
Job
loss.
done from an Alfaz point of view.
Yes.
Because Sammy is no slouch. He knows what he's doing as a bowler. So take 13 off that is as much as Alfaz would have wanted.
Yeah. And Levante straight away have to call upon the big guns. So Sammy opening, and looks like Tariq Afridi getting ready, I think, to bowl the second over.
That's not Tariq with a ball in his hand at the moment. Tariq's a bigger man than that.
Yeah, I think.
Is that Tariq doing his shoes? So no, Tariq is coming over to field. Oh no, he is. He's marking out his run up now. With cloud cover that we didn't have earlier in the day. Perhaps welcome as temperatures has been getting up a little bit. If you're fielding out there, it can get quite warm.
Yes, I think on a day like today, when the few clouds that are about and the sun goes behind them, it's a bit of a welcome relief, because there's a nice breeze as well, so it just helps you cool down a bit. Tariq bowls his first ball, and a quick single taken there by Farhan.
What's that growl where he comes? Is that a motorcycle or something? It's very throaty, isn't it?
Well bowled. Yeah, it's...
I thought it was your stomach expecting this lobster lunch that you've now ordered. Now you've won this bet in other people's eyes. Obviously in my eyes the bet is still to be decided, but the consensus of opinion appears to be that you have beaten me in this bet, and I owe you a lobster lunch. I don't know what lobsters eat for lunch, but whatever it is, I'll get it for you.
Nice shot. There is a man there patrolling the boundary. Pick up and throw. And Eddie was thinking, possibly looking at what the throw was going to be before deciding if he was going to call Farhan back. But good arm there from the deep. Just the one run. So halfway through this over, a 1, a dot and a 1. Ball number 4. Well bowled, pitched up, well driven. There is a man patrolling here. Looks like Zayn gets the ball in. That's a good arm. That's...
Oh my goodness, a better throw, and Eddie Ballard would have been coming back with a small score. Very unusual. He scampers back.
Yeah, just watching this again.
Oh yes, he hesitated, didn't he? As he turned, hesitated for the second.
Yeah, these two have run very well together, but yeah, both of them sort of hesitate there, and they didn't run the first one as quick as they normally do as well. I think this time they may just stick to the single now that they know that Zayn here, fielding, patrolling the boundary here in front of us, has got a good pair of hands and a very good arm as well. Nice and tidy so far. So last ball of the over. 5 from it so far. Well bowled. And another single. And not too many teams that we've seen play would have taken a single there.
No, that is good cricket. Just taking the ones. Not one of the explosive overs that we're used to seeing from this pair, but yet milking the singles and getting the job done again.
Yeah, it just goes to show that if you're prepared to take the singles on, if you're both got a good understanding between yourself and you go straight away, the chances are you're always going to make it. You can't hesitate, you've just got to go. A good example of some good running there.
Just 6 off the over. I would challenge you, Rico, to find another over in this tournament where Sporting Alphas have only taken 6 runs.
Yeah, very good point. I think the only one I can think of is in one of the games yesterday where the final over just went for 7 runs. That's Seis Guerreras, is it? There's a man there. No,
it's a catch.
I take it back.
And Ballard has gone cheaply. You heard it here first, world.
And
Hold the front pages.
You can see how happy they are about that. I thought it was going all the way, but he didn't time it right. The man there from where we're sitting was camouflaged behind the tree, and I saw the bright orange jersey, and I thought, that's going straight to him. What a big catch, and you can see how important that is to Levante. They're absolutely thrilled. They've got the big man out, but like you said, Tim, a lot more batting to come, and you know, we may see a few more batsmen coming out here that we haven't seen had a chance so far.
But all credit to Levante. I mean, they got a score that they would have been disappointed with. But they have come out and they've not rolled over, and they said, we're really going to take the game to Sporting Alphas. We've seen some economical bowling, we've seen bowling to a plan to Ballard, and now we've seen Ballard fall cheaply for the first time in the tournament. And it is down to the others to take up the baton.
Yeah, and well done to young Sammy, the captain, stuck with him. He was went for 13 in his first over, but the captain said, no, look, I need you to do a job. I need my main bowlers to perform. We need these wickets. We know how important getting Farhan and Eddie out is. That's the only way we can put extra pressure on the other batsmen coming in. And, well, they've dismissed one of them. So 19 for 1. Wicket off the first ball of Sammy's second over. And that brings out Jack Perman.
Jack Perman, an explosive batsman in his own right. He's like a coiled spring at the moment. He doesn't feel he's had enough time at the crease. He's looking forward to scoring some runs. He gets wrapped on the pad in front with the first ball, but it's a no ball.
No ball. Well, there was an LB appeal while that was happening, and I could see the umpire shuffling. I'm thinking, well, is he thinking about it? And when the
replay coming up,
when the arm started moving, I thought, I mean, that was a good shout, you know.
It was a very good shout.
And you see what I mean? I thought, well, is he thinking about it? But in fact, no ball's been signalled. And this is good support. It is good to see all of the... Look at that. That's fantastic. All of the Levante players clapping, getting behind the bowler, clapping the dot ball, and they're being vocal. They're trying to apply some pressure.
They're up for it. They know they're the underdogs, but they are really taking this battle to Sporting Alphas. On occasion, perhaps, you get the Jack Perman. He's looking to do what we spoke earlier about, hit every ball too hard.
Yeah, and
he's shuffled across one. He's swung and missed a couple of times.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Farhan hasn't just walked up and had a chat with him and said, look, come on, we don't need to play that way. There we go. He's got hold of that one. That's sailed over the side screen there. Seis Guerreras. He's given that some welly, hasn't it? That's a nice shot. That's better, isn't it? It's not just swing and hope. That was a proper cricket shot. That's a lot better. He waited for it, got in line, and just beautiful shot. Lovely six, that.
Lovely six, but you've got to feel for Levante. They're doing nothing wrong at the moment. They felt they had a sniff when they got rid of Ballard.
Well,
Perman plays and misses again. They're still in this game, Rico, aren't they?
Yeah, I think Jack's the shot selection there, he's got to surely be looking to... And I know he can play this shot because he normally plays it very well, where we're just trickling it down to third man. And he's trying to whip these ones across the leg side. Now, there is a fielder down there anyway, so... well, that's where the first wicket fell. That's a better shot.
That's good. He stood up tall on his toes and punched that out in the offside.
Yeah, cuatro carreras. And when you can bat like that and play the, you know, shots like we've just seen, a six at a part of a ground, not too many have been hit. So, you know, that was a fantastic shot. 4 runs there. When you can bat that way, you know, that's what you've got to stand up and do and you know, take. And I think Farhan there, probably having a chat with him, probably saying the same thing. Look, you got the shots, you know, play each ball on merit.
There is no better man to be batting with than Farhan if you need a little bit of nudging, is there? He's a great coach as well when he's batting. Sometimes you don't want to hear it. If he walks down after every ball and said, oh, you should have done this and you should have done that. And he's had the misfortune to bat at the other end from me a couple of times, and you can see him almost having his head in his hands. But you know, I have 2 or 3 shots, but Jack Perman has the full range of shots all the way around the wicket, doesn't he?
Yeah, and I think probably Fran would have said to him, look, you can play the cut shot, play those shots to those balls. Anyway, the attack continues with Tariq coming to bowl his second over, the 4th. The power play is now over.
What do they say about not running on a misfield unless there's 2, Rico? There's a very much a bit of a yes-no sorry going on there between the Alfaz batsmen. Levante are still in this fight.
Yeah, they certainly are. I'm just looking at the field exactly as I would have it here. 2 men straight, 2 men on the leg side, and 1 patrolling the boundary there on the offside. So, yeah, Levante, like you said, definitely up for this.
Big shout.
Yeah, a little shake of the head there from Vincent O'Reilly.
I believe I called Vincent O'Reilly Vincent O'Brien in the commentary yesterday, the racehorse trainer. I was getting my Irish Vincents mixed up. I know Vince for a number of years over here. Don't know why I got his name wrong, but his age, Rico. His age. It is Rico, isn't it?
Catches up with us all, mate.
Oh!
This time there was, well, we saw Levante do a bit of that in their innings. So, yeah, Fran, the Alfaz captain, won't feel guilty about this at all. So, a boundary after 2 dot balls. So, Sporting Alfaz, first 3 overs, 30 runs. So they're on the 10 and over. That's what they would have set themselves as a standard. 4 of this one so far. That's well hit, and
that's a lovely
if
shot.
I mean, I would have, you know, I think the fielder should have stopped that. The fielder himself knows, and Tariq, the bowler, definitely believes the fielder should have stopped it. But at the end of the day, it goes in the book as 4 runs. Yeah, I mean, it was travelling, but yeah, you've got to get something behind it.
That was going though. That was not a classical cover drive. There was real venom and intent behind that as well, wasn't there?
And that's the shot to play for Anne saying to Jack, that's the one. That's what I'm telling you to do. As Jack comes on strike. So 1 to come in this 4th over, and another single would continue the run rate at being 10 per over. Tariq just having a little think. And in he comes. Well, that's the single. A bit risky, was in the air, but wide of the man. Single taken. That's 10 of the over. So 4 overs, 40 runs.
He didn't have control of that though. He could easily have put that into the hands of the man standing at wicket. Certainly not in control of the ball there at all.
No, not in control. Yeah, he's young Jack Perman. We know he's a very good very aggressive batsman, and I think certainly got a very bright and long future with the Spanish national team. He gets better, always willing to learn, always practicing.
Always in the nets. I mean, he's not just a talented young man, he's a young man that has worked for his success. You're absolutely right, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, I've known Jack for many a year, and he's, like you said, always working and willing to listen, and that's the important thing. He's got, in Sporting Alfaz, a lot of very knowledgeable, talented players that pass on information and knowledge to you, and he's like a sponge. He absorbs that and he puts it into practice, and he doesn't mind the constructive criticism because he believes it makes him a better player. Got all of that. It's just dropped short of the fielder. I would say Tim, you didn't fancy that.
Did he not fancy or not pick it up? Because there was a catch there if he'd made a little bit more of an effort, wasn't there?
Yeah, I just don't think he fancied it. But anyway.
Easier to criticise from here, isn't it, on the safety of the pavilion?
So, a single and a dot ball so far. Still good support from all the players, all the Levante players. And Marde. Basically, keep the guy in his crease. If he's out the crease, let it go. If this player's backing up, let it go. So, Lido Admal, probably the smallest man in this series. Oh,
no, that is another catch.
Man there.
Whether he fancies it or not, he's going to have to go for it,
got
and he's taken it.
That's another one, and that's an exact repeat of Eddie Ballard's dismissal. The short ball, going for it. And again, as Eddie didn't, Ferran not timing it, not getting it in the middle of the bat. Another catch, and what an important catch that was. And we're going to see some more Sporting Alpha's batsmen that we haven't seen before. Looks like, is that Christian that's going out?
That is Christian going out there. Well, we asked how do you bowl to these two openers, and it would appear you bowl to their strengths. Both of them going to the big hook shot out to deep square leg.
Yeah, and we were just talking there that Ajmal, I think he's the shortest guy in this series, and yet he banks one in short.
He did that in, didn't he?
And he got a lot of lift on that, and maybe that's what surprised Ferran. But at the end of the day, that's we were just saying the fielder out there, whose name I'm sure will come up soon, didn't fancy the previous one, but that one, well, he couldn't get out of the way.
He was under it from the minute he left the bat, wasn't he?
Took it quite high up, didn't he? Again, didn't take it into his body. So it's one of those quite difficult to take like that, because the ball can sometimes just pop out, but he wasn't letting go of that. He knew how important that was to his team.
Oh no, sorry.
And it's 4 runs. So it's just Tim just giving me the information there. So that Zayn is the man out there.
He's taken both of those catches at deep square leg.
So 4 runs there from Jack. Not what the bowler would have wanted after taking a prize wicket. He's got to get back to what he was doing before. And Levante, those two are perhaps the underdogs here, getting a sniff.
They are getting a sniff. You can feel the energy in the field, can't you?
That's a short one again. It's in the air again. Where's this one going?
Under it. Oh.
And local rules applying. And that's going to be 4 runs. And the umpire, George Wombeck,
momentarily forgetting the local rule, I think.
Yeah. 4 runs, it hits the tree there.
Perhaps fortunately for Alfaz as well, because Tariq Afridi was making good ground around the boundary and might well have been underneath that.
Yeah, I personally, I think maybe because that's just to our right here, I think it maybe would have still managed to just go over him. But yeah, after taking a good wicket, just going for 2 boundaries there, and well, sort of the good work sort of undone a little bit there. But Jack, just knowing now with Eddie and his captain Ferran in the pavilion and watching the game rather than being part of the game, he's got to now step up and be the key man. He'll enjoy the challenge, and he's joined out there by his national team captain. So two players that are part of the national team setup. Christian Munoz is the captain, so the two of these would have batted together and played together many times, not just for club but also for country. And they'll be hoping that they'll see this game home. So the new bowler starting with a wide. Just no change in the field. They've stuck with this field, and why should they change? It's worked for them so far. Zayn has taken 2 valuable catches. And Christian off the mark with the single. So Azhar, the bowler, just making some adjustments here. So he's changing his field slightly now. Ajmal is going to where Sammy was, and Sammy's come in. So tactics being deployed.
Oh, he won't be happy with that.
No, that's gone down for 4 runs. Jack moved very early, and Azhar decided that maybe the best form of attack would be to put a slow one in. Tim.
But that's meat and drink to Jack Perman, isn't it?
Yeah.
Send down a gentle full toss, and he's going to capitalise on that.
So a batsman doing that to you, if you're coming in to bowl, you see him start to move early, what would you do?
What would I do? Firstly, I'd be amazed, check it was me bowling, because I only get brought on for declaration bowling these days. You'd try to bang it in short, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's exactly what I would do. And talking about banging it in short, that's what he's done here. And he's gone! Another wicket.
That man, Tariq Afridi, you can't keep him out of the game, can you?
He's looking at someone there. He's very happy about that. So another wicket, and we're going to see another new batsman. So, yeah. We were just saying, if you see a batsman doing that, what you're going to do is bang it in. And that's exactly what Azhar did. He banged it in and put it straight down the throat of Tariq, and well, he was absolutely over the moon with that. Tariq, he was looking this way, maybe at some of the Levante supporters, and saying, yes, that's another one. So, another wicket down. 55 the score, 55 for 3. And still a couple of balls to come in this over. And that is, it looks like Cameron that's joined.
Cameron has joined,
Christian.
joined Christian. You can still feel this energy, but the Levante players must be saying, if only we'd got another 10, 15 runs.
I mean, there's still a fair bit of work to do here, Tim.
Oh, they're still in the game, absolutely. But if they'd set maybe that 100, that mythical 100 we keep talking about, they'd probably feel they were on top now, wouldn't they?
Yeah, 31 is the required. Well, that's going to go down by probably 4 here. Yes, it does. 4 carreras. So Christian Muniz has got started. That was a gift, really.
That was, wasn't it? Just dropped in short. No real pace to it.
Yeah.
And Christian isn't going to miss out on that.
If there's one thing Levante, I mean, they've been superb. Their attitude has been superb. They've been up for it. If there's one thing that's let them down, I think, is when they've got the prize wicket and everybody's G'd up, the next ball just hasn't been what you would want. And it's either been a wide or 4 runs. So all of a sudden that momentum drops a bit. They've got to keep the pressure on.
The momentum's dropped, but their heads haven't dropped. They've got a sense of belief. They've clearly done their homework. They've got their plans. They know what areas they want to bowl in. Whether they've always bowled in them is another matter. But they've done their homework. They've looked at this Al-Fas side, and they thought, we know what we want to do. We know the fields we want to set, and we know the lines we want to bowl. And consequently, they're making Al-Fas really work for this victory, if victory indeed it is, for Al-Fas.
Yeah, Tim, they know they're the underdogs, but, they're not bothered by that. Got hold of that. This time it clears the man. Balle, balle, balle. Quinna zona, 6 carreras. Oh, and the fielder here in the front, not happy with that ball.
Oh, it was just a long hop. It was nothing.
We've seen
nothing ball.
Yeah, we've seen 2 gifts bowled there. I mean, he got a wicket, and then after that, it just all went to pot. So the score has raced along now. So I said at the halfway point of that over, before Christian played the ball there down to the boundary there, a backward square leg, that it was going to be 31 needed. But now the score on 66, 6 overs gone. And we've got to eat humble pie, haven't we? Because we were getting carried away. you know, we both said, you know, this game could be over in about the 6th or 7th over, but Levante have proved us wrong.
They have. That is the danger, isn't it? And I particularly feel guilty about it as a Sporting Alphas man. I said to you I don't want to cockily predict an over, and then I did predict an over for it to finish in. But this could go right down to the wire. Yeah. So we you know, we take our hats off to you, Levante. You are making the guys work. A change of bowling. This is have we seen? I'm not sure who this is. It's a good ploy. It's slower, and we were saying that we've not seen some of these teams bowl slow bowlers, and they're doing it here now. So Christian just helping that on its way for a single, and I think Cameron now taking guard for what will be his first ball. This is the man who took the 2 catches. His confidence is high. And they thought, let's build on that confidence. Bring one to bowl. Oh, balle, balle, balle. Qué bonito. 6 carreras. Toma, toma. First ball, 6 runs. You know what he's there to do. And you'd just be thinking here, wouldn't you, if you were the Levante captain, thinking, you know what, if Sammy still had, or Tariq still had an over left, we would love to give Cameron a little bit of his own medicine. Absolutely. But they don't have that left. They're both bowled out. Zayn, yeah, the reason why I wasn't sure who the bowler was, and let's put another one, that's cuatro más. Muy bueno. A 6 and a 4. He's not there to hang around. So we got the tiki-taka from Christian, but the boom-boom there from Cameron, showing his intent. I'm shaking my head at Rico with his tiki-tiki boom-booms. Tiki-taka. Is it tiki-taka? Yeah, there's no Indian restaurant here. We're not talking about tikis, you know. Oh, that's nice. Now that's good cricket, isn't it? He's gone out there, he's just dispatched 2 boundaries, and then he's just delicately kissed that away there into the 3rd man area. 2 runs, and all of a sudden that target, which looked like they were going to have to work hard for. Pressure's off. Yeah, the pressure's come off, and well, as we said, we know they can bat all the way down, and Cameron's just proving just that. It's a big shout. The fielders are convinced they've got him. Not out. Cameron stands his ground. The umpire is unmoved. Yeah, it's difficult for us to see here because Zayn is actually in front of us there in the actual replay. But what I was starting to say about Zayn before Cameron blasted those boundaries is that when I saw him bowl before, he bowled a little bit quicker, though he's a slow bowler. He was still pushing it in. And here he just held it back. And all of a sudden, I think, when you've got a slower bowler that just holds it back a little bit rather than fires it in, it makes it that much harder for a batsman. And for a couple of balls, it looked as if the plan would actually yield dividends. But then one spanked back for 6 runs, and the pressure was off. That's right. So 79, the score. The target. Now, who's coming back onto bowl now? Let's have a look. And Christian Munoz on strike. That's well bowled right up there. Now, I do remember speaking to our friend the bowler here yesterday. He is struggling with his, because I did ask the question why he didn't bowl the other day. He's struggling with his elbow. And you saw there, as soon as he bowled that first ball, he grabbed his elbow. I've seen him play in tournaments all around Spain. A very good bowler, but his name escapes me for the minute, Rico. I'll conjure it up on my magic iPad. That's a bit fuller, probably a little bit too full, but Christian just only helping it down towards the square legs boundary. There's a fielder there. Just pick up and throw. So single to Christian, which puts Cameron on strike, and
well, we've seen two sides of Cameron. We've seen the destructive side and the elegant side. And now we're seeing a different side. They're playing this side. He's unhappy about missing out on that one. Probably unhappy with his shot selection. So a dot ball. Well, that's a very good take from the wicket-keeper, Sharad. Otherwise, that was going to go all the way down for 4 wides. But in the end, he saved the bowler there and saved his team. It's just the 1 wide. So, oh, that's too full. He's hit away. And I'm just checking to see what the umpire signal. Yeah, just bouncing before the rope. 4 runs, 4 carreras más. So the scores now are tied. I'm just looking at the scoreboard for confirmation. 85, 1 needed for victory. So, but the bowler really trying to help his team out, bowling while he's got this injury on his elbow. And that's a good finish to that over. He went through the pain barrier there for his teammates. We've got to the end of the 8th over now. Scores are tied.
And again, all credit to Levante. Neither of us saw it going this deep into the innings. And they've stuck with the task. They've encouraged each other. Their heads haven't dropped.
Yeah, and this will be, you know, it's going to be a defeat, but this is going to be very promising for them because they've shown team spirit. And I'm a big believer that one of the main things in any team sport is team spirit. If you can be united and play as a team, anything is possible. And though this was a big ask and was really going to be a major upset if they were able to pull it off, they never gave up, even though, you know, I'll put my hand up, even though I was one of those that thought, you know, no way. But they've taken them down into the 9th over. Well done, Levante. Good team spirit. And they'll go away with this. No disappointed. They'll go away with their heads up.
They will.
And there we go. Lovely shot to put an end to the innings and the end of this match. Christian Muniz just getting in line and delicately just finding the gap and playing that away. 4 runs. And that brings to the end the second game of today. In the end, no surprise in the result, but certainly pleasantly surprised with how long it took and the fighting and willpower from Levante.
Yes, it's almost as if, curiously, I mean, Levante are high-fiving each other, encouraging each other still. The batsmen are coming off. It's all looking a bit flat on Alfaz. Alfaz might just go away and have a little chat and say, well, what did we expect to do there, boys, and did we achieve it? Let's look at all the positives. We're sat there on our own at the top of the league table. We've played 4, we've won 4. It's exactly where we would have wanted to be when we started the tournament. So let's not get down about the fact that we made a bit of a meal of a run chase. Let's go on, press on tomorrow, play our game tomorrow. That's them done for today. Whether they'll go to the next or whether they'll just have a rest after those 2 games. And they'll come back tomorrow. And I think it'll be business as usual. And we'll see Ballard put the ball to all parts of the ground. Now they've got 1 more game to play, Sporting Alfaz, which is tomorrow, Thursday morning. And that will be against La Manga. Now La Manga would have been one of the pre-tournament favourites, but their batting hasn't really fired. Has it, Rika?
No, it hasn't. They let themselves down, I think, in the field more than the batting against Pinatar. They lost the game that they would have expected to win on day 1. But Sporting Alfaz, yeah, as you say, they're now back first thing tomorrow against La Manga, and I think that's going to be a good game. I think La Manga, you know, if we'll be saying, you know, we know what they're capable of, but we've seen what Levante can do. Levante made them work, and we can do the same. And they've got, don't forget, you know, La Manga, if they come with all the available players, they've got the likes of some very good bowlers, some national team players there who would fancy themselves to maybe be able to dent this very strong Sporting Alphas batting lineup.
And a very good point you make there, Rico, about if they've got all their players available. It's another advantage for Alphas playing at home. Not just that they know the track, but the fact that none of these guys are full-time professional sportsmen. They've all got to hold down jobs to provide for their families. So it's easier for the Alphas guys to get along during a working week and play the odd game. Whereas the other guys, they have to take a full week off work, come on down and play their matches. So it's a big, big home advantage, I would suggest, when you play a week-long tournament like this.
Yes, I think so, and and that you would expect them to show that, and they are showing that.
They are
They're
indeed.
very professional about it. So next up here today, game 3 on day 3 will be Pinatar that are coming back. They were disappointed yesterday not to have beaten Levante in the game yesterday, so they will want to come back and end this tournament on a high. This will be their last game, I think, in the group stages. So far they've played 4, won 2, lost 2, and I know the guys were disappointed with the defeat yesterday because it took them an age to get started. I think at the 5 over mark they were only on 28, chasing I think 105, something like that was the target. I'll just check my statistics. I've got it written down somewhere. Yeah, they were chasing 105. They were only 28 or 5 overs and managed to get to 97, and that was mainly down to some very good batting from Lovejeet Singh, who, going back to what we talked about earlier, came on when Abbas was injured.
Injured is the word we're using now.
And came off the pitch.
Injured, I'm doing it.
But
air quotes.
so this game, Pinatar, and I mentioned before, we were playing Madrid United. Teams know each other very well, very sociable and very friendly with each other. But when they're out there on that pitch, when they step over that white line, it's a different ball game. So I think we're going to see a good game here. If both teams perform to what we know their abilities are, I think we're going to have a very, very good and close match.
Just to stress the format of the tournament as well, some of the sides that perhaps haven't performed as well as they would have hoped to are still in the chase for the tournament overall, because there's 6 sides in the whole tournament, but the top 4 go through to the knockout stages, which will start on Friday, 2 semi-finals and a final. So even if they are mid-table, there's everything to play for now.
Absolutely, yeah, very good point there. So we're just going to probably disappear in the shade for a little bit and cool down, and may have a sherbet or 2.
You're not bringing that suntan oil inside, mate. That smell will have to stay outside. You're going to sit out in the sunshine.
Okay, so are you suggesting rather than have a sherbet inside, I'll go and have a quick shower and come back?
I know you smell beautiful.
Is that a subtle hint?
I'm just suggesting. Rico, you're lovely, mate. I'm going to have some lunch. I'm going to stop wittering. I'm sure the viewers will be glad that I'll stop wittering as well. Top of the hour, we will be back with the next game. Top of the hour, something always happens in European Cricket League. It's either a new innings started or a new match starting. On the hour, you always know when to tune in. Great stuff, great entertainment, great fun commentating with Rico. Should we have some lunch?
Let's go and have some lunch. Thank you very much, viewers, for enjoying the sunshine with us, for enjoying some fantastic cricket. And we'll be back for the next game, back on air a few minutes before 2 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back, viewers, to the Dream11 European T10 series, and you're joining us as we get ready to start game number 3 today. And I believe we have an exciting prospect in this game. I think two teams that are very evenly matched, and if players can get going in this, I think we're going to see quite a high scoring game and a tight game. Joined here by Tim. I'm Rico. Tim, did you enjoy your lunch?
I had a lovely lunch. I am still picking bits of egg mayonnaise baguette out from between my teeth. So any strange ticking noises or slurping noises for the next couple of minutes will be that, Rico. Don't alarm yourself.
Okay, I'm trying to get that thought out of my head. And
Lovely.
thankfully I've got these headphones on that shouldn't pick up your noises. But anyway, yes, thank you to Saran and to Chips for once again providing us with our lunches here today, doing a fantastic job keeping everyone well nourished today, because it's a very warm day. In fact, it's got so warm that we've actually had to here where we're sat, had to have the shade and pulled out, so we're protected from the sun now. So you'll be pleased to know the sun cream is no longer required that
Wonderful.
you were complaining about.
Yeah, I wasn't complaining. I was saying it was a very distinctive odour that you were giving off, Rico.
Yes, Tim has now moved back, sitting next to me. He was moving further away, but we're all right now.
Only because I found it strangely alluring and it was giving me confusing thoughts. Just that. Yeah. I didn't find it repellent at all.
Yeah, we're friends again, and being friends again, we'll share our knowledge and information with you. We have Pinatar Pirates are in the field. They are going to be bowling first, Madrid winning the toss and batting. And it's Kadar on strike. And we have a wide ball, not the start for Raul, the bowler would have wanted. So first runs on the board, wide ball. Ooh, I think that might have
That was interesting. What happened there?
might have caught the helmet, I think, here. Yeah, it sort of took his eye off the ball, and yeah, I think the sound that I heard there was a bit of ball on helmet.
No damage done, thankfully. The bowler went up only when the rest of the field went up. He was already walking back to his mark. A bit of a giveaway for the umpire, that one.
Yeah. Big appeal from the wicketkeeper. But nothing there. Kadar played 3 shots, identical shots, and not made contact with one of them. And if I were Raul here, I'll be putting this right in the block. Instead, he pitches it even shorter, and we see the first runs off the bat. 4 runs over the, I would say, the man at gully. Nobody protecting anything behind the wicket. It's 4 runs again, and Pinatar as I've said before, I find it very strange just having a man standing there in the slip area. I may get proved wrong at some point during this series, but nothing has gone to slip.
We've had 6 completed games, and I don't think we've seen a slip catch, have we, Rico?
No. Managed to finally stop that.
That would be far better push back to the edge of the ring there, wouldn't he, in a defensive capacity.
Are you falling asleep on me? Oh, six games?
10 games.
I thought you said your maths were better than
10
me.
I've lost the whole day, Rico.
Whoa, that's in the air. Now it's gone a long way up. Where's it going to end up? I think it's...
It just crept over.
Yes.
It was like a sand iron shot in golf. It went up in the air. It virtually stopped dead as it came down, but then it just had enough on it to trickle over the line.
In the end, 4 runs. I mean, what is the thinking here from the bowler? I just don't, you know, it's just short, short, short. He's got away with 3 of them, and then one's been hit over. Man, I would still say it's quite a deep gully. 4 runs. Again, short again. This time whacked away. He's got to pitch it up, surely. That's a bit better. Fielder there looks like Jesse, number 28, getting the ball in. So, end of the over. The score on 10. So Mood United would be happy with that. I think, like most teams, that's the score they'll be aiming for at the end of each over. 10 runs. Expecting 1 or 2 magic overs along the way, and looking for the 120 mark. And you get 120 on air batting first, you've got to fancy yourself. So Jesse's come a long way from that leg side boundary to bowl the second over. Jesse Singh. And Kedar is hogging the strike at the moment. Niazi at the other end will be hoping to make some impact in this match. He's not really played to his potential yet in this series.
Oh, the batsman expecting the wide there, and umpire O'Reilly completely unmoved, Rico.
Yes, Vincent O'Reilly and the man at square leg, David Riley. So we have an O'Reilly and O'Reilly. He'll move this time. Wide ball. Jesse aiming to be just inside that line that we can see there on your shot, to be within the legal limitations of the ball, but just trying too far wide there. Once more, there he is again. Oh, he's got hold of that. Wow. Thumped away. Seis carreras.
That was a big old hit, wasn't it? We see a few of those in T10, but it's still exciting to see them go, isn't it? A lot coming over what people might dismissively call cow corner. But I think that was a fairly authentic shot over long on that one, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, again, no footwork really from Kedar, but if you're gonna get bat onto ball like that every time, you don't need to move your feet. What a good shot that was, just thumped it away. This time, short. The man has moved back there that was chipped earlier in the first over from Raul. So just a single. So that makes more sense. He's gone all the way back there. Got a big area to patrol. So the men that we've got out at the moment is guy there, Bunty, I think, right on the boundary, and we've got a Kuldeep in his normal position here as right on the boundary at mid-on. Kuldeep, as you know, has taken some very good catches. Likewise, Christian Manuth. So we've seen some excellent catching in this series. We've seen 1 or 2 go down as well, but the standard of catches has been brilliant. Wide ball. So Jesse just struggling with his radar here a little bit. Another wide ball. So Niazi as you expect him to, swings wide, swings wild.
That was wild, wasn't it? I've just watched the replay of that, and that was a good old hoik. That was a cutting a tree down axe type of shot.
Oh, that's a nice shot. 6 runs, and he's well. When we got hold of it, I didn't think it was going to go all the way. But
again, the feet didn't really move until after he'd played the shot, but he got his hands through that beautifully and just lofted it over extra cover. Oh, I do him a disservice. There was a half shuffle forwards before he played the shot.
So 2 6s in the over. Yeah, you can see what the bowler is trying to do. Now, watching this one again, that's where he's aiming for, to try and just keep it out of the strike. The batsman, who seems to be, once he's played the shot, sort of skipping to that area, but he's not moving there early enough. But he's sometimes just going too wide. Slower ball, well bowled, and batsman picked it up reasonably early, and back down to third man, who casually throws it in. So the end of a very productive over.
Now, we're not right behind the bowler's arm here, are we, Rico? But Jazzy appeared to be getting a little bit of drift away from the right-handers there. I think some of those were starting fairly decent balls and then just drifting away, which is why he got a couple of the wides there. But if he's getting a bit of movement in the air, that could be quite tricky for the guys that want to go out and just slog, who want to stand and deliver, if he's getting a bit of swing there.
Yeah, we saw that in the earlier game when Cameron was bowling. A few went down the leg side, and when we were watching the replays, we saw the ball moving a long way, especially some of the ones takes that the wicketkeeper took, and you saw they weren't called wides, and that was because once the ball had pitched and gone past the batsman, it continued to swing. So yeah, there is movement. These white balls are moving around a bit today. So Rahul to continue. That's a better length ball. I think a bit fuller. Batsmen, both these batsmen like to play in the arc, so more fuller. So Niazi took the single there, so at the end of the second over, so keeping the strike, but not able to play the shots he likes to in the arch when you're bowling a fuller line. Again, fuller line. Sort of call it the windmill action, you know, the bat sort of goes up, goes all the way around.
Right the way round, and at some point in that journey it's hoping to meet a ball.
Yeah.
That's about as technical as it is, isn't it?
Ooh,
he skipped down, turned it into a full toss by skipping down, and then missed out on it.
Missed out, yeah. And that, if you move too early, that's what you do. I mean, it was fuller, that should have gone. He did that little shuffle. Yeah, if he stayed where he was, he would have made it as a full toss. That's coming this way. There's a chase on for the fielder.
Oh, that is well fielded.
Well fielded. I think it's right in front of us here. Just managed to keep his feet in the air and not touching the boundary line. So just a single. Good work again.
That was excellent work. Just patted it back before it went over the line.
Slower ball. Well picked up. Quite a tidy over. I think I started off saying this is Rahul, and though he's bowling similar to Rahul, it's not actually Rahul bowling.
I took your word for that, because you know these Pinatar boys quite well of old, don't you, Rico? It's not, it's Dilpreet Singh who is...
Just, was that a bump ball there? It's an appeal. Batsman's unmoved. Bowler thought he had his man there. So yeah, Dilpreet is the bowler. So apologies, Dilpreet, for confusing with Rahul. We're just watching the replay, and yes, clearly into the ground. Correct decision by David Riley. So ends with a dot ball. That was a good over.
It was
Very good
indeed.
over. Sorry, Raoul, I'm not going to give it to you. I know you'd you'd like me to give it to you, but it's not. That was Dilpreet, well bowled Dilpreet, and he did pin it. Great service there, especially after the second over from Jussie was wayward. A lot of extras, two shakkas as well, but Dilpreet has well. How about that? It's 3 overs, it's 28, so all of a sudden we were way over 10 and over, and he's, well done.
That's just the over his captain would have wanted, wasn't it?
That's right. Now this is Lovejeet. Lovejeet's been coming on to bowl a little bit later in the innings normally for Pinatar, but the captain's giving him the ball straight away.
Genuine all-rounder, Lovejeet.
Yeah.
That's beautifully. Got the variations when he bowls. A talented cricketer.
So just Lovejeet just adjusting his field a little bit here. Power play is now over. The men can be spread across. You can have 5 men out now. And I'm just looking around, mid on, mid off. Man there at point. Only the one on the leg side. So unless the tree is obstructing, I'm just trying to see where the other player is. That's hit. I don't think it's going to carry all the way to the fielder, but that's why the field has been set as it is. And I've just seen the other man. So yeah, they're bowling for that. I think they've got mid on, mid off, and they've got a guy there deep, sort of, what would you say that is? Deep sort of extra cover?
Deep extra cover, I would say, yeah.
So,
And just confirming, Rico, what you
Niaz
said there
got
is
hold of that. There it is, 4 runs.
no one down there. There's just the man on the 1 on the 45 behind leg side, behind square on the leg side, and that's the point you just made there, Rico. Nobody protecting the boundary down there.
Yeah, I mean, you can't set this type of field, and yeah, here we go. Dilpreet, I think, now has come in, and yeah, a man's been deployed in that area. You could say that this is just following the ball, but I would prefer this field. It's a similar field that Alphas have kept all the way through their games. 2 straight, 2 on the leg, 1 sweeping out there on the offside. And now Kuldeep, the captain, Kuldeep must be captaining this game today. Gopi Singh not available today to play, so Kuldeep just giving some instructions, probably saying, look, come on, bowl to your field. Oh dear, this, well...
What a gift of a wicket, an overcompensation bowling, pushed
That-
it wide on the offside. Madness.
A wide ball has been signalled, so it was a wide. I mean, this, I just don't get it. And it's an experienced man, Niazi. Now, you have to say, though, it's his call.
It is his call. He is very cross. He's been hitting the bat against his pad as he's walked back to the pavilion.
He's not having a very good series with the bat. He's absolutely livid. What a horrible way for any batsman to get out.
But it's one of those basics. If it's down there behind square on the offside, that is the non-striker's call. It's schoolboy basic cricket.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's... I mean, I think Niazi, looking at where he was by the time the ball got to the other end, was definitely going to make it. He was in. But Kedar just, I don't know, didn't listen, didn't call, didn't shout. Niazi screaming as he's coming down and, well, left in no man's land.
Absolutely. The important thing now is Kedar put that behind him, concentrates on his own game, doesn't try to overcompensate for that by getting the runs that he feels Niazi would have got, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, so the new batsman who joins him will be cribbing a little bit, hoping that the same is done to him. Happy, slower ball, this time gets the direction right. So a dot ball.
Who was the new batsman coming in? There was a very distinctive loping gait as he came in, but I don't recognise the batsman. Did you know that? Loping gait. Did you know that, Rika?
Loping gate, that's gonna be a good work again. And this is always encouraging, isn't it, for the bowler? You know, shots are being played, fielders have to be sharp, and there were good work there again. Just watching that. Had to cover a bit of ground. Yeah, young man, that Bunty. Well, that was quite wide. I think they'll want 2 from this, otherwise, well, guess who didn't want the second? Yeah, Kadar didn't want the second. He's if he is running, he's only running 1, and that's the end of a productive over, a run out, which was run out of a wide ball. So 36 is the score. So Pinatar at this moment in time still keeping the team under what they would be wanting, the 10 and over. I mean, that can change in the matter of balls, of course. The umpire's having a little discussion. I think we're saying, are we just having a look?
Now the 2 scoreboards aren't agreeing at the moment. One's saying 36, one's saying 37, but it will be one of those figures, I imagine, Rika.
Yeah.
Slower ball, batsman had to wait.
Yeah,
and in the end, timing wasn't there.
Kuldeep sticking with Dilpreet to continue to bowl, and why not? The third over, only went going for 1 run. That was Dilpreet's first, this is his second. Only allowed 2 overs per bowler in this T10 format. That's a bit high, I think that's definitely a no ball. Yes, it is. The Dilpreet apologising straight away. That's good to see. Tried to bowl a fuller ball there, going for the Yorker, I think, but just came out wrong.
So it'll be a free hit.
Will be a free hit, yes. Now that's slashed away. 4 runs, and the mate took full advantage of the free hit there. Oh, that's well hit. Is Kuldeep going to get there this time as well? He does indeed. And gets the ball straight back in. Just a single. And that brings Ittifaq Ahmed on strike. The Madrid United captain. Dropping himself 1 down the order from the last game he played. Oh, that's a beauty. That's a nice ball. What a nice ball to bowl.
Just totally been
to the new batsman,
isn't he?
Yeah. Just didn't pick the bounce there at all, in fact.
No, didn't know whether he was going front, foot forward or back, and in the end just...
This time, well, they're taking him on. Good throw, could be... Oh. Well, Ittifaq showing his intent straight away. If it's there, he wants a single. Takes a single. Adar back on strike. Seeing how close this would have been.
Well in, I think.
Yeah, he was well in. Well run. And finishing with a dot ball. So an untidy start that time from Dilpreet, but bowled the no ball. Then went for 4 off the free hit, but still finished it off well with a couple of singles, a couple of dot balls. 43 of 5 at the halfway stage. So Pinatar will be quite happy with this so far. And Lovejeet looks like he will continue. And the captain called it just sorting, having a chat with him, and the field being adjusted. And one of the things Kuldeep will be saying to Lovejeet, the coach, he'll be saying, look, I know he's a bit like Waka really, Lovejeet. He likes to try different things, and Kuldeep is probably just saying, look, just keep it to this, don't try anything fancy, get the ball up there, the field is set, look at your field, ball to your field.
Just a nice ball, fired in.
Yeah, fired in.
Almost Yorker length.
Yeah. So, Kadag going back on strike. He'd want to get hold of a few now. He's played and missed at some, but he'd want to find the boundary. Well, he's found it there. Seis carreras all the way. Nothing's going to stop that. Well, he wanted to find the boundary. He's found one there. And won a few more.
And going back to what you're saying, tried the variation, the slower ball. If it's stuck to his stock ball, we might not have seen that soaring over the boundary, but tried the slower ball, latched onto and right over square leg.
That's in the air. It should be a routine catch, and it is. Dilpreet coming in there. Good field change there from Kuldeep. Dilpreet before was on the boundary. You had 3 men sort of in that area patrolling, but he's brought Dilpreet in, if you remember, in the last over and pushed a fielder back in the boundary. So when we were saying that he's got now 2 on the leg, Dilpreet was the man that came in, and there you go. It's worked. The wicket's gone. And Tariq Hussain now going out there. He had a good first knock.
He did indeed.
Finished on 52, I believe, in the first game against Alfas. So he'll be hoping to continue his good form. He struggled a bit when he was bowling. He looked like he was having trouble with his ankle. But as he walks out there, doesn't seem to be any symptoms of that. So Pinatar pick up another wicket. Be very happy with that. Lovejeet just being smashed for 6, trying something different. Then went back to normal formalities as he's probably instructed by his captain, and he gets a wicket. Good catch from Dilpreet in the air, moving about a little bit, comfortable. So evenly poised here.
Yeah, good for Pinatar. They were in danger. Just let them get away from them, weren't they? And that's just nipped things back a little bit.
I know it's T10, but I would bring people in to try and keep Itifat on strike. Especially here, I would have one in probably just by the umpire. A wide ball being signalled. Maybe sort of have a mid-wicket in or something.
There's a lot of gaps. They're giving them ones.
Yeah,
wherever they want on the leg side, aren't they?
Yeah, maybe they've looked at the score and thinking, you know what, if we can keep it at this sort of run rate, we're not too bothered about the ones. But I know, and we've seen what Tariq Hussain can do with the bat. He's a very good batsman, plays all the shots. If we can keep him off strike and get him a bit anxious and irritated by not facing enough balls, well, maybe we can make him make a mistake. That's well taken. Was there a bit of bat on
Big
there?
appeal. I think it might have come off his helmet.
Well, certainly that took off a length, didn't it? It didn't look like he put his back or anything into that, but that sort of just took off.
No, he's out. He's continuing to walk.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, I couldn't think what else that could have hit. So Itifat is on his way back.
He doesn't look very happy, but he walked out looking like that with that sort of slopey shoulders as well. So maybe he's just not a happy man, Rico. Gloved it perhaps as it went through?
Yeah, I mean, right at the last minute there, you saw he took his eye off the ball. Rather than he saw it was short. He should just, rather than just sort of drop his arms and get out of the way of it, because he took his eye off the ball, as we say in the game, he managed to just get a little bit something on there, and he's out, he's gone. So Lovejeet, another bowler who's managed to take 2 wickets in an over. Still a ball to come because there was the wide ball.
And we were saying about nobody on the ones on the leg side, but he's bowling a lovely line outside off.
Yeah, I mean, when he gets it right, and I know he does move it around a bit as well. So he's one of those where you just say, look, stick to the game plan, stick to the line, don't try and be too smart and too clever, we'll support you if you do what we want. And that's a good ball right up there in the block. The 2 batsmen just doing a little waltz with each other before they safely get back to their ends. And that's the end of a good over there from Lovejeet. He recovered well. It was a single, was a massive 6, and then the wickets, a wide ball, a single, a few dots, and another wicket. 2 wickets in that one. Just checking the score now. I think we've moved into the 50s, but the run rate has dropped a little. 52 on the scoreboard there in front of us, the electronic scoreboard.
Just while we're between overs, I don't know if you spotted that, Ian Byrne, the Sporting Alphas wicketkeeper, has just walked back from the pond with a long pole and 4 balls in his hand. So he's obviously been fishing balls out of the duck pond, 4 cricket balls that have gone in there, and he's just fished them out, and he's looking very smug with himself. But he's now putting them somewhere to dry on the grass in front of the pavilion.
Kuldeep Lal bangs it in short, smashed away. Oh.
That took a nasty bounce at the fielder, completely wrong-footed him,
Yeah.
and then knocked a man out of a chair, which was quite entertaining.
Yeah, Rahul is the unfortunate fielder. I mean, it's that area there on the ground. There's a little bit of a ridge just as you approach a tree, and that sort of hit the deck and just took off. Kuldeep Lal comes in again. And just a single this time. So Takia goes on strike. So the new batsman starting off with a big blow. And yeah, I just know what you're talking about then. I've just seen that again. Yeah, it took the deck, took off, and Abbas. Well, now Abbas is injured.
For those that don't know what Rico's referring to there, Abbas retired injured in inverted commas yesterday. He sat watching this game in a chair on the boundary, and that earlier shot 2 or 3 balls ago knocked him clean out of the chair. So nice genuine cricket shot, just pushed out to long off. They're taking one, they're running for 2. It's going to be very, very tight. A direct hit would have been out. He's dived, but dived after he's got over the line. Seems more a dive for the cameras than for actually staying in his ground. And the net result after all that drama is 2 runs.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, Pinatar have done some good work in the field in the first part of this game, and now they're just letting themselves down again. I think that's Jesse Singh just, I think looking at that ball smacked him in the foot. We may get to see it again here in the replay. But Takia. Oh no! Well, what do you do as a bowler? You've just seen ball go for 4, which shouldn't have gone to 4, and then
we were saying earlier, Rico, 2.5 days we've waited for a slip catch to go there, and
yeah.
As soon as it does, the man puts it on the floor.
He could have proved us wrong. I think that is that Bittu, number 33, Bittu Singh, Balwant Singh. Well, that was straightforward catch, wasn't it? Straightforward catch. He spilled it. And I think Kuldeep is probably thinking, well, where else can I put him? Because the other day we saw him in the deep, and it's not the quickest of players. Couldn't quite get there. But Balwant Singh, Bittu, will be saying to his captain, hopefully after this over, okay, I know you have to hide me in the field, but when it comes to bowling, I'm your man. So he's got something to prove here now.
So first ball in the new over, Robil Khan on strike.
Yeah, Robil Khan, got to get going here now. That's up, and well, Mr. Safe as houses, is he? Yes, he is. And Bittu also, there's the smile. He's looking at his captain, and he's saying, look, I'm sorry, but we've got our man in the end.
And if you wanted a man under a catch like that, Kuldeep's your man, isn't he?
Yeah, and thankfully for Pinatar, no damage done there. Takia was dropped by Bittu, and we said the only thing he could say to his captain, look, I may not be the man in the field, and I let you down there, but when it comes to bowling, I'm your man. And he had to prove himself, and he did. Courtesy off the captain, though. Like he said, he don't drop any. And while they were practicing, the Pinatar team were practicing catching and fielding before the start of this game, I was amongst the players, and Kuldeep was just, hovering around, not taking any catches. And I said to him, you don't get involved. And he looked at me and said, me? I don't need to practice catching. And I said, you know what, you've just jinxed yourself, but I'm sure he'll come back to me later and say, nope, I haven't. he just makes it look so easy. As the first runs come off Bitu's bowling, just a single to that was Rubo, was it?
Rubalcon.
And the new batsman to face his first ball. Go on for it now. The trees in play here again. Very difficult for Dilpreet. A valiant effort, but that's always difficult because you've got to keep your eye on the ball. Then for a split second you lose it. He did still throw himself at it. Not the most convincing of shots, but he gets 4 runs. Yeah, there you go. Very difficult.
I'm just trying to identify for you, Rico, who the new batsman is. I'll get it for you as soon as I can.
Now this one is in the air. It's going to drop safe, or is it not? Oh my word! They want. Wow. Look at the. I mean, you just have, look at the ground that Suki there made. I mean, it looks like he's hurt himself. Hopefully, it's not too serious.
Oh, he's rolling around in some pain, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean.
That's not a good sign. I think it's his shoulder or his collarbone.
He's holding his arm in a very awkward position. I mean, he made a tremendous amount of ground. Just looking how he fell here. Oh, yeah.
What is it? What has he hurt?
He landed very heavily on, looks like his left arm. There's people around him here now. And I hope he's not seriously hurt.
Oh, their players calling, I think, for the stretcher. That is bad news. Well,
there's some ice that is coming out here. Players around him. An absolutely tremendous effort. I mean, how he managed to get gloves to it. But I think that's when he landed.
I still can't work out what he's hurt, though, from that.
Yeah, I mean, he's not one to stay down unless he is hurt. Suki, I mean, as most wicket keepers will tell you, they take a lot of knocks, fingers and balls being thrown at toes, and sometimes, you know, all sorts of things happen. So they're used to getting the odd cuts and bruises, but that looks nasty. I think.
Oh, just on the replay, slowed down there. It might have been elbow. It's so hard to tell.
Yeah, you know, let's hope for him that it's nothing too serious.
Our slow motion operator. Well, perhaps it was a bit morbid then, showing a slow motion injury, but we've got a little pause in play now, so it might be a good time just to make sure we're updated with where we are on the scorecard, because we had some toings and throwings. So our 2 batsmen at the crease are Rabul Khan and Wakia Zafir, the wicketkeeper. Khan on 11 and Wakia Zafir yet to score. Well, no, that was a single he took off that ball. Rico, while we have a little break, later in the year, big tournament coming up in La Manga.
Yes, a massive tournament. I mean, if you're loving T10 and if you liked what you've seen here so far, well, it gets, would you believe, bigger and better than this. It will be the ECL 20 European Cricket League Elite. Last year it took place in La Manga, and there was 8 teams involved. A spectacular tournament. Lots of big shots, big boundaries, great teams taking part, and the winners, the champions, the current champions were VOC Rotterdam, and VOC Rotterdam are again the champions in Netherlands, so they'll be coming back. They'll be coming to defend their title, but they've got their work cut out. The teams are split into 4 groups this time. Teams from England, Germany, Sweden, Finland, Scotland, Netherlands, as we mentioned, Romania, Russia, Italy, Norway, Belgium, Ireland, Denmark, France, and of course Spain as well. And the team Minaj from Barcelona will be representing Spain in that competition. So yeah, that's going to be exciting, and that all happens in May. Kicks off the 30th of May, and it's not one to be missed. You're going to absolutely love it. It's going to be the biggest cricket event of the year. Don't miss it, don't miss out. And I'm pleased to say it doesn't look like there's been a change in wicketkeeper. Suki is on his feet. Still looks a bit awkward. I know that in this team, the captain Kuldeep can also keep and is a very efficient keeper, but he'll be wanting to bowl. So hoping that Oh, that's hit big. It's going to sail away. Seis carreras. Big hit. And looks like the batsmen benefited from that break. Composed themselves, and they're back where they want to be. Hitting the ball big. 6 runs. And they need them. This is the 8th over. 2 to come after this. Oh, that's gone up in the air. I've lost it myself in the clouds. Where is it? Is that man again? Is he going to prove me wrong?
Oh! That went up so far. I lost it, you lost it, and Coldeep, I think, lost it himself.
He's absolutely devastated that he's put that down. I'm not going to say anything. That was a very, very difficult catch. It went so high, I lost it in the clouds. In fact, I think it went into the clouds and came back down. And maybe it was the snow on the ball and the little bit of ice that it came down with. But again, look at the ground. We mentioned Suki trying to get to one. Look at the ground Coldeep made, but he put it down. He put it down. He's going to blame me. He's going to think that I've jinxed him. But I did say to him when he was saying to me earlier, me, I don't drop him. And I said to him, you never say things like that. And I will remind him of that. I'm sure he will appreciate it. In he comes to bowl. And yeah, he's. I think the disappointment and anger with himself for dropping that catch showed in that first delivery. Starts off with a wide. He's better than that. He's got to get focused, get back in mode, think about his team. That's better.
That's a much better ball from Coldeep, isn't it, Rico?
Yeah.
So just this and the next over to go. 80 at the moment with 10 balls to face. Batsmen at the crease again are, just to remind ourselves, is Robil Khan and Waka Zafar, the wicket keeper. An attempted reverse sweep, as so often with these funky shots, ends up with the ball in the wicket keeper's gloves. I'm not a great fan. I'm an old traditionalist, Rico.
So Rubel's the guy with the cap, yes?
Rubel's facing...
Yep.
They've both got caps, I believe. Oh, no, one's got a helmet. No, he hasn't. He's got a cap.
Ooh, that was a strange shot. 4 runs in a very unorthodox way. From Rahul. Yes, well.
Wow, indeed.
Yeah, so Zafar is wearing a helmet. I think it looks deceiving from here. I think he's got the cap on back to front under the helmet. Called it a little bit slower. Wants the ball right back. Obviously making sure that get this over done quickly. Well, having said that, he's now doing these laces, but I don't think there's no issue on time. And the umpires are always there to, every so often, just to guide the captain and give him a little heads up on how they're doing on time. A fuller ball. They'll be, I was going to say they'll be pushing to try and get a single, but quite happy to try and get 2, but quite happy to take the single.
Oh, nice sort of one-legged West Indian style drive of that. Viv Richards in his prime. You old enough to remember Viv Richards?
Oh, he's got hold of that. Balle, balle, balle. 6 carreras más. Qué bueno. And a fine way to bring, well, a fine way for Madrid United to bring that over to an end. 6 runs. The score now on 89. 1 over to go. And they won a few more of those in this last over.
They will indeed. At the risk again of sounding like a stuck record, 100 has got to be your minimum target, hasn't it? And anything you can get on top of that puts that pressure on the chasing side.
Yes, I'm just looking to see who's. I think it's Bittu going to. Yeah, Bittu's going to continue to bowl this over. We've had a lot of activity, haven't we, in the last 2 overs?
We've had injuries, we've had boundaries, we've had skied catches, we've had drop catches, all sorts of things.
It's all happened in the last 3 since Bittu came on. He took a wicket. First, he dropped a catch. It would have proved us wrong. We've been saying, why would you want to slip? Why do you want to slip? Could have proved us wrong by taking the catch, and we'd have said, okay, fine, that's why you want to slip. But he put it down. Next ball, he comes on the bowl, takes a wicket. That's in the air. I think that's sailing over the boundary. 6 runs, Maximo. I think a lot of people have been waiting for that. There you have it, 6 carreras. So Bitu, he knows he's up against it here now. They're going to go after every ball here. So pressure on Pinatar here.
He's gone big again.
That's the way we like it. I'm loving it. 6 more, 6 carreras.
You say you're
Joining
loving
them
it,
up
but
now.
looking at B2, he's far from loving this. He's coming in thinking, what can I do with this? I've just gone for 2 big 6s. And that's his response. Pushes it through outside off stump for the dot ball.
Well,
It's called
Vincent
wide.
thought about it, and in the end said, nah, wide ball. So still 4 to come in the over. That's going up, and I think with the player so deep, it should drop safe. The ball comes in. Yeah, the Madrid United supporters and fan club behind me were telling him 2, and I agree with them. You've got to go take the 2. But mind you, if well, you just take the helmet off now. I think this is now. Well, now that's confused us a little bit. It's 4 runs, 4 carreras. Nothing confusing about that. That's 4 runs. Thank you very much. We'll take that. 1 and over. This is turning out to be. And Bitu doesn't normally, not used to being treated like this.
Very disrespectful, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't have an answer to it at the moment. And this is, I don't think, this is Zafiro, isn't it? That's causing the damage. Hit that away, going to watch the speed. It's beat him, it's 4 more.
Oh, it's carnage, Rico, carnage.
This is exhibition, hard hitting, and just what Madrid United needed. This is the magic over for them. They've surpassed 100, they've surpassed 110. And well,
I'm struggling to work out which batsman's which because they're now both wearing caps. So the non-striker is carrying the helmet, and they seem to pass the helmet from one to t'other depending who's at the non-striker's end.
well,
That's a stumping to finish.
Yeah, I think that's the end of that batsman. You viewers at home will know who's who. It's on your screens there. We got a little bit confused there once the helmet came off. But anyway, Bitu finally gets a wicket, but what a great over that was from Madrid United.
Well, fun and games in there, as you say, all sorts of things we saw. Massive hitting in that last over, chances, comical run-outs, all sorts of things. A good innings, and I would think, you'd have to say, that Madrid will be fairly happy with that score. Pinatar seemed to be out on top, about 8 overs, but the last 2 overs, what 34 scored off the last 2 overs, was it? Something like that?
Yeah, something like that. I think the electric scoreboard sort of fell behind a little bit, but once it caught up, we were running a few runs behind on the total. But like I said, there's nothing. That was nothing short of a marvellous magic over at the end there. 6, 6, 4. Then there was also a delayed wide ball given. Then 4 runs, and then ending tamely there with a stumping. So that was the only blip in that over in terms of Madrid United. The wicket was a dot ball, but other than that, bit of carnage there at the end.
Indeed, Rico. Which way would you say it? Who would you sooner be? Where's your money at the moment?
Well, as we were saying before the start of this game, I think it's going to be a very close game. I think it's going to be very similar to the game that Levante played against Pinatar yesterday, where, throughout the game, Pinatar, for the first 5 overs, were well out of it. But then the next 5 overs, they were always in it with a chance. They had a few magic overs. They just always were. I think one way to put it is they were 1 ball away.
Yes.
If they had that 1 extra ball, it would have made all the difference, because they only fell something like, 6 or 7 runs short in the end. It's going to be close. But the answer to your question, I think Madrid United have got the run. They've got the score on the board. So they will be thinking, okay, yeah, we can defend this. The pressure's on Pinatar. If Pinatar don't get a good start, if they don't get a good power play in, I think they will struggle.
That's a very good thing. I think it will be close too, I agree with you. But I think Pinatar might have the edge. And this is going to sound very disrespectful, but they're going to have to change the openers
Yes.
because of the injury.
Yes.
And I think that won't do them necessarily any harm. There was a lot of playing and misses at the top of the last two Pinatar innings in the last two games that they played. If they have to change that opener and get somebody who puts bats on ball, rotates the strike, it is, 11 and a half and over. A couple of lusty blows and the singles that they weren't getting with all the plays and misses. I think Pinatar might well chase this total down, Rico.
Yeah, that's a good observation. Pinatar, in all of the games I think that we've seen the player, have always been slow starting. If they can get off to a good start and keep that momentum going, that's, again, the only chance I think they've got of getting this total. If they start slow and the run rate keeps going up, even if they have a good finish, that they quite often do, they've got to go some. They'll be looking for Kuldeep. Kuldeep's going to be key. They'll be looking for him to score a big target, but somebody's got to support him. And what Pinatar haven't done well is they've never had a good partnership. They need one here today.
Yes, wickets have fallen with regularity, haven't they? And Kuldeep can't do this on his own. But if somebody can stick with him, rotate the strike, which is what they've not been doing, I fancy Pinatar, but just to edge it. It's going to be another close one. Might be another golden ball, do you think, Rico?
Well, wouldn't that be something?
Wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it just? Anyway, we're going to take a short break as the players get ready to change over and come back out. So we'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you for joining us, and we'll be right back.
भाई कोई बंदा थकिया है कि नहीं जल्दी नहीं घर जाना सही है कि नहीं मेरे मुंडे ने ना 2-4 ठीक है क्या मैं कह रहा रोबोट ही कराना है नहीं करेंगे
Welcome back to cricket lovers round the world to hear the beautiful setting of Sporting Alfaz Cricket Club. What a fantastic day we've had here today. Early March and the sun blistering down on us. It's been so warm we actually now got shade so we're not burning away, and Tim, my colleague today, is not complaining about the smell of my sun cream. But anyway, we have a chase on. Pinatar Pirates, as they're so often referred to, or Pinatar, are out there. Looks like we've got Kuldeep and Gopi Singh out there batting. Kuldeep looks like he's going to be on strike, and the bowler will be Takir. We'll see if he's recovered from looked like an earlier ankle injury that he picked up in the game against Sporting Alfaz. So this is a little bit of a test for Takir as well. So the teams are out there, the umpires are out and ready. Dave Riley there at the striker's end, and square leg Vincent O'Reilly. So the field quite spread out. Just having a look, they've got the two men that they're allowed. I was just going to say the two men they're allowed out are both on the leg side, but there was a third man out. And the bowler Takir spotted that and balled him in straight away. Otherwise that would have been a great start for Pinatar. No ball, followed by a free hit. So the umpires look like they're ready. The batsmen are ready. Kuldeep Lal on strike, And a challenge here, interesting challenge, because we got Takir, who is part of the national team setup, and also called it Blal. So
They know each other's games, certainly.
they know each other's game. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of a battle, and it'd be good to see. And we're off.
Here we go.
So that's not the start that Takir or his team, Real Madrid United, would have wanted. A wide ball. Just the loosener, but he seems to be okay on his feet. So obviously shaken off the injury that he had. So after the wide, this is still the first legal delivery. The over.
Or is it? Called wide again, Rico.
Yes. So we haven't had a legal delivery yet. I think the keeper did well there. He's got no protection behind him. He's certainly saved 4 runs there. But 2 taken, so it's 2 wides there because the batsman did take the single. Looks like Takir has finally got his radar working correctly. We've got a fielder right in our way here, so it's a bit difficult for us to... Oh, he's moved a little bit now. Thank you, he's obviously listening. In comes Takir.
He's found his line and length now, hasn't he?
Yeah, called it, giving some advice to Gopi. And saying, you know, look, yeah, he's probably saying, just get bat onto ball. Don't try and play the same shot every ball. Get in line, bat onto ball, fielders are well spread out. We'll go through for the single. That's exactly what Caldit was saying, and Gopi responds, the fielder.
Oh, there was definitely 2 there if it set off. But better than a run up, better than a run out, better than a mix up. They're off the mark, runs from the bat.
Some fancy footwork here from the fielder. Let's have a look at this. It was a little bit of Leonardo Messi here. Look at that. Or was it Ronaldo? Who's better?
I don't know. It's not my game, football. I'm not a talented man when it came to football. They took me out of the football team as soon as they could at school and put me in the rugby team because I'm a bit bish-bash-bosh.
Bish-bash bosh?
Yeah, I was a bish-bash-bosh man.
Sorry. Tiki-taka, boom, boom.
No, I'm having bish-bash-bosh.
No. That don't work for cricket.
Well, it does. I know. No, I am a very much nudge, nurdle, edge, then a huge swing type of cricketer. And shots by numbers. All 3 of my shots get an airing if I get a chance.
Oh, well, again, the umpire looks like there's going to be a signal. Yep, leg buys. Keeper did well again between the keeper and a sort of, well.
What is that? Where the fielder came from there, what position is it? It's a very, very fine, short, fine leg, or...
It's what we would say on the 45, isn't it, I think? In the air, not convincing, but a single.
I think he's a lot finer than the 45. If he'd been on the 45, he never would have been able to get across to stop those runs past the keeper then.
I think it's a combination of the keeper getting touch onto it and so almost deflecting it onto the fielder. Bit of teamwork there.
Yeah. I'm not going to lose sleep over it, Rico. He's standing there. He's doing his job.
That was well bowled. A little bit more purpose about that delivery from Takir. Called it just happy to keep it out. So the end of the first over looks like Gopi Singh hasn't really middled anything, but deciding that the bat he went out with just won't do. So change of bat. The score on 7. So Takir, after a few wide balls, still managing to contain Pinatar. No boundaries as yet. And Niazi, who, well, still not been able to make an impact in this series with the bat, which when he was run out today, he was very, very annoyed about. Hoping that he can focus on making all of the impact with the ball. Here he comes. Niazi.
Good start. Right on the spot.
right on the spot. He's always, I mean, very rarely has Niazi struggled with his line. He's he's been playing the game a long time. He's always thereabout. It's again, oh, well, Waka's not a small man, is he, the keeper?
He's got that sail over his head.
Yeah, that took off and just kept going. So that's one way to bring up the first boundary, 4 runs. Against,
Oh, that is poor. That is a poor misfield and was gifted a 4.
That's another boundary, and well, Niazi probably thinking, what is going on? He's been run out by one of his teammates, and now when he needs their support in the field, he's not getting it. And the fielder just head down at the moment. They've got to pick himself up. Niazi is saying, no, just go out to the boundary, and
he was dismissed to the boundary. He wasn't moved there, was he? He was dismissed. It was an arrogant get away from me, flick of the wrist from Niazi to the fielder.
Well, what's going on? Ooh, God, he's Gopi. Not really, not his call. Called it not wanting it. Gopi thinking he should have wanted it, but in the end, nothing from it. Just a dot ball. 2 4s of the over so far. In comes Niazi. Bit fuller. Gopi managed to get back onto this. No mistake from the fielder. A single.
And this is what Pinatar need to do. They haven't been great at rotating the strike, but they need to take those ones.
Yeah, they do. Keep rotating. Keep the bowler bowling at different batsmen rather than getting one target. He got hold of that. That's gone all the way. Balle, balle, balle. 6 carreras.
No ticky, boom, boom, boom.
No ticky yet. You know,
Didn't feel that. You didn't feel that one.
I didn't feel the ticky. No, not the ticky.
Well, it's a good steady start from Pinatar. I'm still fairly confident that they might. It's going to be a close game, Rico. Can we agree that? It's going to be tight.
I think it is. I think it's going to go down to the wire, this one. Score on 21, so 3 boundaries of that over. 6 of the last ball. That's helped Pinatar's purpose. They're back on track. 21. 1 more in the power play. And Kuldeep on strike. Looks like there is a change in the armoury, so new bowler. Well, the fielder that was sent packing to the boundary has sneakily worked his way back to where he was standing before. But he needed to, because otherwise there would have been too many men out. We've got 3rd man now right on the boundary, and the other player just there standing under our tree. That's a good shot.
Filled it directly.
If that had hit, he was
well
gone.
out, wasn't he?
Made his ground in the end, but that's 1 run to Gopi.
Karanawaz, the bowler.
Hit that well, but well stopped. Gopi again. Getting a bit excited, getting a bit carried away. Dot ball.
Yeah, Gopi there. Again, the schoolboy adage, do not run on the misfield unless there's 2. And Gopi very keen to try and get a run on the misfield. Sent back by his partner, very rightly. Something's matter with the bowler now. Oh, he's got a lace that he needs tying up. Something for everything. Sorted that out and come back in.
Oh, that should be.
Oh.
Well, did that go through him? I don't think it went over him.
I think it would have been a very, very good catch if he had taken it. It was at full strength, full stretch. I'd say that won't over him. Let's be charitable.
Yeah, we're giving the benefit of the doubt. 4 runs, so 4 more to the total. So Kadar, the bowler, in he comes again. He'll feel that it's a bit unlucky there.
That's a lovely
That's a
cricket
nice
shot, isn't it?
Beautifully played. 4 runs.
Lovely wristy. Is it square drive? Would you call it? I wouldn't call it. It's lovely behind point, down to the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, just before that, the fielder that chased after that, he was rushing back to get into position, coming up. Now I wonder if out the corner of his eye, Kuldeep saw that, because he then sort of thought, well, okay, you're coming in, but there we go again. He's back there again. So let's see what happens here again. No, this didn't get hold of that at all. But yeah, it was almost like he said, right, I know that you've come up, so I'm going to try and push this wide and past you, and he was successful in doing so. But I didn't get hold of this one at all. He was sort of hit him high up on the bat.
Yeah, perhaps just as well he didn't get hold of that, because it fell short in no man's land, and they scampered through for the single. Dug in and pulled, as fine as you could possibly imagine, actually pulled through the wicket-keeper's feet, I think.
Well, it's one of those shots that when you look at it, you think, well,
How did he manage?
You know, well, it was
It's the bottom edge. There was definitely a
bottom
bottom edge.
so that's got to go down as a chance. So Kadar, the bowler, he'll be thinking he could have had 2 wickets in that over. One that just went over the Gully's outstretched hand, and that one there, routine catch for a wicket keeper.
Oh, I don't know. It was very low down.
You think
it?
just dipping?
I've got my charitable head on at the moment.
But anyway, another welcome boundary for Pinatar. 35 they move on to at the end of the power play, so they'll be relatively happy with that. Still no wickets down, power play out the way, going at over 10 and over. Madrid United now will be hoping to tighten the screw now. They can push the men back, and look at this field here, interesting. 1, 2, 3 here lining up on this leg side. And that's why, but you can put all 11 there. Well, legally you can't, but you could if you wanted to. Put all 11 there. They'd have to stand on top of each other, but they still wouldn't get that one. That is massive. That is dispatch. That is 6 carreras. So Kuldeep leading the charge as the bowler reluctantly has to go and pick the ball up himself, and in he comes again.
Kuldeep offering a little ray of hope to the bowlers occasionally. Has to be said, if Kuldeep doesn't get runs, Pinatar won't get there, will they? Kuldeep is crucial to the Pinatar chase.
Yes, he is.
They won't get there if he gets out.
No, we called that, didn't we, at the interval? We said that the most important thing for Pinatar is they need somebody to support. Well, they need Kuldeep to stay there, but they need somebody to support him. And at the moment, though not in any convincing fashion, Gopi seems to be doing that. Another shot from Kuldeep. Gopi wanted the one, Kuldeep didn't.
I'm perhaps being harsh on Pinatar there. They're not a one-man batting unit, but Kuldeep is head and shoulders their leading batsman, isn't he?
He seems to be the man in form. The others are a bit rusty at the moment, understandably, early in the season. Wide ball from Niazi. He's not convinced. But Vincent O'Reilly, no hesitation at all. Dot ball. I think Kuldeep will feel the yeah, and the reason he's He's having a look. He's thinking, well, why did that stay so low? It did stay a little bit lower.
It can stay low at that end occasionally. It's a very bouncy track normally, but the odd one does stay low.
Oh,
That
beautiful.
is as nice
Sauna.
a shot as we will see today, isn't it?
Yes.
Lovely high front elbow through extra cover, 4 runs, classic stuff.
Yeah, lovely. And posed for the cameras there as well. And so he should when you hit a ball so well. Let's look at that again. Here we go. Take a picture. Okay, job done. Well done. Good shot.
Now, Rico, I want you to observe something. In the last game, Levante didn't have enough runs, but they fielded and bowled like demons. The enthusiasm was there, the encouragement was there. Their body language is such in contrast to the Madrid United boys in this match, who are defending a bigger total, but it seems very flat in the field. There's no noise, there's no encouragement.
Yes.
Am I being overcritical?
No, I mean sometimes you feel that somebody has to take the lead in that. There needs to be a Mr. Motivator in your side, and that's the person who, with a few words, a few hand claps, can get like the old Mexican wave going around the ground. He claps, it goes all the way around. All of a sudden the team are making a bit of noise, a little bit in encouragement, and things starting to happen. And you're right, we're not seeing that here. You know, experienced man coming our way, Niazi now. He looks a little deflated. Took a little bit of tap in that over. Scores 49 off the 4 over. So it's creeping up as well. It's 10, 11, 12 and over. So they need something to happen, and that is what's going to bring that body language back. But in the meantime, somebody needs to get this going. Itifat's there, the captain. He needs to get behind his troops and say, "Come on, boys, what are we doing? Let's get. It's going to be a close game, but if we get our body work right, oh wow, beautiful. Talk about body work. There we saw again. That's the way to play these shots. You stand still, you wait for the ball to come, and then you dispatch it. That's a lovely shot. Just beautiful.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Just flair, wasn't it? Just the flair of the arms, a little bit of wrist work. That's 4 runs. But yeah, and again, that going on, the ball's gone 4 runs, and this is while Itifat's there getting the ball. This is where other players need to be saying, "Come on, boys, let's G this up a bit."
That's it. Yep, keeping that enthusiasm going. That's a blip. That 4 is a blip. Let's get back on top of it. But yeah, if they let the heads drop, another one now, the heads drop further.
Yeah, there's still a long way to go in this game. But one thing I have noticed is Kuldeep is definitely taking charge. He'll only take the singles when he knows there's 1 or 2 balls left in the over. He wants to strike. He wants to lead this charge. And Gopi's just obliging at the moment. And well, they're going at a good run rate. They've got wickets in hand. The only thing they don't want, obviously, is the run rate to start dropping, which means that they're looking at 18 to 20 and over towards the end. Looks like a bye there. Yeah, bye signal by the umpire.
You know exactly what my feelings are about that shot, don't you, Rico? Funky shots hardly ever come off. They look ridiculous when they don't. A batsman of Kuldeep's ability does not need to be trying to do that. He can play the ball on its merit.
Yeah, not a very thoughtful shot. I mean, we saw earlier the ball staying a little bit lower. So if you know the ball's going to be standing a bit lower, that's not the shot to be playing anyway. So Gopi going to receive a ball. I don't not see much of the ball at the moment, Gopi. So that's probably why Kuldeep is keeping him off strike. He's saying the same thing he said to, well, he rather than give him sign language, which I read quite clearly here, he now wants to actually go and tell him and make sure he definitely understands what he's telling him, and that is, don't just go flashing. There's a massive gap there, just guide it down there. So Rubel, the bowler, will try and keep Gopi playing shots in that area.
That's well fielded.
Yeah, that's well fielded, bit unlucky, but Gopi listening to Kuldeep and just getting back onto ball and taking the single. Kuldeep, no doubt here, if it's not a boundary, we want to take a single.
He'll just take one and get the strike for the next over. And
if I was Itifat now, I would be saying to my players, okay, if he's going to have a boundary, let him have it, but let's get in. I do not want him to get a single. And there's the
They're
single.
not running hard. They've ambled through.
Yeah.
Coley will keep the strike for the next over, and things going nicely for Pinatar.
Yeah, I mean, a better over there from Madrid United. There was a boundary from the very first ball, but then it was nice and tidy. Other than that one boundary, the one by and a couple of singles. So the score on 56. So very evenly poised here now at the halfway stage. So far going more or less to our prediction. It's going to be close. We haven't seen a real magic over as such. If the magic over ends up being one where there's a few wickets, then the tide I think swifts towards Madrid United. Whereas if there's a few sixes and a few boundaries and a few ballis, then it's going to go towards Pinatar. So is this going to be the magic over? Over number 6.
A few ballis. I thought you were having a stroke in the middle of that sentence then for a minute. I thought your mouth had stopped working.
That is not going to happen.
Is it not?
No,
That's
not
good.
so.
You're a fit man. You keep yourself in great condition, don't you?
And you can see I've
On the tonic waters.
on the tonic as well, so no cramps today either.
That's good.
So first ball being a dot, so good start from the bowler. Slower ball, but it's gone a long way. 6 carreras. And just bouncing over the duck pond there. So Gadar starting off with a dot and then Caldip making amends and hitting it for 6 runs. That's a 4.
Oh, that is enormous.
Balle. Kinna sona shot Maria Shaka. That was big. That's just helped along the way. And Caldip trying to ensure that this is that magic over we're talking about. So far, 3 balls, 12 runs. Pressure on the bowler. Kadir coming in. Ball number 4. That's well played again.
Dug
He'll
out
push.
nicely
He'll
by
want to.
Kuldeep.
He'll want to. And he's very well. I'm running to the end I want to be at. He's saying, if you're going to sacrifice, if anybody's going to sacrifice himself, it's going to be you. Yes, for me that had to be a 2. It's not. Gopi's got to get bats onto ball. He's got to assist the course of the team. That's gone in the air, sailing over. He's answered the call from Kuldeep. Seis más, muy bueno. He gets a hug, a team hug from the captain. That's the way to do it, he says.
And that is how Gopi is dealing with your response to talking about him as if he's a tail ender that needs to be nursed through and just nudge the singles to give it to the established batsman. And he's an opening batsman here. He can hit the shots, and he's saying, watch me, Rico, and do everything that Kuldeep can. And that was a big, big shot. Admittedly, over cow corner, but they all count.
Yes, and then very angry with himself because he would have wanted to make something out of that. But the one thing that has done is ensure that Kuldeep will be on strike. And you can see that just those 3 boundaries, the score all of a sudden, we were looking at 56. Now we're on 75.
So you were talking about a magic over, 19 runs. It's a big over for Pinatar.
It's a big run, yeah, big over, but I think Gopi, he would have wanted to make that last ball count for something. Missed out on it, but nevertheless, he got hold of one, hit a big 6, so he'll feel that he's now finally supporting Kuldeep, who at the moment he's sort of being the one-man band, and I'll be interested to know if you've got the statistics to see what he's on. Or actually, maybe I don't need to. I think the electronic scoreboard is...
It's now up to date.
It's up to date.
46, Kuldeep.
46.
One shot taken to his 50.
So, is this... Yeah, I mean, Madrid United they have to call upon the experience. So Takir needs to have a magic over now for Madrid United.
Oh, that's a mistake by the keeper.
That is a mistake by the keeper. But the one thing it has done, maybe it's not such a bad thing. What it's done is, it's a bye, but it's only 1 run, and it's put Gopi on strikes.
Will you stop running down Gopi? He's a good batsman.
Maybe that, you see, if he's out here, the wicketkeeper will say that was all part of the plan. So, Takia, is this part of the plan? Gopi's got hold of, there is a man here. Will he try and make the catch?
Made up a lot of ground, but
He did very, very well there, Tim, because he was in danger of committing to the catch and missing the ball and giving away 4 runs. In the end, he probably would have, probably been wiser just to let it bounce and stop, make sure that it's not going to be 4, but did both.
did very well, didn't
Did
he?
both. Came in.
Did everything bar take the catch.
Yeah, which... Oh, that's now... Is it going to carry? We're just watching where that's going. It's 6 runs, 6 carreras. I weren't sure if that was going to start dipping just before it reached the boundary. There's a sea of Pinatar players in the way here as we're looking toward the boundary, so I couldn't quite see how it ended up. But that's 6 runs. Needed that. And that also brings up his 52. Kuldeep.
And what it crucially does, sorry to interrupt you there, Rico, crucially brings the required run rate down below 10 and over.
It does, and interesting enough, I'll just wait for this ball, and he'll push. There's got to be 2 here. Yes, and easily done in the end. But there could be 3 here.
Shocking throw.
Oh no. No, but what I was going to say, interesting enough, Kuldeep gets to his 50, but the Pinatar boys, no real celebration either from Kuldeep. They're focused on winning this game.
Absolutely.
That's
it's a
the
team
aim.
game, and they're all totally motivated behind that.
That's the aim. Gopi's just had a quick word with Kuldeep, probably saying, okay, keep going. We need you. If we're going to win this game, we need you. I want you to be here at the end. So, Takia, in he comes. He needs one right up there to Kuldeep. That's a
lovely
nice shot. Fielder chasing it, gets his body behind it, did well. And Kuldeep this time telling Gopi just to settle for the single.
Just while we're on statistics as well, Gopi, who you've been suggesting isn't an attacking quick batsman, has scored his 24 runs off 16 balls. Of 17 balls.
Yeah, I think Gopi has played a lot of cricket. I've known him for a long time. If he gets going, he's as good as anyone in terms of attacking form. But I think he's a little bit, like I said before, a bit rusty. Probably haven't played too many cricket. There's a lot of playing and missing. And the good thing is, I think for him, particularly today in this partnership, is Kuldeep is giving him some good advice and talking to him all the time and saying, look, okay, we're there. He would have said the same thing again. He said, look, you had a swing and a miss. Maybe you should have done this. But then maybe, I'm just thinking a little bit further down the line, maybe it was because it was the last ball of the over that the instructions from Kuldeep were, look, I'm not taking the single. You either hit it for a boundary or we stay as we are because I want to be on strike. And this, well, the experience now of Itifat, Ahmed, the captain, putting himself on to see if he can have the impact that's needed. 86 without loss at the moment. Well, dot ball. Itifat, a sigh of relief. No wide given by the umpire. Kuldeep was probably looking for it. He's gone.
Kuldeep's gone.
He's gone, and there you go. That's what happens when experience and knowledge brings himself on. Itifat Ahmed comes on, takes the pace off the ball and says to his boys, that's the way you do it. It's an easy game.
I suspect Kuldeep put unnecessary pressure on himself then. He let the previous ball go through without playing a shot. He was obviously cross with himself that he didn't play a shot to that. He thought it was going to be a wide, knew he'd missed out and thought, I've got to make amends for that. Came skipping down the track and just danced past the straight one. And the keeper took the bails off.
Yeah, as soon as I saw him come down, I knew he wasn't there, he wasn't in line, nothing behind it. Easy peasy. Now, where does this go from here? This, a dot, a wicket. Pinatar have had their magic over. This could be Madrid United. Pressure on the new batsman coming in now. Are they going to bat sensible? Are they going to try and smack every ball? Well, 6 runs. That's the answer to that. They're going to try and smash every ball. 6 carreras. And that's Bittu Singh. He was hit for quite a few himself, and I think he wants to return favour. Sorry, Ducks, you're too late. He's hit it. He's gone for 6. You're not required. Get back in the pond. Off we go. There we go. Chop, chop, chop. Yeah, they're coming this way. How you doing, boys? Come on, back to the captain. Itifat, in again. Wide ball.
Oh, that one has been called.
You're doing a grand job there, boys. Don't forget, when you get back in there, put your helmets on. Oh, that was loose and that was rank. And the body language of the fielder there says it all. That's Niazi. Hands on hips. He didn't even make an effort to try and get there. 4 runs and, well...
That's so disappointing. Itifat started this over so well. And it looked as if it could have turned the momentum back in Madrid United's favour. But this could well be.
Oh,
and another one as well.
And that's...
Oh, it's a catch.
Yeah,
It's been caught.
Again, we've got a wall of Pinatar blue here, and we can't actually see that. So past Niazi, we can't even see that. There's another fielder there. There is. A catch has been taken. Bittu is on his way back.
So I'm halfway through a sentence saying how disappointing Itifat will be with the over. And he takes a 2nd wicket in the over. Ebbing and flowing fortunes all the time in this game.
I mean, he'll still be disappointed. There's no doubt about that because, you know, there's 11 that's come off the over. Now, if he can finish it off with a dot ball, I think it's not, probably wickets is not the key here now. The key is really to not give any boundaries away. So I think this is Lovejeet. We saw what he did when he went out yesterday. He certainly didn't hang about either. So Lovejeet facing his first ball from Itifat. And just paddling it back to him. That's the end of the over. And that's a good finish really for Itifat. Yeah, the mixed over. 11 off it. But also 2 wickets.
So it brings it down the total. I know my maths yesterday was shocking at times, but it brings us down to 18 off 12 balls. 9 and over, last 2 overs. Right down to the wire again. I'm still back in Pinatar. Are you still back in Madrid United? Or have you gone the other way now?
I'm going to say, I'm not going to answer that in probably the way that you would like. I'm going to say the
You're going to do it
team...
in Greek then, or what?
No. I'm going to say the team that plays smart cricket will win. So in other words, if Pinatar think they've just got to swing the bat and hit the ball for boundaries, and that's the way they're going to win this game, I don't think that's going to work in their favour. And if Madrid United don't bowl any extras or any wide balls, I think they'll win it.
That's hardly committing yourself. You couldn't walk into a bookies and write that on a betting slip, could you? I'm looking for you to say a team. I want to know. Are you talking?
This is a key over though.
Or Pinatar.
Key over, and who's bowling this key over? And it is Gopi on strike. Oh, we managed to get something on that. Are they going to push? I would say they need to push. Well, Gopi deciding that a single will do for now. Maybe that's the smart cricket that we're talking about. So Rubal bowling his 2nd over. His first over was quite tidy. Only 7 runs come off it. One of them being a leg by. In comes for his 2nd ball. Yeah, now Lovejeet, happy seeing he won't want to get bogged down there outside that off stump. We've seen him sometimes play and miss a lot there. Can't be doing that here now. He's got to take the advice that Kuldeep, when he was out there, was giving to Gopi, saying, look, just get back on ball. Let's take the single and wait to attack the bad balls. He's committed himself, got hold of it. It's going to be 1 bounce.
Oh, that's very well fielded, isn't it?
And good work there from Takir. So just a single, so pressure is building. 16 now needed of 9 balls. Well, coming in. They'll have to run that. They'll have to be quick. Ooh. I think if he hit, he was definitely out.
I think he was well backed up by the bowler though. $15 off 8, I'll make it, Rico.
Yes.
The requirement.
So,
Or 14 for another golden ball. Can we take that excitement for a second day?
well, at least we know what it's all about now, don't we? But anyway, the 100 is up. Pinatar, off the last 2 balls here, will want the boundary. They will want 1 boundary. That will take the pressure off. As it is, at least what they are doing is rotating. They're picking up the singles. Only 4 of the over so far. Now, Gopi on strike here. Lovejeet certainly hasn't come out all guns blazing like he did yesterday when he came in and just, well, he just took off, didn't he? And Pinatar from nowhere, 28 off 5 overs they were, nowhere. They got very well, they got so close to Levante's score, but he's not doing that here today. They need him to do it here today. Gopi, big ball this. Will he commit? Will he sacrifice? Hit or miss? Oh, that's quick. That's a good take. What will the umpire signal?
It was a bit leggy. It's just buys.
Just give him buys. So, Rubel doing as he did with his first over, keeping it very tight.
Excellent over. 13 now required after the last over. That could be the match-winning over that we've just seen there.
Yeah.
He kept his head. He bowled well. The runs that came from buys and leg buys and just 3 singles, I believe, wasn't it?
Yeah. And how about this? Is Itifat gonna? No. I thought Itifat, and well, you know, would you bowl Itifat here?
I
And
wouldn't.
say
He's a great bowler. He's a thinking bowler. He's a wicket-taking bowler. But he can also get clubbed to the middle of next week, couldn't he?
he could do, but he knows, and I think Madrid United know, whatever is bowled, the batsmen are going to come after it. And we saw what happened with Cooley. He took 2 wickets, you know, in that in his first over.
He did.
So the umpire's just checking who's coming on to bowl this last over. The wind just picking up a little bit here now. Quite welcome at the moment. So it is Gopi on strike, and the Pinatar boys wondering if it's going to be like it was yesterday. Got so close, but it couldn't quite get past the winning margin. Or are they going to turn the tide?
Oh.
Well, that's a massive, massive dot ball. That's gold dust there. Now pressure is definitely on. Go on to that.
Now, is this Noor on bowling? Is he having his first bowl of the game?
Yeah, it looks like it is.
Wow. Being brought on for your first bowl of the game to do the final over in a tight finish like this.
Now Happy, he can't play and miss. He's got to hit it. He's got to hit the boundary. He's got hold of that, but straight to the fielder. They'll have to come back for 2. They've got to come back for 2. Oh, this is wow. This is poor. This is very, very poor. Very poor cricket. I can't believe that. It's unbelievable. And well, I think they've basically just well, to get out like that.
He didn't even attempt to get back and get back in his ground, did he?
That's just bad communication from the 2 guys there. I mean, just look at this. There's ball watching. Everything's going on here. You have to take the 2. It's as simple as that. It's a run chase. Well. That's disastrous, really. And who's coming in here now?
Just 28.
Jesse Singh, I think now. Jesse can get hold of a ball, and he needs to. 3 balls to come, I believe. The score showing 104.
So 11
to win.
or 4 balls, is it? No, 3 balls.
3 balls, but yeah, because we've had a dot and a 1 and a run out. So the first run obviously counts in that that bit of chaos we saw there. The second one will not. Not that we can really say there was really an attempt for a second one, but no, well, holding his nerve, doing his job.
Oh, that's great bowling. I'm looking across to the Pinatar bench. Kuldeep must be kicking himself that he got out in such a stupid fashion. I'm sure he would have taken them over the line if he was still there.
So 2 balls and both have to be boundaries. Well, there you have it. So you can all of a sudden, it's come late from Madrid United, but all of a sudden you can sense the excitement. The hands are now clapping, the body language is now good, and so it should be, because well, unless anything disastrous happens here in terms of no balls and wides, it's all over. And there we go. As we saw yesterday, Pinatar, their own undoing, I think we have to say.
I would agree with you, Rico. They failed to hold their nerve when they needed. They got it down under 10 and over. Just sensible cricket needed. We saw Kuldeep run past a slow ball and give his wicket away with the stumping. And you'd have to say they, as you say, were masters of their own misfortune.
Yeah, and if we could rewind. So the answer to your question is not going to be what you expect, but I think the team that's going to win this game
is the one
is
that plays
one that
intelligent
plays
cricket.
smart cricket. And Pinatar didn't play smart cricket. Madrid United stuck to their task, bowled well, wicket to wicket, and well, they've come up winners. So well played, Madrid United. They held their nerve. We said it was going to be close. It should have been closer than it was. But at the end of the day, another fine game of cricket. We're just watching some of the highlights here now. Kuldeep's wicket, very key. You said maybe, you know, a bowler's just come on, Itty Fat bowled 1 ball, which he chose to leave for a bizarre reason. Second ball, he's come down the track, made a total hash of it, and he finds his way back. And I think from there, that's when it all started. Bittu came in, hit 2 boundaries, a 6 and a 4.
He did.
And then put 1 straight down the throat.
And that was his 3 balls. That was a 3 ball in, a 6, a 4 and a wicket.
6 and a 4 and a wicket. And after that, really, that was it. That seemed to be the end. There was no smart cricket from Pinatar. So Pinatar have been beaten here. They now will be, I think they have 1 more game, or is that then complete? I think they've played their 5 games. They have played their 5 games. They've won 2 and lost 3. We'll check those statistics later.
When we come back for the last game, we'll have an updated league table where everybody stands, who is completely out of the competition, or if everybody is still in with a shout, rather than us guessing, Rico.
Yeah, and Madrid United, well, it's another victory for them. I don't think it was their finest performances. There was again some strange cricket being played there as well. But at the end of the day, it's one of those things. If you can win when you're not at your best, well, when you're at your best, anything can happen.
That is a very true truism of sport, isn't it? If you can win when you're not at your best, that is the time that you're really showing your mettle.
Yeah, so we're preparing now for the final game of this day 3 of the Dream11 European T10 series, and that will be between Levante, who will be the home side, versus La Manga. So we welcome back La Manga, and I think similarly to this game, it's going to be a close one.
Could well be a close one. I'm worn out with the excitement of that one. I need to go and get sustenance in the form of a cup of coffee, Rico. I shall leave you with the viewers. Would you like me to get you something from the bar while I'm in there?
Well, I possibly couldn't say on air, but anyway, what we will say is thank you very much for watching. We'll be right back after a short break for the final game for today. Thank you very much, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, Rico Full and Tim.
And Tim Ames with
Tim
a coffee
Ames.
inside him now, so he's bright and he's breezy and he's ready for it.
Yes, and welcome back to this, the last match of the day, match number 4, which will be Levante, who won the toss and have elected to field, versus La Manga. So welcome back to La Manga for joining the party here at Sporting Outfest, the Woodbridge Oval. We're just getting ready to start. Just to give you a very quick update of where both these sides are at the moment. Levante have played 3 games. They've won 1, lost 2. And La Manga, they've won 1 and lost 1. So La Manga played their 3rd game. So in terms of the way the league is standing at the moment, Levante will really need to win this one so they can contend for possibly winning this tournament. And I've had some updates, and this will be, I think, information that we all needed so we could continue to follow how things progress. Obviously, Alfas still the unbeaten team in the tournament. They're sitting pretty at the top. But as the day goes on and we get into the semi-final and final days. So that'll be on Friday. What it will be is that we'll have the playoff of the fifth place playoff will be the first game, but that will be played on Thursday evening. That'll be the last game on Thursday, and then on Friday we'll have semi-final one. And the way that's going to work, listeners, that's going to be Levante. Well, sorry, that will be. So I'm just about to say Levante are getting ready to start. Sammy's going to be the first bowler, but just quickly wanted to give you this update. Basically, whoever finishes first will play the team that's fourth, and whoever finishes second will play the team that is third. So this game is quite an important game for Levante, Tim.
Indeed, to see what the semi-final draw will be. That semi-final draw will happen after the last of the group games tomorrow afternoon, but we're up and running with the last of today's group games, and it's gone through for a dot ball. Oh, the umpire's turning slowly, and it's almost the obligatory wide on a first ball, Rico. We've seen so many wides, first balls of innings.
So many of them, yeah, and so Sammy, Levante remaining consistent with their opening attack, Sammy, and Joel Brook is the La Manga batsman, with Adam Alger at the non-striker's end. A lovely little tickle. There is a fielder that's come round, getting the ball in. So, wide and a single.
My mind's gone blank. Who's the bowler here, Rico? After all this cricket in the last few days, of course it is. Bit of a delay while the batsman adjusts his gloves, just gets ready. Adam Alger scored a phenomenal amount of runs last time we played T10 here. And he started off with a curious little top edge over the keeper's head, over slip, and that's run away for 4 runs. First runs off the bat in the innings.
First boundary.
First boundary, of course.
Boundary,
yes,
yeah.
I missed the single, didn't I?
Yeah, 4 runs, and
I got the Rico wagging finger there, as if to say you're talking nonsense, Tim.
did you really just have a coffee?
I've had a coffee, mate.
Let me smell your breath. Give me.
You don't want to smell my breath.
No,
You really don't.
Okay, let me smell what's in that mug then. Let's put it that way. Okay, give you the benefit of the doubt. Here we go again. Sammy, coming in.
Oh, that's horrible. And he's been put down.
Well, that is a massive let-off. Adam Alger was just giving catching practice there to the Levante players. It's gone down, and well, he's not the man you want to drop, because as we all know, he can punish you. He'll want to put that behind him here now and make the most of that chance. Oh, and talking of chances, I think that's safe. It's going to find its way. Yeah, good work with 2 men chasing after it there. So 2 more to the total.
Just going back to that catch that Adam put up, what was he doing? It was just a little push out. It was, as you say, catching practice. And he's a man you don't want to give a second chance to, isn't he, Rico?
Absolutely, yeah. It is. We saw something similar, I think. I can't recall who it was where again. All you want to be doing with that shot, because you know the players are in, just continue it through and just chip it over. Over the infield. We're in the power play. There's no men back there, no mid on, mid off. It's 4 runs, but he seemed to stop his shot. He played a very cheeky 4 runs before, and I'm saying playing because I'm convinced he did play for that. Got 4 runs there, and then very next ball he just like I say, that was catching practice.
Sammy flirting with the wides there, but got the benefit of the doubt. Batsman didn't play a shot expecting that to be given as a wide. Generates a fair pace here, Rico, Sammy. Yeah?
Yes, he does. I mean, if he gets the ball in the right areas, he's very difficult to play. That's a nice shot. And this time finishes on a dot ball. Just looking at the scoreboard, I don't think it's quite updated itself. So, an interesting start there. We've the first over out the way. Sammy, well bowled. He'll consider himself unlucky. Certainly should have had Adam Auger back, but it hasn't happened. Now Adam now has to compose himself. He has to put that behind him and say, right, it's not often as a batsman you get given a chance. When you do, you've got to make it count. And his teammates will be hoping that that's what he does. Tariq Afridi coming on to bowl. And one interesting thing I noticed was Tariq is he's a right-arm bowler, but he always bowls round the wicket. So I'm not sure if that's his style, and he likes to always bowl it coming across you. Oh, he's got hold of that. And I think that's one bounce forward, just looking at the umpire. Yes, 4 runs.
Yes, Tariq bowled very well at the left-handers yesterday, didn't he, from Intellectuals. Coming round the wicket, but bizarre bowling right arm round the wicket to right arm batsman, because you're virtually taking leg before decisions out. So he's limiting his options. He's essentially saying to the batsman, have a go.
Yeah, a little field change here now. They've brought the man in who was sort of behind square on the boundary, and they've put a man deep there, sweeping now on the offside boundary. And so taking a single.
So Tariq waiting till Joel settles himself. Tariq's coming in. Right arm round. And he's got a... Oh, that was very well fitted. Looked as if he'd scooped it over the infield for a 4, but palmed down. We'll have to put that down as a chance, or that would be very, very unkind to call that a chance.
We're just looking at that again. No, I think... No, that's a chance. It's gone to hand. You'd expect him to take it. So it's not the rub of the green, certainly at the moment, is on Lamanga's side. Levante not getting things their own way, and they'll think, well, will they be thinking that this just is not going to be their tournament? And there we go again, over the top. Now that's better, isn't it? That's what he should have been doing before. And it's gone for 4 runs. Yeah, and Adam will be saying to himself, that's what I should have done last time. I stopped my shot. What's the need to? There's no man there. Carry on, follow it through. Safe as houses. There we go. 4 more. Yeah, definitely. I think both these batsmen have given chances. And I'm just thinking back, the same thing happened in the last game they played. Both Joel and Adam gave early chances and they weren't taken. On that particular occasion, they didn't go on to make the most of it. Maybe they will today. Now that's gone a long way. Balle, 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 6 carreras and splash into the pond. Beautiful shot. So Tariq is probably not used to this kind of treatment. Yeah, marvellous hit that. And well, where's the man that dropped him? He's probably got his head down somewhere.
He's got his head in his hands, but he'd dropped that. Yes.
Oh. It's a good shot, but the man was deployed there earlier, doing his job. 2 runs.
They did well. They ran well to turn that into 2. It looked like one of those things where we said that's a very good shot for only 1 run. But they really sprinted the first and turned to put the thrower under pressure. And in the end, quite easily got back for the second.
Yeah, I mean, not been a convincing start by both of these two, but as that over materialised, both are now looking comfortable. Adam's hitting the ball well now, and Joel will just be thinking, you know, I'm just going to support him. And if there is anything loose, I'm going to put it away. So I think very much a tactic here might be to be, as we probably saw that in several games where the idea is to try and give Adam as much strike. But having said that, not taking anything away from Joel. Seeing Joel bat, seeing Joel score, stack loads of runs. Took a little bit of time out from the cricket, but it's so good to see him back. He's such a talented player, and a joy to watch. So we're just seeing if the Levante are going to make any change. Doesn't look like. Sammy is going to continue. Unlucky at the moment, Levante, not to have wickets. Well bowled, and this time it is taken. And though he hits the deck with a mighty bang, he holds on to the ball. So the breakthrough comes, the beginning of the third over, and Sammy, well, would consider himself to have been unlucky in his first over. Gets a wicket, and that's a big sigh of relief from the Levante players, and well, they particularly will be hoping that they can do the same with Adam before he punishes them too much. So, first wicket down, 28 for 1. Tim.
The catcher there, was that our friend Tariq Afridi? He seems to be everywhere in this tournament. I could be wrong, but I believe it was Tariq. No?
I'm just having a look. No.
Was it not?
No, it wasn't Tariq.
I'm now squinting into the, as the sun has gone down.
Yes.
Towards the end of the fourth game now, it's quite squinty. We're looking out into the sunshine, and it can be quite hard to identify some of the players.
Well, the president of Alfas. Oh, that's a nice shot. I think that's gone all the way. Yeah, just checking again. The umpire's not sure. No, it hasn't gone all the way. It's been given as 4 runs. Now, I couldn't quite see that because the president
the chairman, I corrected, the chairman
of the club was standing in front of us there with quite a daunting net.
A very long pole with a net on the end.
Yeah, I think he's been fishing cricket balls again. That's in the air, but it's gone over. That should race away. 2 men after it, and not able to get there. It's 4 more. So we've had a wicket, and then since then it's been raining boundaries. 2 fours, 2 consecutive fours, and Adam certainly has decided I shouldn't really technically be here. I could be back, but I'm not. I'm here, so I'm going to make the most of it. And he certainly is. He's playing his shots. I think he's been joined out there by Stuart Simpkins at the non-striker's end, number 8. In comes Sammy again. Well bowled, well hit, and well, the ball races away there. Fielder after it. Just managed to get it, just had to go slightly up the hill there. Well chased. A wicket and 10 runs so far off the over here.
Ooh.
Oh.
Stuart seems to be holding his thigh. Has he injured himself in that scampering for the run?
Yeah, they got the run through. It's been signalled no ball, so it's a free hit has been signalled. So yeah, it's going through for the run, but also a no ball. In comes Sammy. Right up there, Stuart gets back onto ball. We've got Zayn here patrolling the boundary. He took two lovely catches in that position earlier today. So Stuart Simpkins off the mark with a single. So Sammy finishes quite an adventurous over. There was a wicket first ball, then a couple of boundaries, then a no ball. but manages to finish it off with a dot ball. So 40 runs on the scoreboard. And the batsmen having a little chat. They'll be more than happy with that. So the end of the power play. Pinatar have now moved away from the area where they were sat, so we can clearly see all the way down the boundary marker now. There was earlier in that game where Bitu came in, hit a massive 6, hit a 4, and we thought he hit another 6, and if he had done that, certainly would have changed the context of that game, but we couldn't quite see. And when we were looking that direction, out popped a man in with the ball in his hand, and he was caught, and that made a big difference to that game. But anyway, there seems to be
so who's the bowler here, Rico? It's a change of bowling.
This could be a Azhar. Like we say, the sun is really now
It is, isn't it? We are
shining
squinting.
right into
I'm looking both on the monitor and in real life, so to speak. I'll get the name of the bowler as soon as I can.
Oh, that's
a big
well hit. That's 4 runs, 1 bounce, 4, and the ball trickles into the pond, bounced just before the boundary marker, over the fence here, rolled down the little patio bit and just dunked into the pond. So Stewart is off the mark in terms of boundaries. Stuart Simpkins.
He's a big man, isn't he? He's a tall man and he's got big shoulders, and the bat looks absolutely tiny. It looks like a toy in his hands. He's a big, powerful man, and he certainly hit that very hard.
So it looks like just wait for the ball to come back. Here it comes.
So it's Faiz Bart. Perhaps not the start to the over that he would have wanted. How does he come back from that? He's changed the field. He's got the man on the deep mid-wicket boundary by the tree.
Yeah, we're looking at a field that seems to be adopted now by most teams. Oh, well, he's hit that. That's absolutely motoring. Oh. 4 more. Wow, he is a big man, and when he puts everything behind it like he did there, it went like a bullet. And the fielder, there was a fielder there. It was going straight to him now. I'm not sure whether a little bounce just popped up before him, but yeah, it goes down as a misfield. So Faiz, the bowler under pressure here. 2 boundaries. Bit fuller this time. 1 in the 2, pushing. It's a good arm.
That's very well run again. Adam Alger, the quicker over the ground of the 2 batsmen. Running to the danger end. The fielder saw that, threw it to the keeper's end, but Stuart Simpkins well in his ground by the time the ball reached there.
Yeah, I think with the 20-odd steps that Adam has to take to get to the other end, I think Stuart just had to take 10, doesn't he?
He is a big unit.
Big appeal. The last 2 balls have been much better, much fuller. Not giving Stuart the opportunity to get down to it and get it away in any part of the ground. Tucked him up a little bit. Yeah, and well, didn't start very well, Faiz, but in the end got his line right and finished off the over well. But Lamanga motoring away here. 52. The score races on to 4 overs gone. Tim, Levante needs something to happen.
They do. They've not helped themselves by putting down Adam Alger in the first over. Was it first over or the second over? Wickets do slow people down. They've got a couple of very big hitting batsmen. Different styles. Stuart Simpkins, very, very brutal. Adam with shots all the way around the wicket. And if one of these, well, if these 2 stay together, the score could get very, very big. Unless Levante come up with some way some way of wheedling one another than that. When T20 cricket first came along, people said, you know, it's not a bowler's game. How could bowlers possibly put up with being bludgeoned everywhere? T10 is even more torturous for bowlers, isn't it?
Yes.
You know you're going to get hit. You know there's going to be very few defensive shots. And, you know, we're talking about overs that go for 6 or 7 as being very good overs, aren't we? It's a completely different way of judging success. If you keep it down to single figures, you can give yourself a little pat on the back.
Yes, you can do, and like you said, you're quite right. If a bowler, as we've seen here, you know, oh dear, that's self-destruct. Wow.
Well, we said they'd have to find a way of getting him out. Maybe they didn't find a way. Adam Alger found a way of getting himself out, pulled a ball that wasn't really short enough to pull, bottom edged it right into his stumps.
Yeah, I mean, he got dropped on a dolly, didn't he? And I thought, well, maybe it's going to be his day. But, well, his luck changed. That's unfortunate. I'm not sure if the ball stayed lower than he was expecting, but getting a thick inside edge and crashing the ball into his stumps. So, the danger man, we know what he's capable of. He's given a taste of what he's capable of in this knock already. But he's gone. And new man going in.
A brutal knock while he was there. 34 runs off only 13 balls.
Well,
so you can imagine if it stuck around, how nasty that could have got for Levante.
Yeah, so we've got Stuart. Well, we can know him missing who Stuart is. He's sort of towers over everybody there. Look, I mean, look at him compared to the size of the bowler. So he bowls his first ball, the little man.
Yeah, Ajmal.
Ajmal, yeah. And he may be little, but we do know he can bang it in as well, can't we?
Indeed.
Yeah. So Ajmal coming in to bowl to the new batsman. And, well, how many times have we seen that? You know, she's just had a wicket and bowls a wide.
You made the very same comment earlier today. You see a wicket and then the pressure is totally released by just gifting extras. Ravi Panchal yet to face a legitimate ball.
Just adjusting the field. Oh, look at this. We've got 1, 2, 3 men lined up on this leg. Everybody's on this side of the protecting the boundary here on the leg side. We've got
one offside boundary fielder at long off. Apart from that, all the deep protection is, as you say, on the leg side.
oh, well bowled. Right up there in the block hole. Now that, unfortunately, did bowl a wide, but that would be the first ball that you'll be wanting to bowl to any new batsman that comes in. It's right up there. You make it in play before he gets his eye in.
So with this field, what sort of line is Ajmal looking to bowl? Because if you're bowling it too straight, it's still going to get carted on the leg side, although your protection is here. And it doesn't really give them the option of bowling at that fifth stump line, does it?
Well, I suppose that's what the plan is there from Ajmal. He's banged that one in. Ravi's got under it, just hoping its way down there. But like we say, we've got 3 men pretty close to each other there, so just a single. But, you know, Ravi can play all the shots, so, you know, he's not a typical batsman that will play everything on the legs. So, you know, that's good running, isn't it? Great running there from Ravi. Wide ball also signalled, so that's 2 wides in the book. 2 more on the total. Brings Ravi back on strike. Very keen to get to the other end. Once again, look at him go.
Doesn't he cover the ground?
So fast. Just slipped there again, so I think it's just maybe all down to the footwear, maybe not enough grip. But yeah, I mean, he's, well, I suppose doing what he's been coached to do. You know, the national team players, when you're playing at international level, you know, you get a set off quick. You've got to try and make that's gone a long way. Balle, seis carreras, and that's big.
Well, that was far shorter than Ajmal wanted, and it just sat up. And a big man like Stuart Simpkins wielding that big bat, and that's going to go, isn't it, Ram?
It's going to go. I mean, you can put as many men as we said before on the boundary, but when it's clearing it like that, it makes no difference. And that, you know, Ajmal, we saw him bowl a couple of decent balls right up in the block, and you know, you would think a tall man, he's probably got a long way to get down. You'd be aiming for Yorker length deliveries to him. You'd be wanting him to get down and dig the ball out, not stand there and slap it over the boundary like that. The bowler just showing the ball to the umpire, George Wombeck, and George says, nothing wrong with that, buddy, get on with it. Ajmal. Well, that's hit. There's a man there. Did well, got behind it. And the end of the 5th over, so we've just gone past just at the halfway stage now. 65 to score. La Manga looking good.
Yeah, looking very good for it. We thought, obviously, when Adam Aldra got away with his first life, that they were going to pile it on, and then he got to go out again, and we thought perhaps that Levante were back in it. But no, they're going about their business in a very professional manner now. La Manga, they're taking the runs, they're taking the singles when they're there, and they're hitting some lusty blows. Nothing to complain about, really, Rico.
No, both of these batsmen, we've talked about Ravi Panchal before. He's capable of scoring big runs in any format of the game. Stuart Simpkins on strike now. He's scored mountains of runs in his career. He also plays for the Spanish over 40s and will no doubt be playing in a tournament this October at La Manga, which features teams from Holland, Denmark and the UK.
But he won't be playing any further part in this innings.
He won't be playing any further part. You see, that was I'm not quite sure what happened there. I don't know if it was what I was talking about earlier.
I think he did exactly what you said, which is pitch it right up there. The big man couldn't get down to it. Yorker length under his bat, I suspect. Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, I think it was.
Full toss, believe you.
Yeah, I think it did come off his pads. Just looking that again. Yeah, we can't see from that angle. I think the first angle there, I think it just come off his pads. So another one. We'll just watch again here. I think another one that's been played on. And yes.
Yep.
So really the ball wasn't going on the stance, but the bowler had the right idea to get it right up there. So that's a big wicket. It brings in another new batsman. That's got to get going now. So good start this from Still Fires. That's continuing, I believe. So gets a prize wicket there. And just checking to see who's come in.
Looks like Kieran Wood, the captain.
Yeah, it sounded, he called that one very late, sounded like Kieran. But yeah, I mean, I'll just go back to the Spanish over 40s. So yeah, we'll be playing teams from Holland, Denmark and the UK in October at La Manga. And Stuart is... Oh my word!
That's shocking. Poor communication in the field.
What a goal that was. Took it on the half volley. The goalkeeper had no chance in the back of the net. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Obviously, he didn't know that Tariq was covering him. Sliding effort made, got foot onto it and took it the other way. So 4 runs.
Oh, we're seeing misfields now. It's getting ragged in the field, isn't it?
That's good work there. Very good work there. He had a lot of ground to cover. So 3 runs taken there. Yeah, so Stuart has scored big runs. We've seen him score hundreds in the 40 over game and the T20 game. So we know what he can do. But as you said, not playing any further part in this match with the bat. It's a big appeal
shout,
here.
isn't it?
Very big appeal. Well, Kieran not interested at all, just casually gets back down and ties his laces up. And the umpire not moved either, so the end of an over. The interesting thing there is, I mean, there's not been a signal, so I'm guessing it clipped the pad.
I think it did. I think it did. I think it took pad or thigh pad as it went through. All the fielders heard a noise. You would go up under the circumstances, but the umpire was unmoved. On our monitor in this sunshine, I was unable to see what it actually hit.
So looks like the little man to continue, Ajmal. He'd want to just keep it up there again like he has been. Again, a lot of ground to cover the fielders there.
It's a good length, but it just strayed onto leg stump there and it just helped round the corner.
Yeah, and, I thought the fielder was going to get there, but it just seemed to, well, the closer he seemed to get to it, the further the ball seemed to move
kept
away.
going further away. It's fine tolerance, is it? That was so close to being a good ball, but as I say, just got a little bit straight and helped round the corner 4 runs.
Yeah, it must be frustrating when you've got 3 men there and you still can't cut them off. So, wide ball. That's straight down his throat. Zayn there. He likes it there, doesn't he? That's another catch there. And that, well, did he hit it, or was he just trying to guide that over there? He didn't.
But on Monday or Tuesday this week, that would have been in the pond when we've had the breeze, the stiff breeze coming across the ground. But the wind isn't in that direction today. And he just put it in the air there, and it didn't have the legs to reach the boundary. So, yeah, he mainly flicked it up rather than towards the boundary, if that makes sense, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, looking at that again, it's almost like, I mean, it was definitely, the shot was there, he played the shot, but he seemed to sort of stop rather than carry and follow through with it.
Yeah, didn't play it with full conviction.
Yeah,
you could
which
say.
I think if he did, I think it would have continued and it would have gone over Zayn. But as it is, it's the little man, Ajmal. He gets another wicket, caught by Zayn, and it brings another batsman. And a little bit like we were saying with Alfaz, oh, that's nicely played. Again, they're pushing the first. Oh, he wants it.
Oh, that is sharp running.
Yeah, he backed himself to make it, and he did make it. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was saying, so a bit like Sporting Alfaz, we haven't really seen too much of the other batsmen lower down in the La Manga order, and this gives us an opportunity to see some new people, some new players at the crease.
I'm still trying to identify who that is who's come out to join Kieran.
I think that might be Happy.
It's Sahil Khan?
I'm not sure, you know. I think that looks, well, like you say, we're squinting here in the sun. That looks to me like Happy Singh, but
Number 10, I'll get confirmation for that in a second.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Happy Singh, as we know him to be. But I think Balwant Singh is his name, but we all call him Happy Singh because he's another one, a bit like Bittu. He's always smiling, always happy. He's on strike now anyway. Oh, delicately played. That's very nicely played. The keeper's getting beyond the stumps, thinking his fielder's going to get there, but it's not going to.
That's a lovely little shot, wasn't it?
That's very nicely played.
Which just goes to show you don't have to hit the cover off them. A 4 is a 4. You get no more if it races across the boundary or just glides down there. I think.
You know what, Tim? It may not. Well, he looks like Happy Singh, but he's certainly not batting like Happy Singh. The Happy Singh I know would have had a massive hoik. And, well, once more. Beautiful.
Wristy shot out through the offside.
Wow. I'm loving this. What a lovely shot.
Well, the scoreboard's telling us Sohail Khan. Let's call him Sohail Khan if it's not Happy Singh, and then we can apologise later, shall we?
So, that brings to an end. Well, again, Ajmal, his overs are always interesting. There's a bit of everything in there. There's wickets, there's wide balls, and there's boundaries. 89 of 7.
So, Rico, I've just trotted across to the La Manga boys. It would appear that a couple of their players have swapped shirts, and you are quite right, that is Happy Singh, although he's wearing the shirt that is on the scorecard that was allotted to Sohail Khan. So, yeah, Happy Singh there with those 2 lovely shots through the offside.
So that's what it is. It's a magical shirt. If the next batsman puts Adam Alger's shirt on, does that mean that they'll bat like Adam Alger? Because he's certainly not batting like Happy Singh. Anyway, I don't know if there's anything on that. Leg byes. Signal for leg byes. So that's the trick.
That is the trick.
So Tariq has been called back into the attack. Levante want to try and put an end to this partnership as well.
Well, if that's all it takes, I might just nip into the dressing rooms and nick Farhan's shirt and wear that in second team games on a Sunday and see if it affects my play.
Okay, well, I'll take Eddie Ballard's. Oh dear, what is going on here? This is very uncharacteristic from Tariq Afridi. Doesn't seem to me. He doesn't seem to be running in with any conviction like we know he can do, and he seems there's no rhythm there.
No, there isn't, is there?
It's a little different here, Tim, in the field to the way Levante were in that game against Sporting Alfas.
Interesting point. Yeah, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men on the boundary.
That's well hit. There is a man there. He should this time get behind it, get it in.
Nothing behind square on the offside apart from the man that you hate to see there, which is the slip. We've seen 1 ball go to slip in the entire tournament, and he put it down.
Yeah, I mean, when Levante were definitely up against it in the game against Alfas, but they were all upbeat, they were all encouraging each other, they were united as a team. They don't seem to be that here at the moment. Seem to be very quiet out there. I know it's been a long day, but they need to have a big final push in this, the final game today, and also having only won and lost 2, it's a game that they really do want to be looking to win. That's soft hands there. Be wanting 2, and yeah, easily done. These 2 are running very well indeed.
As you may be able to hear, viewers, from our microphone, we are surrounded by La Manga fans rather than Levante fans here, and every run is now being cheered. And a very good point that you make there, that the buzz isn't there. necessarily with the Levante fielders that it was earlier. Maybe they raised themselves, it took so much of them raised themselves to be plucky underdogs against Sporting Alfaz earlier. But Rico, yeah, they seem to be a bit flat in the field at the moment.
So, Balwant Singh, happy, is on strike. Changing bowling now. Bowling the 9th over. That's well played, well watched by the fielder. Ajmal here. Single to happy.
Leading
now
edge.
it should be, and it is. So yeah, I think he would just, if he was probably just trying to tuck this round the corner here with this massive gap and just take a single. Got probably a little bit surprised by the bounce. So Kieran, he well, kept the score ticking. The score is on 102 as he departs. Gets a good round of applause from his teammates and some of the supporters here as a new batsman makes his way to the crease. So Imtaz, the bowler, gets a wicket. Just a single and a wicket from it so far. It's a big hit. Should be cut off here by the fielders. And Happy starting to bat like I remember him to. So the power of the shirt obviously only lasts for a little while.
Oh, he got away with that, the bowler, because he pulled that down, he dragged that down, it was short. And he's lucky to escape with a dot ball there.
Yeah. So the new batsman on strike. Well, won't get away with that one. Well, I wasn't sure if the umpire. I thought maybe he came across too much, but it is another wide ball.
Oh, a swing and a miss.
Yeah, so we think this may be Sohail. I think Lamanga's probably picked up the wrong shirts from people. But we'll check for you in a minute. So your monitors, what you have on the screen there, may not quite be correct. So that brings to an end, well, there was a couple of wides there, etc. But that was quite, for the 9th over, they needed a good one just to try and restrict the score from going too crazy, and they got one. So Lamanga, that were going along quite nicely, but as the big hitters have got out, the run rates come down, and I think we're looking to see another bowler that I'm not sure if we've seen before. Interesting to see Zain, who's played a big part in bowling. He bowls nice spin bowling. He's not come on to bowl, so maybe Levante are giving some of the other guys a chance to bowl. And why not indeed? They've come a long way. Everybody's come to play. Big appeal here. And no, says the umpire. Leg by signalled. So we're into the last over. 5 legitimate deliveries to come. Levante tighten the screw a little bit here. Yes, that's well played. He played the same shot earlier. Happy Singh, which went all the way to the boundary. This one, just a single. Levante be quite
Still
happy
trying to
with
identify
that.
the bowler for you.
Well bowled. Oh, he's bowling a very good line. Not giving the batsman any room.
Kasim Abbas bowling.
Kasim. Oh, Kasim, where have you been hiding yourself? You're doing all the things we've been saying the bowler should be doing.
Indeed. Pitching it up there. cramping the batsman for room.
And once again, full pitch right up there. And the batsman having a little bit of communication, probably saying, look, come on, bat on ball. You touch it, I'm running. Score on 109.
You said that to me earlier, actually, didn't you, Rico?
He's hit that. I think that's going to find the gap. Fielder running across. Is he going to get there? He is. The ball just dying. 2 runs taken. Well, 6 overs when we were on 73 and then 7 overs on 89. Another 10 score was scored in that over to take the score 99 of 8. I think we were probably looking 120 plus, so full credit to Levante by changing the bowlers and bringing people on. That's going up in the air. I think it's going to drop safe. Oh! That's the run. Anybody backing up?
Steady.
Well,
Steady.
I don't know. Well,
Just hold on to it. Well,
15
like
love.
a game of dodgeball, wasn't it?
30 love. Juice. And, well, I won't say game because it's just the end of La Manga's innings. Yeah, a little bit of ping pong or tennis there, but any bit of entertainment for the supporters and the crowd. Well done. That brings to the close La Manga's innings. 113 scored. As we always say, they're looking for 100. They got the 100, and then the 13, what we always refer to as bonus runs, extra runs that the team has to play with. It's all about having the mental pressure on the team. That's
just what a final over there from Kazima Basto. Was it 4 runs off the bat? Was it, and just the leg by as well?
Yeah, there was, and
which for a final over is astonishing, really, in this form of cricket.
Likewise for Mumtaz, who bowled the 9th over. You know, got a wicket in there as well. All right, there was a couple of wides, but I think maybe only 4 or 5 of that one. So, yeah, a good finish from Levante. They'll be happy with that. I think they came back into this game, and more importantly, what's always good to see, they've given everybody a game.
They have.
You know, and that's good as well. There's nothing worse really than coming a long way and just having to field all the time. So again,
kidney stones.
Yeah,
Kidney stones are worse than that.
Yeah, I said this before in the early game, and I'll say it again.
Kidney stones
Kidney
are
stones.
worse.
Is that what we're saying?
Than going to a game and not getting a game. I've had kidney stones. I've also been 12th man, and I can assure you, kidney stones is worse than turning up for a match and not being given a game. Sorry about that, listeners, but I did need to clear that up. Kidney stones worse than a lot of things, actually. When people say to you, have that one in your back pocket. When people say there's nothing worse than kidney stones, take it from a man who has had kidney stones. Sorry about that,
Okay,
viewers.
well,
We will press on with commentary.
If I do come across anybody that talks to me about kidney stones, I will tell them I know exactly what they're talking about and how they feel. Tim, thank you for that.
It's worse than turning up with a team and not getting a game, Rico. And that's cleared that up. There is no doubt left on that. This could be another close one. It's that sort of nagging total to chase. The final total 113, I believe. Looking forward to the reply. La Manga got some very good bowlers, but we've seen Levante give it a bit of a thrash in this tournament. I'm thinking La Manga are good enough to defend that total, but which way are you going?
Yeah, I'm with you there, Tim. I think La Manga have done what we've seen many times in this series. They put the score up, and they will, with that score being past 100, they would have applied or put the pressure now on Levante, and we saw what pressure can do when you're chasing. I mean, Pinata have done it a number of times, did it in the last game. You know, that's all to do with pressure. So yeah, that's what we think. We both agree on something finally at the end of.
That makes me feel very uncomfortable.
Coming to the end
actually,
of day
we've
3.
bickered. We've had people turn up here at the pavilion in Albert and say, "I've been listening to you and watching you on the live feed, and you come across like a couple of bickering pantomime dames, which I rather like. The Ugly Sisters."
I'm not dressing up.
Are
We
you not?
talked about this yesterday. I'm not dressing up. No, I won't do it. I know that's your forte. I'm not dressing up. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to go into the bar and get myself a cold drink. So we are going to depart for a few minutes.
We'll be right back.
And we'll be right back to see the end of this day 3 Game 12 of the Dream11 European T10 series. Please join us again in about 5 minutes.
Kidney stones.
we're back, refreshed and ready for the last 10 overs today of this Dream11 European T10 series. So Levante are looking to chase down and get to a target of 114 to win this game. That will then take them to played for 1-2 lost 2, and that also keeps their hopes alive of progressing further up in this tournament. La Manga only played 2, lost 1, won 1, and they themselves also know that this is important. Win this game and they can also head up all the way to the top, towards the top of the table. So it's Ravi Panchal is going to be opening the bowling, and it looks like the little man. Is that Ajmal?
That's Ajmal. That's the Ajmal facing.
Yeah, and Ravi starting with a wide. We've seen that so often. You've called that, Tim, many a time.
Indeed, it seems to be the obligatory innings opening wide, doesn't it?
That's a bit better. That's what you'd expect from a player of Ravi's talent. Welcome, Ajmal.
Yeah, nice ball. Got a big B on him. Managed to keep it down. Kept it down well.
Did very well.
Yep.
Did what sometimes we haven't seen in this series. He kept his head still and on the ball. Bye signalled. And it's very nice and refreshing, personally for me, to see youngsters that have come up through the ranks in this. Oh, bowled him, timber! Ravi liking that one. And I think that is his first delivery. And yeah, the Ducks extra excited here because not just a duck, is it, Tim?
It's a golden duck. Zane faced the one ball, swished all round one, middle and leg, and Ravi Pancho good enough to go through that gap.
Yeah, can be
send him on his
guilty.
way.
Sorry, Tim. Can be guilty bowling too short sometimes, but right up there, right on the button. The man's on his way back, and the Ducks are lining up. Here they come. Captain Duck leading the way, and well, there's a little delay. Oh, they just they're just telling them it's a golden one done, so there's got to be a bit different. Well, there we go. Slightly
Viewers,
different.
I can do nothing but apologise. I am so sorry.
So, golden duck, first one of this series.
First one of the tournament, certainly.
Not something that Zane will want reminding of. So leg by signal. So yeah, as I was saying before, Ravi took that wicket, and Ravi himself is one of those guys. A lot of cricketers out there looking around, from Alfie to Connor, Ravi, Adam. I'm sure I've missed a few as well, but they're all youngsters. Started learning the cricket as young boys, and they progressed. And look where they are now. You know, they've learnt the game, they've mastered the game, and they're learning all the time as well. And that's all good for Spanish cricket. So well done to you boys. And some of them, like Ravi, Adam Alja, have made their way into the national team.
This will be the big clinch of when we know that cricket has called on properly in Spain, is when the kids are learning it from early years, as opposed to us expats who come into the country having played in the UK or having played in Pakistan. When the kids are actually learning their cricket here in the country, we know we've actually made the breakthrough that we want.
So first boundary there. Quick delivery, but yeah, we were just saying that sometimes when Ravi took that wicket, I'd say it's nice to see him getting the ball right up there, but sometimes he is guilty of, he is pace, he is quick, sometimes a little bit guilty of trying to bang it in too short, and maybe he did that there, but that's raced along to 4 runs, and Levante badly needed that boundary just to keep them keeping it in this run chase.
9 off the over, not a bad start, but that obviously wicket as well, losing Zane on his first ball. So who's coming on now? Is this Adam coming on?
No, this looks like Connor. I think if Adam Alja is behind the stumps.
Of course. I'm getting whooped. Been a long day in the sunshine. I'm getting names mixed up in my head now.
Oh, it's a nice shot. He's flicked that away beautifully. Lovely shot. 4 runs. So Furkan has joined Ajmal out there. And that was a lovely shot. So in comes Connor again. Bit slower, but he's got hold of that. 4 runs.
Sent it down slower, but it came back much quicker over his head.
So Furkan announcing his arrival in style.
Very much
look,
so.
The Ducks are looking for Zane. Maybe they've got something for him. Something wrapped in gold. Look, can you? There he is, captain. Relax. Don't get so excited. We know it was the first. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That had a bit of flair about it, didn't it? Wristy flair, kept the ball down through the gap, making the most of this power play. So 3 consecutive boundaries. We've seen 3 very good shots here.
We have seen 3 very nice shots. It's a very distinctive delivery stride from Connor as well. It's almost like it goes into a star jump. Rather than a lot of bowlers, particularly quick bowlers, will gather themselves like a coiled spring. He does almost the complete opposite, and all 4 limbs are splayed on the delivery stride.
Good responses to Connor. I mean, always good to see a young man not letting his head go down. He's had 3 boundaries hit off him, the first 3 balls, all very good shots, and Connor mature enough to say, yeah, okay, but I'm going to keep it up there. I'm going to put it there. You do what you think you can. And he's replied back with 2 dot balls, 6 ball, and that's 3.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I thought the batsman maybe moved too early, but it's difficult from here. And like you say, with the sun now, sort of partially blinding us a little bit, even our monitors. We're just looking again if we can. Yeah, I think it just probably moving away a little bit. Well bowled, and just didn't carry. Good positioning there. I think that's healthy.
If the slip had stayed down, I think he could have died, but he seemed to
I
sink onto his haunches rather than come forward to it.
No, you're a hard man.
I am a hard man.
You're a hard man.
I am a hard man. I demand standards from other people that I couldn't possibly set myself.
Well, good over that for Levante. It was 9 of the first over, 22 now off 2. Still 1 more left in the power play. And looks like Ravi is going to continue. This will be his second over. Are we allowed 2, remember, in T10? And captain, not sure who the captain is. The captain, is it Kieran Wood or is it Adam Alja?
I believe Kieran's captain.
Kieran's
but I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I will be wrong again.
But anyway, the captain will want Ravi to make the most of this over. He'll want a few wickets and he'll want a tight over. Ooh, that sneaked through. The bounce was a little bit unkind there, I think, for Adam. By signalled.
Yeah, Kieran is down as the captain on the score sheet, so I'm prepared to go along with that. But obviously a wise head, Adam, at wicket-keeper as well, and will be giving his input throughout.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Adam's wicket-keeping, especially when he's been standing up to... I mean, obviously he wouldn't stand up to Ravi, but some of the other bowlers, he stood up, and that puts a lot of pressure on the batsman, especially when you're trying to, steal singles as well. That's a bit uppish. A good throw here. No,
And talking about the buzz in the field as well, I find a keeper who stands up, he sort of brings the fielding side together and can keep the energy up in the field, because there's no great delays, everything there, it's thud, it's in the gloves, it's back to the bowler, and the energy levels come from that. But he's a very tidy keeper. And he's going to stand under that and swallow that catch.
look at that. That's just on cue, isn't it? I mean, oh.
The power we have, Rico, to influence people's lives.
Yes, I mean, it's, yeah, the batsman's knocking himself on the head there, thinking, what was that all about? But hey, Ravi has taken a wicket. Adam Auger takes the catch. We were just talking about his wicket keeping and how we've been impressed with the way he's kept wicket and the way he stood up and the pressure a good wicket keeper puts on the batsman. And you're quite right, having a good wicket keeper who's quite vocal as well. He's the main man. I talked about having somebody motivating the team. The wicket keeper has to be Mr. Motivator, has to work with the captain, has to keep the team on its toes, keep them upbeat, keep them motivated, and also very key in terms of looking around the field and where the fielders are. So another wicket that brings Tariq Afridi is going out to join Furkan, and these two will be hoping that they can put a nice partnership together.
Now, I've got a lot of time for Tariq Afridi. He's made himself... I'll start that sentence again in English, shall I, Rico? But he's really made an influence everything he's done. With the bat, with the ball, in the field, he's taken some great catches. He's been vocal in the field. He's been energetic in the field. And, yeah, he's really caught my eye in this tournament as one of the major factors in Levante's successes. But for the moment, he can do nothing but watch, standing there at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very good cricketer. I've seen him score massive runs, and I've seen him play at Levante in a competition, and he scored 100 runs of practically, 30 odd balls. He can, if he gets going, he can be so destructive. So yeah, Levante will be hoping to have one of those innings from him today, and the Manga won't, but if he gets going, it will be also so pleasurable to watch. But at the moment, the Manga seem to be getting back on top again after a nice tidy over. And that could be another one. Oh, it's just agonisingly dropping in an area where nobody could get to. And that, the end of a fine over. Exactly what we were saying. The captain would have given the ball back to Ravi and say, right, okay, it's 22 off 2. We need a good one here again. We need to get back on top. And that's exactly what they've done. Ravi's obliged. He's taken the wicket. And only 3 runs coming off there. 25 off 3. End of the power play.
And that is exactly what you want your senior bowlers to do, isn't it? Ravi's bowled 2 overs. He's taken 2 wickets. He's gone for less than 4.5 an over. You couldn't ask for anything more from your bowlers in this form of cricket, could you?
No, we're just having a look here who's coming on. I think this looks like Suklain, number 11. And on strike is Furkan. They did take the single off the last ball. When he came in, he hit 3 fours on the trot, and then he scored off the ball a bit.
He's got a bit swishy since then, hasn't he?
Gone a bit swishy, but both of these batsmen will be saying to themselves now, okay, Ravi's bowled out, so we haven't got to worry about him coming back on. So let's see if we can now get on top of 1 or 2 of these bowlers. Oh, well, we've seen that so many times today, haven't we? So many times.
But what can you do as fielding captain? You can't waste a man right down there at backstop. That would have beaten any third man or fine leg that was there anyway. So you just have to take it on the chin, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a shot that he played for. Got lucky. Yeah, you know, you can't and you shouldn't set a field just following the ball. So Klein will try and get the ball slightly further up towards the batsman.
Oh, that's,
that's
a
well
brutal
hit.
shot.
That's a very good shot. A lot of aggression in that. That's 4 more. So Furkan, he's very much a tiki-taka, boom-boom type of guy, isn't he?
He is, to use one of your
Tiki-taka,
phrases. Looking at this on, sorry,
lot of dots and
Rico, but
singles.
looking at it on replay,
Yeah.
he really did put some bat speed across that. He freed his arms, so there's a big arc that the bat was
That's
going
good work.
for.
That's fair. That could be close. I'm just having a look at the umpire. Well, I'm just looking to see if he had his bat down there. He was certainly very slow going. Looked very casual there.
If we could see that from the side on camera. Here we are in the replay. And yeah, Rani's batting very well.
So yeah, I was saying Furkan, yeah, he's very much tiki-taka. Takes the singles, that's the tiki-taka bit, and then he does the boom-booms, and he doesn't just do the odd boom-boom, he does it in 3s or in a line of 3s or a line of 2s, and that one would have been another 3 if it weren't for a very, very good stop from the captain, Kieran Wood. That was rocketing along, and Kieran got down, got his body behind it, and just kept it to 1. That's good stuff. That's what the captain will want from his players. 100% effort. Yeah, we're just going to say I believe there's 1 more to come in the over. There was a wide ball. So Vincent O'Reilly just checking with George Warnbeck. And you can see that how the sun is also difficult for the umpire. Square leg now standing in the point area because it's very difficult to see the crease line from the orthodox square leg position. So 1 more ball to come this over. Who's going to benefit from it?
We are. The pleasure of watching top quality cricket being played. The world watching at home will benefit from this extra ball.
Oh, he's got hold of that. Balle, 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 kinna sona, 6 carreras.
Well, you said Tarek Afridi could hit a ball, and they really did hit that ball. He seems to be walking off. What's going on?
I think maybe getting rid of his helmet, but possibly may need a cap.
He's got the cap tucked underneath his helmet.
So with that 6 there, they stay on 10 and over. 41 off 4 overs. Just looking to see who's coming on the bowl now. I would probably fancy a change of pace, and Kieran Wood is thinking on the same lines as I am. Looks like Palwant Singh, or Palwinder Singh I should say, or as we all know him here in Spain, Happy Singh. Scarpa through for a single. The umpire puts his arms out. It's also a wide ball, so that will count as 2.
Just coming in off a couple of paces and turning the arm over.
Yeah, very deceiving, but very effective if he gets it right.
As he certainly did there. Holding his head in his hands. How did that miss, he's asking himself.
We're just struggling to see properly here. We've got a fielder, Ravi Panchal, standing right in front of us. Got hold of that. That's sailing away. 6 más. Balle, balle, kinna sona.
That's an interesting shot because the arc of the bat looked as if that was meant to be going over mid-wicket. Perhaps it was almost a leading edge, went much, much straighter, but he got a lot of it and it sailed over the boundary for 6.
Didn't that look like a golfing shot?
Yes, it did, yes. Ugly in a cricketing context, yep. But very, very effective.
So what was that, a 9-9?
Yeah, I would say so.
Whoa! Adios! That's going to the beach in Alfaz del Pi. That's a big one.
That's right over our heads, but I don't know, 30 yards in the air as it cleared us.
Say smash. So Tariq has finally come to the party. We were saying that though he has been involved and a key player in most of the games, we haven't seen the best of him with the bat, and maybe we're going to see it now. Well, we certainly have with 2 shots there. Certainly taking happy on. Happy, possibly not so happy here. He'll still be smiling though. I'll put money on that. Short the ball. Whoa, that is big. That is awesome. That's smashed away. 6 more. 6, 6, 6.
Well, Tariq Afridi has taken a real shine to the bowling, and happy, as you say, will be anything but happy on this, but Tariq has decided this is the over. He's going to unleash the big guns. 6, 6, 6, as you say. And another one, Rico.
Say smash. I'm loving this. Are you loving this, Tim?
I'm loving this, but the fielder here at the deep mid-wicket boundary was actually off the ground fielding the previous ball. A spare ball had been introduced to the game by the umpire, so when that ball was bowled, there were only 10 fielders on the... Yeah, and quite rightly is saying, well, what about me?
T10, the European T10 competition, the Dream11 European T10 series here at its best.
Oh.
Well,
well, it didn't look to be a run there, but they got one.
he wants to strike. Just seeing. Oh, now did
He
he?
didn't take the bails off.
No.
I think if he had, he might well have been gone.
I'm not sure if that was because he decided the batsman was in and didn't want to trouble the umpires, or whether he missed him. But either way, well, we saw some exhibition of hitting there. 4 6s on the trot, and then taking a single to stay on the strike. And look at that scoreboard. It just motored along. .68 the score has raced on to. So, well, we talk about magic overs and how important they are to either side, and in this case that one was the magic one for the batting side. So Levante, courtesy of Tariq Afridi, are back in this game.
And what pressure for young Alfie Court being called on to bowl now that the batsmen have really got the bit between their teeth. Who'd want to come on now? Starts off with the obligatory wide, but at least it didn't go sailing over the boundary.
Oh, I think he's managed to safely chip that over the player. There's a chase on, but never going to get there. The ball, normally the winner down that end of the ground. That's 4 runs.
Not a convincing shot, but 4 runs nonetheless. Unlucky on young Alfie Court. Lots of enthusiasm coming from the pavilion for Alfie.
Yeah, a lot of support from the players and also from the spectators. Well, he smashed that away. 6 carreras. Qué bonito. Eso es cricket. Eso es cricket de estilo de España. My God, what a clubbing shot that was on the offside.
That was brutal, wasn't it?
But what I will say here, full credit to the bowler. You know, he's been hit around, he's a young man, but he's still trying things, tried the slower ball there, maybe a little bit too full, and Tariq managed to get behind it. A bit shorter here. It's in the air. It's
It's a catch. It's not a catch.
No. It was always dipping, but the throw is. Well, it's all excitement here.
Well, you can't say it's dull. One thing it is not is dull.
Yeah, Tariq, he doesn't seem to. I mean, it's one of the things you always get taught as a young man when you're batting is how to run, and always running with your bat down. And Tariq doesn't seem to get his bat down. He seems to run with his bat sort of halfway up in the air. Slow ball again. Dot ball, well bowled. Very good to see, even when you've got a batsman of this ability that's smashing the ball to all areas of the ground. The young cricketer still thinking with what he's trying to do, keeping the variation, keeping the batsman guessing. So when he comes again.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Tried the slower ball, pushed it out wide, but too wide for umpire Vince O'Reilly's liking.
I mean, the fielders are set in the right position, but only a miss hit will get them in play. Another wide ball. Alfie just trying to keep the ball in an area where Tariq will have to play differently and not bowl it into his arch, but just drifting a little bit wide at the moment. Oh, he's got hold of that, and that's gone all the way as well, I think. One bounce, and valiant effort there with a dive at the end, but goes for 4.
Ooh, this is an uncomfortable over for the bowler. Nobody likes to see a youngster get hit out the attack, but I don't think we'll be seeing him for another over in this innings.
No, but Tim, like you said, we just saw Happy being dispatched to all areas of the ground. Whoever was going to come on now, and with Tariq facing, was going to be in for a bit of punishment. Once more, Tariq will settle for a single. He'll just want to keep the strike. I don't know when the last time Furkan had to face a ball.
Well, I believe that was 20 off the over, was it?
Yeah, the score moves on to 88. 20 off the over. Unfortunately, a few wides there. Alfie just trying a few different things. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly Furkan hasn't played a part in this innings. In definitely the last 2 overs, it's all been about Takir Afridi. My apologies. Tariq Afridi.
Well, Rico, between innings when we were off mic, I said I think La Manga have probably got enough for this. They've got good bowling, and although they didn't get up to 120, I thought 113 was going to be enough. But I'm beginning to doubt my judgment on that. I would say Levante are certainly in the ascendancy at the moment.
Well, they need 1 wicket, don't they? And it's the man that's on strike they need. Well, it's sometimes it's just your day, and sometimes it's not your day. Well, there's a jubilant applause coming from around the ground, and that would suggest to you that Tariq Afridi has reached his half-century. Bit fortunate, not quite in the style that he would have liked it, but nonetheless is gone down for 4 runs. Furkan says, hey, I want to play too. And
Afridi's saying I'll have as much strike as I can take. Thanks very much indeed.
Yes.
Got to his 50 off 16 balls, 3 4s and 6 6s.
Well, that's gone over. There is a man here. It's gone over. And
oh! It was a crowd catch and it was put down.
6 runs, and Neil Brook here, he threw the boys' lunch on the floor to try and catch that. He had it. He'll put it down to the sun. I'm sure if he had a cap on, he would have safely taken that. So 6 more to Tariq. That's what we're talking about there with the wicket keeper standing up. Just making sure that Tariq has to stay in his crease. Oh, there's a run being taken here. I'm not sure if it's going to be buys or wides. Wides are signalled. So La Manga definitely needs something. They need a little bit of magic themselves. We've seen a couple of magic overs here from Levante to put them in the driving seat, but now La Manga needs something. Furkan finally did manage to get on strike and does what any sensible batsman would do and say, you know what, you carry on, I'll take the single, have it back for the I think the one ball to come in the over. Whoa, balle, 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 tiki taka, boom, boom, say smash. And well, that's the end of the over. The score races along rapidly to 106. T10 at its best.
At its best. At its boom, boom, boom best.
At its best. Coming live from Spain. The Costa Blanca here in Albia. Sporting Outfits Cricket Club. Fantastic. I hope you're enjoying this as much as we are. Absolutely brilliant to watch. And, well, Tariq deciding he'll hit that last one for 6 and have a little rest at the non-striker's end as Connor comes on to bowl his second over. And, well, they need some magic from somewhere, don't they just?
Don't they just?
Furkan just allowing Tariq to get his breath back, I think. But I'm pretty sure he will look to nudge this away to get Tariq back on strike.
But no rush now. We've got 2.5 overs to score 7 runs. It's been quite a remarkable performance. But a couple of very, very big overs there from Levante. That's how I thought La Manga had enough in store and enough wise old heads in the bowling. But no, it would appear that Levante are going to get home in this one.
Well, Connor has got a brilliant Yorker ball. If he puts it to use, tried to slow a ball. Oh, the ball doing all things there, and Kieran having to keep an eye. Wow. Well, a little bit more entertainment there for you at home. This time the fielding side deciding that they wanted to entertain you a little bit there. First of all, the ball having, I think Kieran Wood there going one way or another, and then an almighty throw. Good shot, should be cut off here. It is. Well, good work there. And I notice Stuart Simpkins, the big man, decided, well, you know what, I'm going to lie down here because if he misses it, nothing's going past this wall.
That was a long and wide barrier, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's quite nimble for a big man.
Absolutely.
That's well bowled.
And it's catch.
No, I believe it was a bump ball.
Was it a bump ball?
Yeah, it looked like a bump ball. I mean, I think my shades are better than yours.
I suspect there'd be more excitement in the ground if it were a catch. I wouldn't be the only person saying, oh, look, a catch, and everybody else just going about their business. So I'm prepared to accept that I was somewhat dazzled there and called that poorly.
So is the Nelson going to work for Connor? Not this time. Down the ground. The big man gets under it. Gets it in. Stuart doing the fielding there. And well bowled. Nice tidy over. 5 runs from it.
And Ricky, you have to say it's all over by the shouting, isn't it? Just a couple of runs to get them over the line now. A couple of overs to get them in. Everything going Levante's way now.
Yeah, it's been an exhibition of T10 batting. This is all about big hitting, getting in line, and I said as Tariq came to the crease, I know what he can do. I've seen him bat, And I'm so glad that, well, not obviously if you're a La Manga supporter, but I'm glad for the viewers around the world, the millions of you, wherever you're watching, that you were able to see a little bit of this magic from Tariq Afridi. Wow, there's the chip again. They're going to make him run.
Oh, that's naughty by Tariq. He wanted to finish the game with a big 6, but he was made by his partner to run both of those runs that were required. And that's enough to take him over the line.
It is indeed. And, well, sometimes chasing when the score's been set is difficult. We both, I think, was thinking that La Manga had put enough on the board there, and we knew what bowling attack that they had. But what we didn't account for, that if Tariq Afridi did get going, the game could change in a matter of overs, and that's literally what did happen.
Yep, Tariq Afridi had other ideas. He knew what he was getting about. Came out, scored very well. Let's see what he was. Scoring at over 20 and over. So what can you say? What can you say? The man's had fun. I say he's one of my favourites. I mentioned it earlier in the game. He brings everything to everything he does within the game, batting, bowling and fielding. That makes this very interesting. I have to say, at the start of the week, I thought La Manga were one of my favourite teams. They haven't brought their A game to the party this week, have they, Rico?
They haven't done. I mean, it's got the players there, and this time round on Adam Alger, it hasn't quite come off for him. He's, and it all comes down to the rub of the green. You know, he gave a chance, an absolute dolly that got put down earlier, and then he capitalised on that, playing some lovely shots, showing Levante just how costly a mistake that was. But then he played on, so his good luck turned into bad luck. He was out. Likewise, Stuart Simpkins, just as he got going, ball ricocheted off his pad onto the stumps. And then, though they still posted, I think, a very good total, it could have been more. But then, having said that, if Levante have just won of 8.1 overs, so even if there was another 10, perhaps on the total there, we would have definitely been saying the same thing. That's more than enough runs. The pressure is on Levante. Will they cope? Well, Levante just shown that they are able to chase, and maybe they prefer to chase, because let's not forget, Levante did win the toss and elected to field, so that's what they prefer to do, obviously.
Very possibly. Loads of excitement. That's enough for today. We'll be 3 great days of cricket. One more final day tomorrow of group games, where we will find out the 4 teams that go forward from the 6 to actually contest the semi-finals. But all 6 teams will be in action on the final day on Friday, where we've got the 5th and 6th place playoff. No, I'm sorry, the 5th and 6th place playoffs is the last game tomorrow, isn't it, on the Thursday? And then it's just the 4 top teams will be joining us on Friday for the semi-finals, the 3rd place playoff and the final. It's been another great day of exciting cricket. Highlights for you today, Rico?
Oh, well, it's the highlight is being sitting here with you in the sunshine.
Is the correct answer.
You see that? And the other highlight will be having my lobster later today. But on that note, what can you say? We've seen 4 very, very good games of cricket. This is day 3 that's come to an end. Sitting here in the sunshine in Spain, absolutely beautiful. What can I say? And the other very important point to make is that all of these teams, as we've mingled with them in between games, they're just such lovely boys, aren't they? They love their cricket. Very sociable, very nice, very polite. It's been absolutely brilliant. And to finish a day like that, we saw a close game with Pinatar. Pinatar, we feel, let it slip. They've done that twice now. But then to see a game like that change with some awesome batting, it's absolutely beautiful. This is what we want to see. This is what T10's about. This is what Dream11 European T Series about. And we know that this form of cricket is picking up. T10 is growing, more and more people interested. It's going to go all over the world. It's going to go all over the place. This is one of many tournaments here in Spain. I'm sure the rest of Europe are going to get involved with this. We're loving it.
It's a great format, isn't it? Because it's on the hour every hour. Either a match is starting or an innings is starting. on the hour, every hour. People know if they're watching it on YouTube, if they're watching it on other platforms, they know when the innings is going to start. They can go along, they can watch it, they can arrange things around that. So much cricket throughout the day, on the hour, every hour, a new innings started. It's great excitement, it really is. And, you know, I'm a bit of an old purist. I love my test match cricket. This doesn't in any way take away from the wonder of longer forms of cricket. It's another thing, and I think it's like we see in any game. You need to bring in new blood if a sport is going to prosper. And I mentioned to you earlier what we need in Spain and in other countries around Europe. We need the youngsters, the indigenous youngsters, to say this is a game I want to play rather than playing soccer or basketball or whatever their game is, that this is a summer sport that they can get behind. Only takes an hour and a half to play a game, as opposed to, you know, people think cricket goes on forever, don't they? Non-cricketers think, oh, I can't give up that time. Takes an hour and a half, takes the same amount of time as a game of soccer. You can come along, it's all excitement, it's easy to understand, it's about hitting the ball over the boundary. What's not to like, eh, Rico?
Absolutely well said there, Tim. Yeah, I mean, this form of the game, even if you don't understand cricket like perhaps many people in Spain wouldn't, but when you see this format, when you see the excitement, when you see a game like that, how can you not love it? You will love it. It will catch on. It is catching on. Absolutely brilliant stuff. We're on a high here because it's not often you see a game come to a conclusion like that. You know, 1 minute it's looking one way, the next minute, you know, the game has ruthlessly been taken away from La Manga.
Indeed, ruthlessly. I like that.
Yeah, and Levante, obviously, as we said, you know, they keep alive their chances here, often finishing in the top four and progressing to the final.
So all we can do is encourage people to be back with us 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Sporting Alphas, the home team, back in action. They've played 4, they've won 4, and they've done it in convincing fashion. They'll be playing the side we saw here that didn't get over the line, La Manga, in the first match tomorrow. And then by this time tomorrow, we'll be sat here, we will have the information that we know, we will know which 4 sides are going through the semi-finals. I'm not going to be joining you first thing in the morning, Rico. I am doing things elsewhere, don't take it personally. I'll be back by the afternoon to find out how the groups actually finish. And then I'll be back here on finals day on Friday. I shall leave you to wrap up here. I'm going to go inside and order your lobster dinner that you won off me in a bet earlier. I hope you're allergic to it. That's not very kind, was it?
That's not very kind.
Nothing worse than being allergic to lobster.
No, so Tim, you won't be here tomorrow because you've got things to do.
Kidney
so
stones.
I may not be here tomorrow because you've done something dodgy to my lobster. But anyway, I'm sure that won't happen.
That's not a euphemism, is it?
But yeah, we're just going to sign off here at the end of another terrific day at Sporting Alphas. And before we go, thank you to Calvis and Roman, our cameraman here, the guys that have been making sure that you've been getting this stream and watching this excellent cricket. Thank you to Yannick and Daniel Weston and all our umpires today. And, you know, sometimes we forget the hard work that the umpires and the scorers do. I mean, we're sitting here, it's easy for us maybe, you know, easier. We're enjoying it, we're watching it, we're talking, we're chatting. But these guys, they've got to be on the ball all the time. Every ball, they've got to watch it. The umpires, they're standing up there all the time. And sometimes it's harder being an umpire where you're just walking from one end to another. You're on your feet all day. You have to concentrate 100% all the time. Likewise with the scorers, you've got to make sure everything is right, you know, putting the dots in the right places, getting the information correctly from the umpire. So an excellent team effort here, folks, to provide you with this excellent service, this excellent, terrific setup here at Sporting Alphas, and these guys are behind it. So thanks to our cameraman, thanks to George Warnbeck, Dave Riley, Vincent O'Reilly, the umpires, Ron Graham, the tournament referee, also been doing a little bit of scoring, Kevin Laundon, the chairman of Sporting Alphas Cricket Club. He's been doing a little bit of everything, bit of scoring, bit of fishing. He's retrieving the balls from the duck pond as well. John Howden also doing a bit of scoring. I'm looking after the proceedings, making sure that the umpires and the scorers are all here. So yeah, massive team effort. We also had Ben. Ben also helped out with the scoring here today. So a massive team effort, just as it is with the players and the teams out there. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, so thank you to all of those. Also thank you to the guys that are in the bar, Saran and Chips, that are keeping us all well fed. Great effort from everybody. I'm going to sign off on that note. Hope you will join us tomorrow. We will be on air a few minutes before 10 o'clock in the morning for the first game. Thank you all very much. I hope you've enjoyed the day. I'm loving it, and I'm going to be a lot more exciting games tomorrow, I'm sure. See you all tomorrow. God bless. Good night.